1. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! In front, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
What a difference a year makes. This time last year, Michigan football had just endured an offseason that revolved around fixing what happened on a fateful night in Glendale, Arizona. TCU shocked the Wolverines in the Fiesta Bowl, prompting some great Michigan players to stick around another year when they could have started their professional careers. They did stick around basically the entire calendar year around Ann Arbor, using that massive chip on their shoulder, that loss to TCU, to get better each day. This time around, not only did Michigan reach the college football playoff, but they won it. Too many legendary plays and players to list off here, but now here we are at the dawn of the 2024 season. Michigan is the reigning national champions. Jim Harbaugh has gone to the NFL, as are a school record 13 draft picks and many more key contributors. Sharon Moore leads the program now into a new-look Big Ten with a loaded schedule. What a difference a year makes in both circumstances and also vibes, because for the first time since the 1998 season, Michigan enters a season as the leaders in best. Tonight, it'll feel like a reunion of sorts, the first big get-together after a huge accomplishment. But in the program, the standard is set. They want to do it again. The 2024 journey begins here at the Big House against Fresno State in 3 hours, and we're here to preview it on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football scene.
Kickoff is 3 hours for Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, Jack, going into 2021, many in the fan base wanted Jim Harbaugh fired. Many wondered if this program could ever get back to the top. Going into 2022, plenty of good vibes, with the understanding that the summit still felt far away after losing to Georgia. Going into 2023, it was tough not to think about TCU, about the Fiesta Bowl. So how have you been this offseason going into 2024? It's felt different, hasn't it?
It has. I've told everybody that I know that they can now refer to me as Champ instead of Jack, so that was a new thing this year. But it wasn't.
You were always a champion in our books.
I appreciate that, Brian. I think you're one of the few that might say that. It was awesome, right? It flew by. It seems like just yesterday that we were at the national championship game in Houston and got to celebrate that, enjoy a little bit of the offseason. And, we talked a lot during the offseason. It felt like probably a couple months into that still really hadn't set in. And now that we're back to football and, like you said, a reunion of what last year was, I think that it's finally come full circle. Right now you're the defending national champs. Starting off this year, it was just awesome. Truly, truly a magical year last year. An incredible offseason. A lot of change, and we'll get into that. A lot of new faces out there for Michigan. But as I talked about a lot last year, to appreciate and cherish what we were witnessing, what Michigan football was able to do last year, and even the years before that. And so I took some of my own advice and really was able to relish in that, and here we are. And that's a great part about sports. You get a chance to do it again, and ready to get the 2024 season kicked off. I'm fired up. It's great to be back in the Big House.
It is a new era, but there are similarities, not as many as 2022 into 2023. I mean, losing a head coach can rock a program these days in college football, but Jim Harbaugh passed the baton to Sharon Moore, not actually, but the baton passing did feel like it was seamless. Now, the Jim Harbaugh departure, like a lot of things with Coach, a bit rocky, very public, but the approval rating for Sharon Moore, sky high, and Coach Moore hasn't tried to change too much.
No, because I feel like, and I was told this a long time ago, like players can see right through it all. So if you're not yourself, then they'll really, they'll attack that. So for me, it's all about them. It's always been about them. My door's always open. I hear them in there. I got candy jars in there, and all I hear is dude's getting candy. Who is that? It's Shug. Okay, cool, great. Then he'll come back there and ask me a question, walk out, leave. I'm like, okay, great. So that's never going to change. I want them to feel very welcome and be able to understand and know that I'm always there for them.
What do you think the favorite candy is? Sharon did say it after that clip.
Well, based on the way he said shh, it's probably some sort of like M&Ms or Skittles or something of that nature, no?
Pink Starburst. Yeah, Pink Starburst.
I didn't know they made that noise.
Yeah.
I was trying to put it together, use some deductive reasoning there. I was way off.
You are experienced in the candy noise
I try
area?
to stay away from that, but if it's pizza or something like that, then I got that covered.
Fair enough. Pink Starburst, some Jolly Ranchers in there. Sharon's not a big chocolate guy, though he says he doesn't eat many. Anywho, it always felt like a no-brainer whenever Jim Harbaugh would leave over the last couple of years. And how have you seen him transition to the full-time role?
Well, I love that clip, and what he said there I think is so true. Players can sense when somebody's being fake, when a coach is fake with them. And so I really am excited to hear Coach actually say that he's going to be himself. He's going to be there for the players. He's not going to change anything. Certainly, coming in the wake of Jim Harbaugh, those are big shoes to fill. Those guys, I think, are very different people, but yet have the same philosophy around football, around Michigan football, creating young men that are going to be great on and off the field. But he's going to do it with his style, and he should. Any good head coach puts their stamp and their type of spin on culture that shouldn't have to change much because of the success we've had. I think Sharon believes in what Coach Harbaugh, the DNA and the blueprint that he created a couple years ago here. You said he's going to take the baton and run with that, which I was excited about, like I think many fans, right? It's working. There's a blueprint for success here at Michigan. And you look at some of the best programs, typically that's a good transition. A guy who's been in the program, understands that they've had success, and you can hand it off and keep some of that same, the type of characteristics that have been successful. There's no need to change it. So keep it rolling. And I think, Sharon's going to do a great job with that, with his own spin on maybe a new age and a new face of college football in the ever-changing landscape that college football is right now.
One of the new captains for Michigan, Max Bredesen, obviously a legacy player here for Michigan.
Yeah.
He said every detail is treated like the national championship, and the blueprint is in place, and we'll see how it works. And we mentioned earlier, 13 former players gone to the NFL, but, it's pretty consensus that Michigan has at least 3, probably 4 first-round talents on the roster. That doesn't even include Donovan Edwards, NCAA football video game cover boy, because of just where the running back position is valued in the NFL. Mm-hmm. It's probably going to be tough 1 through 50 to be better than last year, but 1 through 5, 1 through 10, very feasible.
Well, we talked all last season, even the year before, about the depth, and this is where it pays off. That's not just a per-season thing. That's building a winning culture and a winning program. So there's a lot of guys that are going to play tonight that weren't necessarily starters over the last couple of years, but because of Michigan's success, because of them getting away with, blowing out certain opponents early in the season, these are guys who have played a lot of football here. So the depth of the last couple of years does carry on to this year. We got to get guys to step up into that Blake Corum, JJ type of caliber, and then the next batch of guys that step up, and then we start to really know about them this year.
Plenty to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will scout Fresno State in about 25 minutes. Kalel Mullings stops by at 5:25. John Jansen at 5:30. We'll have Doug Carr share his thoughts at 6:10. During the final hour of pregame coverage, thoughts from Mason Graham, head coach Sharon Moore, and of course, all afternoon long here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we will give you this, traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will detail the week that was, and well, in a lot of ways, the week that still is to transpire here, which from a storyline standpoint is about the starting quarterback spot. That, when we continue here, Michigan and Fresno State, a 7:34 Eastern Time kick from the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
We said we're going to give ourselves a couple practices in the week. If it takes Wednesday, it'll take Wednesday, and probably tell the guy on Thursday. And then, whether we report that, say it out loud on Friday or the day of the game, we'll make that decision as we go and as they feel comfortable too, because a big part of it is what the players want. So we'll try to make that decision here soon. But it'll really be the guy that practices with the most consistency, making the best decisions, taking care of the football, and making enough plays. Because both of them are going to be going against similar looks, because it's not going to be our defense now. It's going to be their defense. So who's going to execute, whether you're with the one offense or the two offense, because both of them are going to take snaps with both, who's going to execute with the most consistency.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Shaq Miller.
That's the head coach of the Wolverines, Sherrone Moore. That clip from Monday's Inside Michigan Football radio show. And I thought it was interesting, not really surprising, but something that Sherrone Moore has been very forward about. And he kind of alluded to this in the clip we played in the first segment. It's all about the players. So the players having a role, and I don't know if it was, I don't think it's a straw poll, or you probably talk to the captain, some of the other leaders, and discuss. And it has not been made official. We don't know who is going to be the starting quarterback. So you wonder just how much of that played a role in it. Certainly Michigan comes in as a favorite. But with Texas looming in week 2, there is no requirement to say who it's going to be. But, did you expect it to be out by now?
No, not really. And like we just talked about before the last time out here, part of Coach Harbaugh's blueprint the last couple of years was, don't reveal your hand if you don't have to, right? So maybe Sherrone's taken a play out of that, so to speak, to say, look, there's no need, there's no requirement to get out there and tell people what we're thinking. I think it's probably fair to anticipate that both players will get some time tonight, and that for a couple of reasons. It's probably not, if they haven't announced it, that doesn't mean it's that clear cut, so they probably want to give both guys a chance to earn that opportunity. And secondly, with Texas in week 2, having the game plan for really 2 different styles of offense makes it a little more difficult for the Longhorns this week leading up to next week to game plan for that. So I think it's probably the best of both worlds. We'll see. I really appreciate Coach Moore's comments about making sure the players are comfortable with it. We have seen time and time again player-led teams lead to success, making sure that they feel empowered, that they have a voice. who are they going to feel confident with? Who are they going to trust the most? And so, trying to balance all of that can be very tough. We don't have the luxury that we had the last few seasons of a few games to get going. You basically got one this year, so use it to your advantage. I think that's what they're trying to do.
By the way, Texas leading Colorado State 17-0 late second quarter there. Now, remember, back in 2022, the Michigan method, as Jim Harbaugh termed it, resulted in J.J. McCarthy seizing the starting quarterback away from Cade McNamara coming off that first Big Ten championship run. That year, Michigan began the season with Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn. Playing the Michigan method here is not a feasible setup with the Longhorns coming in number 4 in the nation, as I mentioned, up as expected early on Colorado State. But could there be a tweak depending on how things go today? Once again, here's Sharon Moore.
You need two that can really play, and you just got to see how the guy plays in the first game, and if it's consistent enough to help you win the next one, then yeah, it is. We're like with JJ, we knew he was going to be consistent enough to win the next game. So for us, it's going to be who's going to be consistent enough to help us win the game, and yeah, not just manage the game, but sometimes you're going to have to make a play. You're going to have to make a play on third down. You have to make a play in the red zone to do things to help us win. So who's going to do that? It's ultimately going to be the starting quarterback.
I do think it would be pretty surprising if the player who starts at quarterback tonight is not the player who starts at quarterback or plays the majority of the early snaps next week against Texas, just because of how big that game is, how good Texas is, all of that. But I do think in terms of just the grand scheme of the quarterback, we're all going to have to recenter a bit as we watch this team, watch this offense, especially early on. J.J. McCarthy did so many things on and off the field that few can replicate. Remember, the NFL, I know he was the 5th quarterback off the board. He was also the number 10 pick. The NFL loves him. The Vikings clearly really, really like him, and it's unfortunate the injury for him. But going from that, a young man who lost as a starting quarterback one game as a starter in college, to whoever it is, an inexperienced quarterback in college, very inexperienced, is going to be different.
Coach Moore said the key word there, which is consistency. We know what this team is going to look like this year. It's going to have a really good defense. You would think that they're going to try to dominate the line of scrimmage the way they've done the last few years, control the clock. They're probably not going to ask anything that extraordinary out of a quarterback this year. So, you're kind of playing worst-case scenario. Just don't make mistakes, right? And that's where that consistency comes into play. I'm sure that all quarterbacks in training camp showed flashes of brilliance. It's a matter of who can do it consistently enough to not hurt the team. I think this defense is going to keep Michigan in every game this season. Can they get enough out of the quarterback play with two different styles between Orji and Warren, but can they get enough consistency out of that they can rely on holding onto the ball, not giving away possessions to the other team, doing enough to put up points to win? That's not probably going to be their ace in the hole is the offensive explosiveness this season. So it just comes down to, can we control the clock? Can we march down the field methodically? Can we keep our defense off the field as much as possible? And that just comes down to a guy who limits his mistakes. I think they've had all training camp to try to figure that out. But once you get under the lights and live bullets start flying in a real game, some of that can change. So maybe a little test run for both guys this evening.
Time for the tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer. Smart tailgating is all about the prep work. Do as much as you can in advance, like shaping burger patties and preparing toppings. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Of course, the quarterback spot stole the headlines, but there are plenty of fascinating position battles that shaped training camp. We will talk through some of those as we continue in our self-scout, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Fresno State. First all-time meeting between these two teams to kick off the season or less than 3 hours away. Self-scout next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
A new era of Michigan men's basketball is upon us, and there is still time to secure your seats for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are available to watch the new-look Wolverines, led by head coach Dusty May. And the home schedule is loaded with marquee matchups, including Michigan State, Purdue, Oregon, TCU, and Washington. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more and secure your season tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your men's basketball season tickets.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
It's a Michigan game day.
This defense is going to be scary, like for real. Like nobody's going to know where it's coming from. Nobody's going to know what we're doing. It's going to be so fun. Everybody's going to have a turn to eat. Everybody's going to have stats. It's going to be fun, so fun.
That is TJ Guy, a senior who I certainly want to get to individually in a minute. But, Jack, just to start here, you know, as fun as Michigan's offense was last year and with all the offseason discussion around the starting quarterback, I mean, Michigan's defense was the best in the country last year. And it really does feel, because of the star power over there. I mean, Michigan legitimately could have 3 top 10 picks in next year's draft from the defensive side of the football, really, if Kenneth Grant takes the steps that we all know he's capable of. It feels like, especially early, but really throughout the course of the season, this defense is going to have to lead the way.
It is. You got 3 All-Americans on the defensive side of the ball. We know the 2 big guys in the middle of that defensive line are freakish and are going to make it's going to be really tough for opposing offensive lines to figure out what to do with them. You got Derek Moore on the edge, Josiah Stewart. TJ Guy, I think, is an individual who we're looking for to have a big year. And again, it is probably going to be predicated on those guys being able to contain these offenses. Particularly, you got really powerful offenses coming into the Big Ten now. So if you're able to neutralize that, and like we talked about in the segment before, get the offense to be rolling, start to gain momentum as the season goes on, that's probably the blueprint for success this year. But it all starts at the line of scrimmage, and those big fellas up front are really, really deadly for the Wolverines.
Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Will Johnson, stars. Those are the 3. Yep. I mean, Will Johnson, some of the talk around him deserved. But, I mean, it is crazy lofty, and that's how good he is. But beyond that, we know names because Michigan's ability last year to shuffle in so many players. Derek Moore, Ernest Hausman, Josiah Stewart, Makari Page. Keep in mind that one of the most highly anticipated transfers, I think, in the country is at linebacker for Michigan, the Maryland transfer, Jayshawn Barham. Now, in terms of other names who didn't play a ton or didn't play much at all last year, TJ Guy, Sharon Moore was asked about kind of a broad question, and he listed off plenty of names. But the first one he mentioned was TJ Guy. So you mentioned a few names. Who do you think can take that potential jump? Because Kenneth Grant, he wasn't a guy who people thought could be, 3 and done, first-round pick for sure this time last year. Is there a name or two that you could pinpoint and say, you know what, if things break right, maybe they can get close to that Graham Grant and Jansen, too.
Yeah, I think Barham at linebacker, the guy from Maryland, the reports coming out of training camp was that he is out of control good, and particularly with a defensive line that's that solid, so the offensive line can't get to the second level, and you can have a guy as dynamic as him running around, flying to the ball, tackling machine type of guy. I think he's going to have a big year. And then I'd look for Rayshon Benny in the middle to help, too. We've talked all the last couple years about that defensive line and the depth that they had. So Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, as great as they are, they're big boys. They can't be out there all the time. If Rayshon Benny's a guy who can spell them every once in a while, come in and be just as dominant, which I think he can, that makes them that much more deadly. That gives them that depth, gets the big fellas off the field, gives them time to catch a breath, stay healthy, all those things. You got to find a couple other guys on that defensive front. I think Rayshon Benny is one of them who can really help add to that depth. It's going to make them, especially down the stretch as the year goes on, just that much better.
Offensively, two primary stars remain from last year's team. Donovan Edwards, Colston Loveland. Biggest overhaul comes up front. All 5 starters from last year's team gone. And really the 6th O-lineman, Trente Jones, who played a ton. He's also no longer in the winged helmet. 2 of Michigan's captains as well, Trevor Keegan, Zach Zinter, gone. Now, Sharon Moore did announce 3 of the starters early in the week up front. Miles Hinton at left tackle. He started there last year and then lost that spot. He's back, and we'll see what he can elevate in his second year in the maize and blue. Northwestern transfer Josh Preeb, and then Giovanni El Hadi at right guard. El Hadi, 3 starts in 2022 when Trevor Keegan was banged up. None last year. He could have left. He'd have been highly coveted in the transfer portal, but he stayed.
Didn't want to leave nowhere else. Didn't want to go nowhere else. Had opportunities, but decided to stay over here, be patient, and it's my turn now. One of the best online coaches. We had Coach Moore. Now Coach Newsom, one of the best online coaches. I just trust in the process. That's what it's about. We have a standard over here. We have to withhold that standard every day. That's what it's about.
You and John have been high on El Hadi for a while. I think a lot of people are excited to see this young man unleashed as a full-time starter.
I love his response. I mean, and that's what it's about. You know, those who stay will be champions, right? That's the old saying. He's a guy who just put his head down, kept working, wasn't able to get the nod as a starter over the last couple of years, but has played a lot of football. You know, you get a lot of injuries on the offensive line, and so he's been a dynamic player who's come in, played a few different positions, kind of a mauler type at guard who's poised to have a big year. Obviously, last year had to sit behind Zinner and Keegan, 2 of the best to ever do it here. Now is his time. I love his mindset that, hey, I waited this out. I learned from some of the best, not only players but coaches as well, and now it's his time to shine. He stuck it out. Look for him to be a leader up front there. You know, Preeb comes over from Northwestern. Hinton's played a lot at left tackle, too. It's his first time really getting the nod as a seasoned starter, right? So El Hadi, a guy that's been here a long time, has seen success, has developed a lot. There's no substitute for experience. Sometimes offensive linemen you just have to be in the system longer. You get bigger, stronger, faster. You've seen enough blitzes. You've seen enough moves from defensive linemen. You start to figure that stuff out. So I'm really excited to watch the season that he's going to have.
We will keep tabs on the other 2 spots. Sharon Moore did detail kind of the final 2 for each slot at center, either Greg Crippen or Dom Jadis. And then at right tackle, Andrew Gentry, or the name that I think people were surprised to hear, a surging second-year player in Evan Link. It goes to show you competition all the time. Doesn't matter what year, what your experience is.
Yeah, they're recruiting that way. They're developing that way. You know, the best players are going to play, and now they have the added benefit of a few years of success, right? And that just, you get that momentum, you get the ball rolling, and next thing you know, you got a second-year guy pushing Gentry for that right tackle position. That's not something that they had a few years ago here, right? But now they got that depth. They've recruited that way. They've developed that way. And when you hand the baton from Harbaugh to Sharon Moore, you can kind of keep on that path. And so you start to see maybe Evan Link's one of those guys who comes out of nowhere this year and is a big name by the end of the season.
Well, tonight's opponent endured a challenging offseason. We'll talk about Fresno State here coming up momentarily. First, traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield. We will break down the Bulldogs of Fresno State when we come back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Since the bowl game, really, me and Coach Tedford have kind of been talking about a lot of things, just the structure of Bulldog football. And then he's always had these medical checkups, and he's been doing really fine. And then, obviously, one bad checkup changes everything. So he got a checkup that wasn't necessarily the way he wanted it to look, and he made the decision, health over coaching, and he's going to take care of that. And then when it was announced, the full speed ahead coaching and rolling with Bulldog football.
That is Tim Skipper, the interim head coach for Fresno State. Skipper led the Bulldogs in their win in the New Mexico Bowl last December. Jeff Tedford did miss that one due to medical reasons. Tedford was still the head coach of the program up until about mid-July when the checkup that Skipper alluded to took place. Tedford, heck of a coaching career. Highest profile stint was an 11-year run at Cal. Coached Aaron Rodgers, led the Bears to their last share of a conference championship back in 2006. We'll see how they fare in the aptly named Atlantic Coast Conference coming up. Tedford, all-time quarterback, one of the all-time quarterbacks at Fresno State, and of course was leading his alma mater until about 7 weeks ago. So there will be some emotion on that visiting sideline tonight, and understandably so. In the aftermath of this, I think we've learned that Jeff Tedford has been a very well-respected coach across college football.
He is, absolutely. Coaching is a small world, small circle. Yep. A lot of those guys know each other. It's a bit of a brotherhood. I think Matt Rule was a coach last year who compared it to being in the mob. Eventually you're going to get whacked. You kind of know the lifestyle you live. You live kind of hard and fast. So there's a respect that a lot of those guys have for one another.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He made a reference to it last year. You can pull it up.
That's amazing.
But, Coach Tedford's one of those guys, unfortunately, had that health scare and probably made the decision. Coaching is a stressful job. Yeah. It requires a lot of hours, a lot of time away from your family. And so good on him to step aside and hand the baton, so to speak, over to Coach Skipper. And, that's a good team. Fresno State has always had a good program over there. They recruit well, they develop well, and there's been some really big names that have come out of that program. So, overall, just, tying it back to tonight, this is not a team that you just show up and you're going to win. They had to prepare the right way. They got to come out here and play the right way because Fresno State's going to have that approach of just, hey, playing reckless a little bit, right? It doesn't matter. Throw it all on the table, and if we find a way to win, it'd be like a Super Bowl to come in here and beat Michigan at night for a home opener, the defending national champs.
Yeah, you alluded to connections to it. I think similar to Michigan as well. It was a logical handoff at head coach.
Yeah.
And Fresno State only lost one player during that 30-day transfer window that was open during it. Now, it was late in the season or late in the offseason, so take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. But Tim Skipper seems to have a good pulse for this program. Now, the difference between the two programs coming in, Fresno State returns a very experienced quarterback in Mikey Keene. Kicked off his career at UCF, started the last 10 games of his freshman year. Remember the injury to now Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel. He played pretty well, 64% passing, 16 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. Played sparingly as a sophomore, then transferred here to Fresno State for last year when he helped the Bulldogs win 9 games, 66% passer, almost 2,600 yards, 21-9 in the TD-INT ratio. I think the value of having a starting quarterback when you are the group of 5 team coming into this environment, that at least I think gives you a little bit more of a chance than it would if you're trying to break in somebody.
Yeah, I think so, and particularly for a team like Fresno State to come in here, you want to come in early in the season because a team like Michigan wears on teams, right? And so when you're supposed to be healthy and fresh at the beginning of the year, when you got you've gone through training camp the last month and a half, and so you know what your bread and butter is, or so you think, and you can just kind of go out there and play loose and try to play to the best of your ability. I think he's a good quarterback. He struggled a little last year under pressure, so I would expect Michigan to dial up, in Wink Martindale style, a lot of pressures, man coverage, kind of dare them to beat you. But a good guy, has played a lot of football, has had experience, has been around college football for a little bit now. So to your point, having that experience, because it's going to be a daunting task for any opposing quarterback to come into the big house, defending national champs, night game. This place is going to be rocking. You're going to need a guy with some experience, and he certainly brings that.
Other offensive weapons to keep your eye and ear on. Malik Sherrod returns at running back, almost 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns last year. 3 returning O-linemen, including an all-league honoree at center and Mose Vavalo. And Jalen Moss is their top returning receiver. Touchdown for him at Purdue. Fresno State won against the Boilermakers in the opener last year. Defensively, Fresno State surrendered 23.5 points a game, 100 points total in their last 3 regular season games. They started 8-1. They were in that conversation for that group of 5 bid into then the New Year's Six. Now, of course, it'll be for a playoff spot. Defensively, some players of note. D-line should be pretty good with Devo Bridges. They have he's a second-teamer in the Mountain West last year. USC transfer Corey Foreman, former 5-star. He was one of the top recruits in the country a few years back. Malachi Langley, he's played in 50 career games, led Fresno in tackles last year, and a good corner in Cam Lockridge. Hurt most of last year, able to redshirt. These good group of 5 teams tend to, there's a lot of frustration in that side of things with the transfer portal because you got big programs trying to mine and get it. But the reverse can be true of bringing in the likes of Corey Foreman and some of the others to do the same. There's going to be some high major talent out there for Fresno State.
There always is, right? Even prior to the transfer portal and all that. To your point, some of their better players get taken away, but those 5-star recruits that don't pan out at a USC or whatever, they end up at a place like that. So, thoughts overall on the defense, they got a lot of talent. They really do. Fresno State is not a team that is going to be afraid to play a major college football program. They're not. They're used to it. They do it all the time. They're a group of 5 school, but they're probably in that top echelon of schools that they have players that could play at places like this. They're not going to be intimidated by that. They'll come in. They got great talent. I think it's a really good test for Michigan heading into Texas. It's not a total pushover, right, where you're going to run it up and it's going to be, out of touch pretty early. It's a good test. They got good players. They don't have the depth of a place like Michigan, right? They got a handful of guys that could compete probably at any level, and I think particularly on their defensive line, they're going to be pretty skilled. So be really interesting to see how the Michigan offensive line responds to that in the first week here. A good test to start the 2024 season for the Wolverines.
Alluded to, 2022 was Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn. 2023 was East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. Fresno State at this point is better than any of those 6 teams were at that point. Michigan's still a heavy favorite, but noteworthy for sure. If the Wolverines' defense records 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off appetizers all day on Monday. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. Busy day of college football. We'll talk about it with Rob Joyce as we continue, but first, traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Plenty of action already this weekend. Some interesting games ongoing and still some more to come. We'll talk about it with Rob Joyce as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And to do that, we welcome in another member of our team, one of the best in the business, our buddy Rob Joyce. Rob, what's going on? How was the offseason, my friend?
It was great. I've been trying to figure out since January what we're going to talk about now that the Big Ten is divisionless.
We can still talk about Iowa. They had an offensive resurgence. Yes. We can still go back to the Hawkeyes if you want.
It did kind of feel like we had some Big Ten West rekindled for a little while. And then, Cade McNamara started figuring it out. But the real question, Rob, will be, will Penn State, West Virginia ever finish?
It looks that way. That was a noon Eastern kick from Morgantown, and they are just now starting the fourth quarter after a nasty 2.5-hour weather delay at halftime, so at least a natural break in the game. But Penn State, new offensive coordinator. They brought in Andy Kotelnicki from Kansas. The Jayhawks have lit it up the last couple of years. They bring him in, and Penn State looks pretty good, up 27-6 as they start the fourth, though West Virginia does have it 4th and 10 inside the red zone, so you imagine they'd probably go for it down by 21. No other games going on right now are that interesting. Ohio State leads Akron 17-3 near halftime. Indiana at the half, 21-7 over Florida International. Nebraska just took a 30-7 lead right around halftime against UTEP, and then not quite a barn burner in Evanston, Northwestern, and Miami, Ohio. Tied at 3 at halftime. Northwestern, mind you guys, this year. Don't know if you've seen the pictures. They're not playing at their home stadium this year. They're playing where the lacrosse and the soccer teams play. It's gorgeous.
It's kind of awesome.
Yeah, on August 31st. Now, we'll see what it's like in late October, right on Lake Michigan.
That's very true. Yeah, and I think they'll play a couple of the games late in the season at Wrigley once the Cubs are wrapped up. But
it probably doesn't seat that many less people than Ryan Field does, so I don't think it really affects it all that much.
I think the way to put it is there aren't many more people who would want to be there. I think they'll still be able to fit. But it is a really cool idea, and all the renderings of the new, kind of go on the Baylor approach of downsizing. Mm-hmm. They did it with basketball at Northwestern too. Smart deal, but we'll talk plenty Northwestern in November. Penn State. Yeah. Drew Aller is a highly touted He's been regarded as a talented quarterback, and I think this year nationally will be so fascinating because there isn't necessarily this no-brainer star quarterback like there were with not just Caleb Williams, but I mean, Drake May was highly regarded going into last year. We're going to see one of the guys who has talent but some warts in Quinn Ewers next week. Drew Aller certainly in that conversation. Shadur Sanders in Colorado barely knocked off FCS, but a very good program in North Dakota State. If Aller can level up a couple, Penn State, I think, can get to the playoff. I think he may be the one of the biggest players in the Big Ten in terms of helping a team ceiling or floor.
I think that's a small example of just college football more broadly right now, that there's just a lot of question marks. You don't know how teams are going to look with the transfer portal and all the rest. It feels like every year you're basically starting from scratch, so to speak, a little bit, right? And so there's just a lot of question marks surrounding what are these teams going to look like. We know. We lived it last year with Michigan football. Probably not the most talented team in all of college football, but the best team of guys coming together, playing as a team, understanding one another, trusting one another, and executing a game plan together. That's getting more and more difficult in college now, where you got pieces coming and going all the time. It's not supposed to be designed like the NFL. It's obviously shifting that way more and more. So the quarterback thing's a great example of that holistically, I think, with a lot of teams right now. You saw it with Florida State in week 0. Just, don't really know how these, 18 to 22-year-olds are going to come out and perform, week to week, particularly when they got to mesh with different guys and a different scheme and a different system, different pieces to that every single year.
Well, of course, Rob, Michigan, along with 4 other well-known, long-tenured conference foes, still to kick off this week from the Big Ten, right?
Yeah, I mean, so far this has been kind of your traditional. We didn't even mention the scores from earlier. Iowa, Maryland, and Purdue all winning comfortably. Yeah. Then you got the newcomers. Oregon plays Idaho at 7:30. UCLA is at Hawaii at 7:30. And then 11 o'clock tonight, Washington takes on Weber State, game 1 of the Jed Fish era for the Huskies. Of course, Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. Then everyone else played either Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, will be interesting. How about top 25 games you've been tracking that we'll keep tabs on throughout the night?
Not a whole lot of interest. The big one earlier today, Georgia routed Clemson in Atlanta 34-3. That was a 6-0 game at halftime. Bulldogs turn on the Jets in the second half. For those keeping tabs, Texas, next week's opponent, is taking care of business against Colorado State at the half. It's 31-0 Longhorns. Miami, 24-10 lead at Florida. The only other real game of interest, 7:30, Notre Dame is at Texas A&M, so that should be a good one. Otherwise, a lot of beating up on either G5 or FCS foes.
John, I think, disagreed with me a little bit on this. We talked about it on the podcast this week. I argued that last year it was more important for the loser in a game like Notre Dame, Texas A&M, because that would hurt them a lot more than a win necessarily would propel, just because a lot of times it felt like, man, if you lose one game, there wasn't a lot of understanding of some games being bigger than others.
Well, only 4 spots.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Now I think this game gives you a free space if you win it, and if you lose it, I think you have much more wiggle room for either of these two potential playoff contenders.
Yeah, I can understand both sides of that. I think maybe John's point being that if you, with all the uncertainty in college football, some big wins early on get you ahead of the rest of the pack. And then as the year goes on, that seeding obviously plays a factor then, right? So if you're still going to have, even though we're going from 4 to 12 in the playoff, so you can't afford to lose maybe 1, maybe 2, depending on who you are, it still is going to matter who's ranked where as the season progresses. So a big win early does kind of get you in front of the rest of the pack, so to speak. So then if you do drop 1 or 2, you got some more room to wiggle with there too.
Yeah, in college basketball, we've heard about, hey, how you're playing down the stretch has at least come into play. Will 12 teams be enough for that to truly be a factor? I'm not sure, but it's because we haven't seen it yet. It'll certainly be a storyline throughout the year. We'll check in with Rob throughout the night as we count you down to Michigan and Fresno State. First, though, we got to get you another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Kalel Mullings from the Michigan running back room, a guy who's trimmed down a little bit, ready for a bigger role. Excited to watch him. We'll visit with him as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show next. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the big house. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
As our defending national champion Michigan Wolverines get set to kick off the 2024 season, let's welcome Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. He'll be with us again every game day all season long. Hi, Andy. Hope you had a great summer.
Well, hi, Brian. It's been a great summer basking in the sun, or was it the glow from that championship trophy? In fact, let's use defending national champion every time we talk together all season long, because we can. I'm glad college football is back, and it's good to see you.
No doubt. Me too, Andy. We regularly talk with Michigan fans about healthcare and health-related topics. Around those conversations, there's an underpinning of how long Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has been in business and the commitment that comes from that. You know, I recently read a blog post that reflects on Blue Cross's 85th anniversary.
That's right, Brian. 85 years young. It represents an important milestone for us. Blue Cross has been at the forefront of change in healthcare for many decades now, and it's important for our members to know that. Even at 85, we're not standing still when it comes to doing more to deliver quality, access, and value.
And it's a unique role that Blue Cross plays, providing members with statewide and national access to high-quality, affordable health care, while also serving Michigan communities in ways that have unparalleled impacts.
Brian, Blue Cross has been unwavering in support of our mission, but we've also been able to bring about change in profound and historic ways.
Blue Cross created Michigan's first statewide HMO network, which most people are familiar with as Blue Care Network. At the time, it changed the face of healthcare in our state.
That's true. And more recently, we've evolved into a nonprofit mutual health insurer, which is an important change that sets us up to serve our members well long into the future.
And becoming a nonprofit mutual didn't change Blue Cross's mission, but it did allow you to do more to serve both your members and Michigan's communities.
It did. We've diversified our business to support our ability to keep health insurance more affordable. We've launched many new products and solutions and supported care in our local communities through Blue Cross's $1.56 billion financial commitment to the Michigan Health Endowment Fund.
And Michigan fans, you can learn more at mibluedaily.com. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with Kalel Mullings from the Michigan running back room. Let's start with one heck of an honor. You were voted by your teammates as an alternate captain. What's that honor mean to you, and how do you hope to lead
whether it's verbally, through your action, all of that through the course of this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's one heck of an honor. It's hard to put into words to know that my teammates, my brothers in this building, feel that way about me and feel that they want to put me in the position to lead them. It's truly an honor, and having been a guy that's been around the building so long and seen such great captains in the past, part of my going into this season is to try to emulate them, but at the same time, with a team that's a little bit younger than it's been in the past, I take it upon myself to really show guys what Michigan is about and what the Michigan difference is, whether that's verbally and also through my own actions. I just really try to be a guy that any young guy, anybody in the building can look at and be like, if they're not sure what to do, if they're still adjusting to what's going on, they can look to me and know that that's an example for them to follow. And, that's really my goal each and every day with my actions and then through my words, just continuing to lead guys and push guys in the right direction, and to get everyone on the same train, going in the same direction. Because once we do that and once we're all working together, we're a force to be reckoned with.
You mentioned earlier in the offseason you dropped about 8 pounds. How have you noticed that when it comes to your on-field work during camp? And what other areas do you feel like that's benefited you?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like losing those couple pounds has been really beneficial for me when it just comes to opening up my long speed and being able to, break those longer runs. That's really what my motive was behind it. I felt it so far throughout camp. I felt the explosiveness. I felt the, that extra little burst, getting on the outside and being able to outrun guys when it's surprising. Being on the defensive side of the ball in the past, a big guy with some burst is tough to deal with because sometimes you don't always expect it. And if and being able to just get those first 2 or 3 steps out and get out ahead of you, and now, you're working at a bad angle. It makes me harder to tackle, and hopefully some longer runs come from it.
To the running back room, everyone knows about Donovan. I think a lot of fans are super excited to see what you can do with an expanded role after what you've contributed to the last few runs for this team. Take us through the rest of the room. Who's impressed you? Who's stepped up to try to take an opportunity now that Blake has gone to the NFL?
Yeah, no, definitely. Two big names that definitely come to mind is Ben and Jordan. 2 young guys that have just been working their tails off, man, just being like sponges, just soaking up every drop of information that's available. And Coach Alford, Coach Jackson, we talk about it. We have 90-something years. I want to say it's 93 or something like that, total years of coaching knowledge in our running back room, mixed in with my 5 years, Donovan's 4 years, Tavi's 5 years, Leon's 6 years. It's like there's so much knowledge, and seeing those guys just do nothing but soak it all in. I'm so excited to see what they do once I'm out of here, man. And I'm excited for those guys, truly.
No doubt. Kalel, appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
Of course. Thank you.
Going to be a fun young man to watch, fun young man to root for. Kalel Mullings, only 253 career rush yards, yet he's had some big-time plays in his Michigan career, and I think it's fair to assume that he will be north of 253 this season if things play out the way that Michigan hopes. We got plenty to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as we count you down to the opener, Wolverines and the Fresno State Bulldogs. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
John Jansen standing by. He joins us to kick off his coverage on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
Milroe puts a man in motion, empty backfield, low snap, quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make it. Nowhere close as the Michigan defense stuffs Jalen Milroe, and the Wolverines will play
going to Houston, baby!
Championship.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
That was not the last time that we heard John Jansen, but it was the last time we heard John Jansen scream. And here, he's with us now. He might in this segment. And our welcome to John Jansen on the tailgate show. The segment is presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. You got a sponsor, John.
All right, Zing Zang, let's go. And I tell you what, we are in the year of 2024. We are 2-0. So let's make it 3-0. Let's get rocking and rolling, and let's kick this season off with a great showing, an enthusiastic night here for college football. Michigan football fans, I couldn't be more excited.
I will say there is a chance that Michigan could go 3-0 in January, this coming January.
It is a possibility. Yeah. Yes, which would be amazing.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah. I'm there. I'll be there. I hope you guys will join me.
Brought to you by Zing Zang.
Yes. So, John, first time, obviously, since 1998, Michigan enters a season as the reigning national champions. You've talked about that 98 season a bit this week. So what lessons can you impart to this team about that start to 1998? Obviously, a big favorite Michigan is coming into this game. But, yeah, I mean, Michigan's always a game that people, get fired up for, especially the Fresno States of the world. Sure. But it takes it to another level when you're the defending champs.
So the advice is, don't do it the way we did
it.
It's as basic as that.
Not the what. How about the how?
So there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, obviously, on Michigan. Longest winning streak in the country, active winning streak in the country, defending national champs. Everyone wants to be the team that knocks off Michigan, whether it's this week, next week against Texas or Arkansas State. It doesn't matter who's coming to town or where Michigan's going. Every single team wants to be the team that knocks off the defending national champs. That is the trivia question for all Wolverines fans. Who did they lose to next? Right, that's what they're after. Yeah. And so these players down here, while they can say there's no pressure because it is a new year, it's a new team, new quarterback, new line, all of those different things, they are going to be hearing those whispers. Who is that team going to be? And it doesn't mean it has to be this year. which is obviously what we're all hoping for, but there is going to be some of that pressure. Take some of that pressure and use it as excitement. Like the target on Michigan's back every single year is big.
Yeah,
we all know that, on and off the field. But the target on their back is just a little bit bigger because we are the defending national champ.
A lot of new faces out there, the coaching staff, a lot of the players, but there's some consistency in the guys that continue to come back year in and year out. And so you think that there's probably enough guys on the field tonight that have been here the last few years and have taken some of the lessons that they've learned, which is block out the outside noise, one game at a time, focus on your job, come together as a team. All those things that have led to success over the last couple years. Hopefully this team here in 2024 remembers that, carries it to this year. And, John, you said it best. Have some excitement. Football's back. It's a night game, the home opener. You're the defending national champs. The momentum is crazy right now. Capitalize on that. Use that because there is always a bullseye on your back no matter what. So it's big this year. It's big every year. Come together as a team just like the last couple seasons did. Use it as fuel to win one game at a time.
You surprised that the quarterback decision isn't out yet?
There seems to be no secrets in this world, and so I'm genuinely surprised that it has not come out. I know that the team knows. I know Sharon knows. How long he's known, we could debate that. Does it matter? No. We're going to know when they take the field exactly who that starting quarterback is going to be. But I will tell you this. I love the way that he's handled it. And it's been very Jim Harbaugh-esque, which is obviously one of the mentors of Sharon Moore, where you have a number of guys that are very competent quarterbacks, that are very talented quarterbacks, but you want to make sure that each and every one of them are continuing to strive to get better. You don't want a guy knowing, hey, I'm the second guy, so I'm going to do what I have to do to be ready, but I'm not going to push myself because what's the point? Yeah. Not that they're going to think that, but it's human nature, right? If you're second or if you're third or if you're fourth, the depth chart, you're not going to push yourself as much as you will if you think you've got a shot at that starting spot. And now all of a sudden, whether it's Davis Warren, Alex Orji, Jack Tuttle, Jaden Davis, Jaden Denegal, like you go right down the list, all of those guys are much better today than they were when they started fall camp. And it's because of that competition driving them to future and, hopefully tonight, success.
Yeah, and why show your hand? Just like in the Harbaugh era where they keep everything close to the vest, don't reveal anything you don't have to. I like that style too. I think why would you do that? Is it fair to say maybe you might see both guys play tonight, try to make Texas have to prepare for two quarterbacks, see what that looks like throughout the course of the game? Hopefully you get in a position where you're letting a lot of guys play tonight,
3,
right?
4, 5 quarterbacks
just
play.
like last season, right, where you can get everybody on the roster and get them some time and make Texas have to prepare for that. But obviously you can't look past tonight. This has to be, for whoever the starter is tonight, I think it has to be an opportunity for that person to get comfortable, to get the team to rally around him, get the momentum going as an offense, say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Here's the plan. Hopefully it goes the way that they want, and they can roll with that into week 2 after what we hope is a good victory tonight.
And here's the narrative that is driving me nuts, and I'm so happy that we're finally here tonight, is, well, why didn't they go out and get a transfer quarterback? Why didn't they go out and get reinforcements on the offensive line or at all of these different positions? How do we know? And I'm fortunate enough to be able to see practice. I know, Jack, you've seen some as well. We saw it last year. How do those that are coming up with that narrative know that the only reason that some of these guys, that Giovanni Al-Hadi didn't play last year was because he was behind, two guys that could have been playing on Sundays last year, but said, I'm going to come back for unfinished business. We may have seen more of Donovan Edwards or Ben Hall last year, but you had Blake Corum because he came back for that unfinished business. They were blocked from getting those reps and those opportunities. Now it's their team and it's their time.
Has any program in the country in the last few years used the transfer portal to supplement the roster better than Michigan? I'd argue no. So if they don't do it with quarterback, you have to feel like they have a pretty good handle. This segment brought to you by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day. Fist pump from John, yes. Whether you're tailgating like John was at about 6 a.m. or cheering from home, which John will never do.
Just sent you the picture.
There you go.
First in the lot. No yellow van, Doug. No yellow van.
Traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will go in the trenches and share some clips from a busy week on the podcast as we continue. Michigan and Fresno State, both teams starting their warm-ups on the field here at Michigan Stadium. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food.
Yeah, I'll take... What?
Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
You asked for it, and it's happening on September 7th. That's right, it's a Maze Out at the Big House when all eyes will be on Ann Arbor as the Wolverines host Texas. We need all fans in attendance to maze out the Longhorns in this marquee matchup. Then, 2 weeks later, we'll host our first ever Stripe Out when USC comes to town for the Big Ten opener. Full details for the Maze Out against Texas and the Stripe Out against USC are available at mgoblue.com/football promotions. That's mgoblue.com/football promotions.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Let's go in the trenches.
Indeed. It's a blend of the hits and some new plans on MGO Blue podcast. You still get the replay of Inside Michigan football every Monday night. The midweek version of In the Trenches comes out Wednesday mornings per usual. The player interview will be audio only, but we're going to be streaming the 7 from 77 portion of it on Tuesdays starting around 10:30 a.m. on the Michigan Athletics YouTube page. Maybe we'll whip out at Jansen 77 on X here this week. And this past week we had Jack Miller on the show. Face for TV, Jack Miller.
That's nice of you. I think you're the only one who ever has said that.
And you could tell I drove through it. I was very confident.
Yeah,
somebody unmute my mic. Somebody unmute my mic now, please.
Did you write that down?
I was told that once at a funeral that I had a face for radio. Literally waiting to go and pay your respects. And, hey, Brian, how are you?
By the dearly beloved.
Yeah.
You must be the radio guy.
Oh, yeah, you're doing radio. You have a face for radio. I'm like, well, I hope I never see you again. I'm not going to go to yours, but we'll still have the keys to the game at 5 o'clock every Thursday this year. And then, of course, the postgame episode will come out a few hours after the conclusion of this one. We talked plenty of defense this week. On Wednesday's show, Zeke Berry joined to talk about the defense and new coordinator Don Wink Martindale.
Very similar defense as with Jesse and with Mike before, but what's it been like learning from Wink?
It's been good. You know, I love Coach Wink, but you know, similarities and same defense, but just being able to, you know, be in a lot of different moving parts in this defense, you know, makes it a lot more fun to play.
What is it? Every time I ask a defensive player about Wink, they start smiling.
Yeah.
What is it about him? Because when you see him walk down the hall, he looks old school, gruff.
Yeah.
But that's not the impression I get from you guys.
Nah, that's not him. He's cool. He's goofy, funny, you know, always joking around. But he can be serious, you know, when the time is right. You know, he can lock in and be serious. But Coach Wink, I mean, I love him. In the meeting rooms, we be playing music. You know, be laughing, having a good time, but also getting our stuff done.
Well, thoughts on the OG of this defense? Wink following Jesse Minter. Before that, Mike McDonald in this defensive coordinator role. John, what do you expect?
I expect much of the same. Some of the terminology for these guys will be different, and weapons every year will be a little bit different. But when he talks about, and he joined us on Monday night for the Inside Michigan Football radio show, he mentioned that, it's going to be an attacking style defense, but it doesn't mean you need to bring the house. Like, it may look like an attacking style defense by only rushing 3 when you have Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham coming after the quarterback. Like, who do you double in that group? It could be an aggressive style with 4 or 5. And Zeke Berry filling in for, in the footsteps of Mikey Sanders still. What do they use him for, and how do they use him? Is he still going to be that guy that comes off the edge like we saw Mike do, but also drop into coverage? There's a lot of nuance to this defense. The principles will be the same, but it's going to be more the different players and the different skill sets that will dictate how he's going to call it.
Yeah, the way I look at it, Wink's been in the game a long time, right? You got to trust the fact that he knows the X's and O's and the scheme to make these guys successful. The 2 prior defensive coordinators, like we've talked about, kind of came from his style and his scheme of football. I was really encouraged to hear the players and some of the other coaches talk a lot about who he is as a person. An older guy, so you think, can he relate to those guys? Can he recruit? That's been, I think, a big part of their success the last couple of years. But all the reports that have come out on him is that he's a ball of fun to be around. He's super relatable. The players love him. They want to play hard for him. That was maybe, I think, the question mark hiring him earlier in the year. That's been put to bed, I think. They really have bought into his system and him as a person, too. And, you match that up with a good scheme, I think this defense can be just fine coming into the year.
Well, players like Zeke Berry and this guy coming up, TJ Guy, they'll be key in helping Wink settle into this role. Obviously, a ton of departures from last year's team, and Guy is expected to be pressed into significant snaps, and from all accounts, he's ready. He's embraced the opportunity, and he was on with John during Monday's Inside Michigan Football radio show.
Coach Wink Martindale said, hey, we see him as a starter. He may not be the first one out, but we see him as a starter. What's different this year for you?
Preparation and attention to detail. Staying proactive with everything coming at you, staying in the moment, not looking too far ahead, being more professional in my business, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
What is it when people get a chance to see you? Because we got a chance. It's not like we didn't see you last year, but we're going to see you more. What type of player, if you're telling somebody that's never seen TJ Guy play before, what should they expect?
A dominant, relentless pass rusher, a complete edge defender, and a good teammate.
You know what? When we see a guy like TJ Guy, I mentioned all the guys that were blocked last year. We saw him a little bit, but how are you supposed to get in there when you've got a guy like Jalen Harrell who's down in Tennessee, and they couldn't be more excited about what he is bringing?
Can't believe he made it to the 7th round. That was shocking.
Right, but they're so excited. And Brayden McGregor, who was undrafted and makes the 53 with the Jets.
Looked awesome with the
Jets.
Now
all of a sudden you have other guys like a Derek Moore, like a TJ Guy, like a all these guys that are finally going to get a chance to show why they came to Michigan. And there are so many players around the country that want to leave for greener pastures. And Michigan has been able to hold on to those guys, one, because they love the school, they love the education they're getting, they love the program, they love their teammates, so they're willing to bide their time. And when it's their time, they're more than ready and prepared to shine. And TJ Guy is one of them.
Add Rayshon Benny to that list, too. I think you're going to need a whole host of those guys to add that depth that's been so crucial for the defensive line. We know who the studs are, the starting 4. They should be dynamite. Can they get guys to spell them every once in a while, keep them healthy, keep them fresh, let them go be at 100%? If they can do that and get some of those starters out, that's going to be a really, really deadly front, which I think is going to lead the way this year.
Michigan and Fresno State coming up from the Big House. Shadows starting to cast their way over the field, gearing up for a 7:34 kick for the Wolverines and the Bulldogs. Much more to do, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan with 4 captains, and they're 4 very different stories, journeys, here to this point, a big-time leadership role for the defending national champs. We'll talk about him with our captain, John Jansen, as we continue. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student-athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, Kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's time to step up, Wolverine Nation. The 2024 Recycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycle bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has a tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
This is Michigan football.
The special part about Michigan is that everyone is so in line here that there's a standard that's been built, and it's all about just keeping it there. And the captains that we've selected and the other leaders that are in this building, we all work just to keep in that same line, and the blueprint's there. Just keep building off of it.
Process, pursuit, standard. Sharon Moore mentioned those three tenets for this program in his introductory press conference. Max Bredesen, who you just heard from, along with Donovan Edwards, Makari Page, and Rod Moore, captains that will lead the charge from a player standpoint. John, let's go through these four, starting with Bredesen, former walk-on. Of course, the Bredesen name, well-known in the Michigan football family. What he does, his position, not glamorous in most areas of college football, but in this program, and I think in this fan base, it's really appreciated.
Well, it is, and I mean, during the spring game, we celebrated a 7-yard catch by by Max Bredesen simply because they threw him the ball.
We would have celebrated a 7-yard catch by Ben Bredesen,
right?
Too.
Yes, even more so. Yeah. But I mean, the fact is, this is the one individual that I think stirs everything for Michigan's offense. He's always the one that's the lead blocker. He's the one that's doing all the dirty work. And when you have a guy like that, and it's no surprise that he's a captain, it sets the standard for the next guy to come in and say, you don't have to be the headliner. And you know, we heard this. I've shared this before. When you win, there's enough for everybody. And when Max Bredesen goes out there and takes the field, he demands respect from his teammates. They give it to him, and because they know that he is the guy that's going to do all the little dirty things that no one else wants to do because they're really uncomfortable. And they may hurt a little bit, but he is why this offense has been so successful on the ground.
And a big reason for some of Donovan Edwards' success, one of the other captains who we'll talk about, of course, Blake Corum last year, Max Bredesen. Now, you know, Donovan, he had to show some maturity last year individually, wasn't getting as many carries, wasn't scoring touchdowns until late in the season. This time last year, you know, I think the plan was for him, he was pretty open about saying he wanted to be in the NFL at this exact moment. He's shown the ability to create big plays. He's been a vocal leader for a long time. This feels, for me and for Donovan, like a chance for him to be able to lead by example in terms of, hey, Blake Corum could shoulder 25, 30 carries. I don't think Donovan's going to get that many carries, but he could get that many touches in some games this year.
He should, because of the way he can catch the ball, the way that he can be used as a weapon, not just as a running back. But when you talk about a guy that, okay, he comes back for his last year of eligibility, And, yeah, he could have been playing on Sundays, but the numbers didn't really dictate it. And then you look and you say, okay, well, why didn't they? And all of last year, never once complained, I should be getting the ball more. I should be doing this, should be doing that. It was simply, and then he looked inside himself. And when we had him on the podcast, middle of the summer, and he talked about, I was looking for it to be big play Dono every single time. And now that you've got a guy that's okay with those 3, 4, 5, 6 yard carries, the vision, the patience will all be there for him. Now it's just a matter of following through and then being ready when those big plays are available. And I don't think he'll have any problem being ready for those.
No, absolutely not. He's had plenty in big games before. Defensively, first captain to talk about Makari Page. Sherrone Moore said this week that Page doesn't say much, but when he does say something, it matters. And how about the connection? 2 West Bloomfield teammates, now Michigan captains together.
Yeah, and Ron Bellamy. I mean, a guy that is coaching on the offensive side now came here at the same time as those guys. But, when you have guys that are willing to show with their pads, willing to show – and we'll see it with their pads. We see it at practice in the game today. But it's all of the moments that we don't see that players do when they're in the weight room, when it's winter conditioning and everything is uncomfortable and things are really hard, but you're doing everything the right way and you're doing it with the effort that these guys do it with. All of those things never go unnoticed by the guys, because when they're doing it, especially seniors, guys that are stars, when they're doing it, then that puts the pressure on every single guy on the roster to have to do it as well.
The interesting one is Rod Moore, the ACL injury during spring ball, yet many have raved about his willingness to step right in and lead, stay engaged, be around, even though he admitted when he got the diagnosis, when he learned it was what it was, he said he cried. And it's interesting because, remember, when all of this started, when Michigan's resurgence began, Ronnie Bell, he had a couple big plays in that opener in 2021, but he had to lead while injured. So the model is there, and from all accounts, I mean, Rod Moore, everyone's always raved about his football IQ. The one, way to look at the glimmer of hope in all of this is that his ability to watch film, his willingness to do it, it's going to help that now he can devote more of that time to helping others in that regard.
Well, and in the long run, and no player wants to ever hear this or even think about it, in the long run, taking that step back, and it's one thing to do it, it's another thing to coach it. And when you get that deeper understanding of how offenses and defenses operate, because you're coaching it to other guys, then when you get back on the field, you have this better perspective on how you fit into the grand scheme of what this defense is trying to do. And for him to be able to do that and show some of the younger guys that, hey, this is how we did it, this is how we're going to do it, and here's what I'm seeing on the film for you. Here's what I'm seeing on film as we play and prepare for a team like Fresno State.
We don't know if Rod Moore will go into coaching after his playing days are over, but if he does, I guarantee you this season will be cited as something that helped spark him, helped him learn a lot of skills that goes into it, and we'll see. Hopefully he can find his way back to playing down the stretch. Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Let's give you a traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. We'll talk about some of the other games, including the interminable, or almost interminable, one that transpired down in Morgantown as we continue With Rob Joyce next, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
It's Toyota's National Sales Event, the perfect time to extend your summer fun in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Now through September 3rd, choose 5.25 APR financing on any new 2025 Camry. Or you can lease a Camry LE for $319 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Bring Lovett to the near side. Trips to the right side for Beck. Snap it back. He's in the shotgun. Stays in the pocket. Lobs it up. Caught by Humphreys. 30, 20, far sideline, 10, collision, touchdown.
That is the voice of the Georgia Bulldogs, Scott Howard. Carson Beck, 23 of 33, 278 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, is the team that comes in as the preseason #1, Georgia rolling Clemson 34-3. We'll talk about some of the other games with Rob Joyce momentarily. First, though, time to visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. On this day, 22 years ago, Michigan and, John, their longtime Big Ten rivals, the Washington Huskies, played a thriller at the Big House to kick off the 2002 season. Third time was a charm for Phil Brabbs. Booted a 44-yard field goal to win it, 31-29, which kicked off what would become a 10-win season for the Wolverines. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. Are you mentally ready for the 11 o'clock BTN window, John?
What, Pac-12 at night, which is no longer Pac-12, but is now Big Ten.
Did the Big Ten
at night?
The Pac-12, I guess, still technically the trademarks are still belonging to 2 schools now. But
yeah,
will you be up for Washington Weber State?
I will be tonight.
The end of it. The end of it.
It's just be getting home. I gotta get my midnight snack in and watch something. So, and honestly. Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that college football Saturdays, I don't want it to be a Big Ten game. I don't ever want us, when we go out there, I know they haven't set the time for the Washington game yet. If it's at 11 o'clock, I will. That's a whole nother window that we have never even questioned. We always talk noon, 3:30, or primetime, 8 o'clock start. Like, we've never even, talked about an 11 o'clock Eastern kick. So,
well, when Ward Manuel swings by to say hello, we just need to make sure we reiterate. Hopefully, we don't ever participate.
Oh,
in
you think Ward wants to be out that late? I think we're safe. in having someone on our side in that argument.
Well, yeah, true. Chair of the playoff committee. That definitely helps. All right, let's bring in Rob Joyce. Let's talk about some of the other games here going on in the Big Ten. Rob, what do you have your eyes on, including a game in Columbus that certainly hasn't been as lopsided as odds makers thought before it kicked off?
Yeah, Akron struck first against Ohio State and took the Buckeyes about a quarter to get in rhythm. Now they're up comfortably 24-3 about midway through the third. Remember, Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator there now. Indiana up comfortably on Florida International, 24-7 early fourth there. Nebraska all over UTEP, 37-7. Impressive performance for the former five-star quarterback Dylan Raiola. And then Northwestern was tied at the half with Miami, Ohio, early fourth. Wildcats just took a 13-3 lead, so not a whole lot going on in the Big Ten. It is a final in Morgantown after that long weather delay. Penn State did beat West Virginia 34-12.
John, what do you make of Penn State? Drew Aller looking good today, and it does feel like if he plays well, if he becomes the quarterback that many thought he would when Penn State signed him, it does feel like that can be what propels Penn State into the college football playoff, the 12-teamer. Many people, you look at the projections in the Big Ten, it's Ohio State, Oregon, and then some people have had Michigan behind Penn State. Listen, I see the rosters. I get why Michigan is, again, being discounted a little bit. But over Penn State, I don't know.
Well, I mean, okay. My response is James Franklin. James Franklin, if Michigan is ranked in the top 10, if Ohio State is ranked in the top 10, he can't beat them. Yeah. He just simply can't. Oregon, I mean, you go right down the list of possibilities. So that is one thing that they're going to have to find a way to get over. But, yeah, I mean, Drew Aller is one of those quarterbacks, and he's kind of along the same lines as one that we're going to see next week in Quinn Ewers, where at times you're, okay, I get why he was highly recruited, why people talk all about him. He's tall, he got a strong arm, but it comes down to processing defenses, understanding your offense, and being able to go out there and execute. And at times, yeah, he can do it, but it's got to be very consistent. And quarterback play is going to always be the thing, especially in the preseason, that people point to as to why you're ranked where you're ranked. Look at all the transfers. Dylan Gabriel at Oregon and Cam Ward down in, was it Miami? Or and you've got all of these different quarterbacks at different spots. That's in large part why they are ranking them where they are.
It'll be fascinating all throughout college football. This isn't a Trevor Lawrence year or a Caleb Williams year. This could be a Joe Burrow year. Burrow did not go into his last year at LSU anywhere close to people's projected number one pick. Who knows who will be the top quarterback off the board? This might be a year where it's not the number one pick in the draft, so it'll be fascinating. Aller, Ewers, they have the recruiting chops, the stars from back in the day. We'll see what they can deliver. Rob, quickly, the other games nationally. We talked about Georgia, Clemson. What else are you watching that we'll keep tabs on throughout the night?
Was touted as a big rivalry game coming in. Miami is routing Florida. It's 38-10 Canes in Gainesville, late third quarter there. And then if you're thinking Texas might look ahead to next week when they come to the Big House, and not so much. It's 45-0 Longhorns over at Colorado State. And then one other game tonight to watch, Texas A&M hosts Notre Dame at 7:30.
Yeah, that's big for the ACC. If they're going to try to get more than just an auto bid in, they probably needed to get this one against a Florida team that's not projected in the upper echelon of the SEC.
No, and Florida desperately needed to show up in this one because their schedule is as hard as you're going to find in a number of years in college football.
A&M, Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss, and Florida State all on this. Plus Kentucky. I mean, Kentucky's not easy. Mississippi State on the road's not easy. Yeah, good luck. Indeed. All right, we'll keep tabs on those games as we continue. Doug Carr standing by. We'll hear from him. But first, another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Doug Carr shares his thoughts on the season opener with Fresno State. Kickoff at 7:34. Getting you ready for it on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Pause for a break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Yacht Run to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
It's the Detroit Wing Co. Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingCo.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Doug, Happy New Year. What's going on?
Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm great. You, John, Jason, got your long-awaited delivery about an hour ago. A championship ring.
Yeah, I'm pretty humbled. Yeah. Pretty humbled by that.
It's pretty awesome.
It is really, really cool, and I'm very grateful and very humbled.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is one of those things that, and I honestly, it's different than the ones that the players got. They kind of combined all four that the players got: the Rose Bowl, the CFP, the National Championship, all of the rings into one, and it's a little bit more wearable actually than the ones that the players got. So it's one that it's beautiful. Obviously, got the big block M on top with some bling around it. It's a thing of beauty. We're very grateful, and as Doug said, humbled to be able to be a part of this in our first couple of years. It's been a nice run.
Knock on wood, man. I mean, 28-1 last 2 years. It's been a hell of a run.
Yeah.
So how has this offseason differed for you, Doug? John, Jack, and I have kind of talked about it because going into last season, there was still that pent-up frustration, rage in a lot of ways. At Schembeckler Hall, it did feel like a continuation of the 22 season in 23 because so many guys came back. They didn't really leave. There wasn't a lot of summer vacationing. So how have you taken in these last 8 months? Because for me, it's been a little bit more mellow, and I think that's what happens after you win a title.
Yeah, I have a son that just graduated, and we were at a graduation party in the off season, and I'm sitting there with all of his buddies, and I said, "Do you guys realize that your time at Michigan was like the golden era of Michigan football?"
Yeah, no doubt.
I think Ryan Day would be on the hot seat if that were the case. If he managed to pack 6 losses to Michigan into a 4-year span.
I don't believe a seat would be available. There would be no seat.
We're getting carried away.
Yeah.
Focus.
Sure. Fresno State.
It's a long way off.
I do want to talk through the quarterback situation. Still no official word. Interesting dynamic all throughout. The thing that I've looked at when it comes to the quarterback spot is, hey, regardless of who plays, regardless of if there's any sort of rotation or special packages for whoever is that second quote-unquote quarterback, there's going to be an acclimation process. J.J. McCarthy, he had obviously plenty of wow plays, but he did a lot of things that are very easy to take for granted, to just assume. For a guy who was a starting quarterback, lost one game in his entire career, you're going to have some growing. This offense is going to be different because of that, especially early.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of college football over the last 7 days. Last weekend, Thursday night, Friday night, and today. And there are growing pains early. There are nerves. There are things that you can't prepare for until you're in this environment. So with either Alex Orji or Davis Warren, it is going to be an adjustment period. I mean, maybe they'll come out flying, but I fully expect them to be better in the second quarter than they were in the first, third quarter than they were in the second, and fourth quarter than they were in the third.
There'll be some bumps. There's no question. And no one is asking whoever the quarterback is going to be perfect, because they're going to be different than JJ. This offensive line is going to be different. Donovan Edwards should be different this year than he was last year. Same with Colston and the group of tight ends, receivers. Like, there's going to be so many different parts, but there's also there's the opportunity for them to be better at some things than maybe they were the last couple of years. So it's going to be really up to Kirk Campbell, who's now calling the plays, and Sharon and the offensive staff to put together a game plan that promotes all of the things that they do well, that they're comfortable with doing now. And then once they ace those in a game environment, then you can start adding to that plate just a little bit more.
What else are you looking for this week, especially with what looms? Texas taking care of Colorado State pretty emphatically as expected, but there will be a lot of conversation in the next 6 days that will be framed by what we see tonight to see how it can translate to Texas.
It's a great question. I think it's a lot of eyes on the offensive line and want to make sure that they, as a unit, can get the job done. It takes a lot of reps. It takes familiarity. It takes communication. And this is, it's a group that's never played together before. There's a surprising amount of experience for replacing 5 starters from the national championship game. So that'll get a lot of discussion. I think I was at practice this week, and an insider told me they think they know what they're getting out of Tyler Morris and Samaj Morgan at the wideout spots. But if they could find 2 other guys to have 30 catches each, that they'll feel really good about it. And I'll tell you what, there are 2 players, one on offense, one on defense, that I'm really excited to see. Linebacker Jayshon Barham on the Michigan defense, a transfer from Maryland, who's just been wrecking people in fall camp. And number 2 tight end, Marlon Klein, straight out of Cologne, Germany, soccer player with apparently elite-level speed.
Yeah, I'm talking about one of the fastest on the team regardless of position. So I'm excited to see him as well. We saw him a couple of years ago until the 10-yard line got him on one of those long pass plays.
Spring game, was it?
Spring game, yeah. But he is a guy, and this is a tight end room that is so deep. Colston Loveland is obviously going to be the one that we're going to see and talk about the most. But whether it's Marlon Klein and you go right down the roster, there are so many guys that are ready to step in and be matchup nightmares for a defense. I mean, Colston Loveland, what is he, 6'4"? The way he runs, Marlon Klein, you put him out there, all of these guys, and that's why I talk about, like, there's a chance that this year, it's not going to look at all like it did last year, but there are things that they could do better than maybe they did last year, and it's going to be exciting to find what those things are.
Just remember, by the way, you heard soccer in Germany for the punter, where are they from game this season. Germany is now a potential option. Don't just guess Australia.
I refuse to sit there and go through what country is this kicker from? What country is this kicker from?
Boy, 5 minutes ago, what a great 2 years we've had. 5 minutes later, I am not doing that game that Doug created.
Trust me, I know I'm going to get I'm going to get the question.
No, you can't. No, you can't do it now. We got to do track. No, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I am abstaining. I'll share my thoughts. Maybe I don't know, Wyoming or something. All right. There's Doug. We'll come back with John's keys, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
John's keys to the game for Michigan and Fresno State coming up as we conclude the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Hey, Michigan. Let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
Oh, John, we are at the light at the end of the tunnel after splunking through that off-season cave. We've returned to your keys to the game. I know you've been working on these for about 8 months. We'll start with the offense. We'll eventually learn the starting quarterback, and I think that will certainly have a big role in this one.
Well, it will, and honestly, when you're trying to learn about this team and even about your opponent, you don't really know that much about it, especially with a new head coach, and so it's just simply possess the football. If you're a running back, hey, Donovan Edwards, Kalel Mullings, you guys are going to be the ones that are tasked with it first. Just make sure you possess the ball. And, yeah, there are moments where you can stretch for an extra yard. You can fight for that extra half a yard. But you got to make sure that you protect the ball at all costs. And whoever that quarterback is, one of the key traits as to why they won the job was simply because they did a better job of gaining the trust of possessing the football. Number two, establish a rhythm and confidence with this offense. What works for this offense? What's going to be the asset? Is it going to be Colston Loveland down the middle? Is it going to be Marlon Klein? Is it going to be Samaj Morgan or Donovan out of the backfield? There's so many questions right now. Find your rhythm, get some confidence, and then eventually at some point, because you are playing a much better and bigger opponent next week, show a downfield threat. Take some shots downfield. Make sure that they know, hey, we can't just load the box against Donovan in this running game. We've got to be able to stay back. We can't just blitz the quarterback. You got to show that threat downfield. And whether it's, hey, we can find holes in zones, or it's simply we've got somebody that can burn, we got to get downfield.
Speaking of next week, I think defensive keys and what we're going to watch for here tonight, we'll have an eye thinking about, okay, how could this translate to Texas, Quinn Ewers and company coming to town next week?
Hey, you got to strike fear into Quinn Ewers now. And I feel bad for Mikey Keene because when this defense lines up, they are going to be chomping at the bit to get after the quarterback. And that's the first thing. You got to harass the quarterback, pressure with 3 rushers, with 4, with 5. If you're going to add a linebacker or a nickel in, find different ways to get after it. But if you want to strike fear into Quinn Ewers now, make it so that, hey, we double-team Mason Graham, and we couldn't do anything about it. We double-teamed Kenneth Grant, couldn't do anything about it. And then there was Derek Moore or Josiah Stewart. That's how you set the tone right now. Number 2, create some turnovers. force that ball out, gang tackle, at first one there, wrap up. Everybody else attack the football. And when they do throw the ball downfield, be ball hawks. Find a way to come away with that football. And then here's a goal, and I don't know if it's even attainable, but 0 rush yards. You look at this defensive front, and I talked about them as being able to get after the passer. They're just as dominant against the run, if not more so. So you got a guy that's coming in, 1,000-yard back, shut him down now.
How about special teams? Again, a lot of what the framework, remember, this was all September and October in a lot of ways last year, was getting ready for the big games. There are a lot more big games, and Michigan has been so good in special teams in this run of 3 straight Big Ten titles.
When you're in position to get points, we want to always come away with 6, but at some point you're going to have to get field goals. When you're in position to get points, add them up. Put points on the board. Number 2, discipline in your coverage lanes. That's probably the one thing early on in seasons when you see punt returns, kick returns for touchdowns, it's not because you've got a great returner. It's simply because somebody got out of their lane. They were undisciplined. So tonight on the coverage teams, make sure you're disciplined. And this is a team that knows Fresno State coming in here that they are outmatched athletically and in every way. They're going to take chances. Not all the time, but you got to be ready. And special teams is one where whether it's something unique they're going to do on kick return or punt or fakes, this is where you've got to have a heightened awareness of all of those things. And it comes back to not just staying disciplined in your rush lanes, it's staying disciplined in your assignment. Trust your teammates. They're going to do theirs. You simply focus on yours on special teams, and all will end well.
Those are John Jansen's keys to the game as we gear up for a kickoff at 7:34. Lots to do in our final hour of pregame coverage. We'll delve into the offensive and defensive scouting reports here from coordinators Kurt Campbell and Wink Martindale. Analysis from John, Doug, Jack, Jason. Interviews with Mason Graham and the head coach Sharon Moore. All gearing up for the season opener under the lights at the Big House. First all-time meeting between Michigan and Fresno State in football. Wolverines ready to begin the defense of that 2023 national championship. Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned. Doug and John kick off our pregame show when we come back. You're locked into Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. Concept to completion. Count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! Across, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The process. Everybody's really dedicated to their craft. Work every day and be process-driven and prove ourselves right. We got guys that have been here, and they know how it works. They know how it rolls.
Every detail is taken into account every day.
Making sure each and every day we come out with a purpose and just striving to make sure we get better each and every day.
The pursuit. And it's always been Michigan versus everybody, so ain't nothing really changed much.
A lot of dogs, a lot of dudes that are just hungry to win.
From the first to the last, just dominating.
Just ready to seize the opportunity,
The standard.
We hold ourselves a very high standard here at Michigan.
Keep the standard at what it is right now, follow it the whole way there.
There's no doubt in my mind that we will be able to accomplish our goals.
Beat the rivals. Win the Big Ten.
Win national championship.
A lot of guys have been putting in the work to, make sure that we can do this year again.
Every day, give it your all.
Preparing to go win and play the best you can. To let everything else fall where it may at the end of the year.
For playing championship football with champions, it's the formula to win games, isn't it?
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
2023, that was fun. And now it's time to get back at it. The wait is over, and today the Michigan Wolverines return to action as college football's reigning national champions. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain of our broadcast, John Jansen. John, how are you?
I'm doing great. I couldn't be happier to be here, and it does sound great to hear that this is the reigning national champions in college football.
Well, new year and a new all full-time leader in Sharon Moore. We're familiar with Sharon, an elite O-line coach, play caller, offensive coordinator, and he did a great job as a substitute teacher last year.
He did. So we know on game days, he's already aced that test. Now that he is a part of developing the game plan, a part of developing game plans in all three phases. Now, it's not just offense, it's defense, it's special teams. He sat in all those meetings. There's so much more that encompasses what a head coach does. It'll be interesting to see how he's handling all of that, not just tonight, but as the season goes on.
And one of the biggest decisions, of course, is who's going to be the starting quarterback. We await final word on that, but give us your thoughts on both Alex Orji and Davis Warren.
I'm so impressed with how these guys have handled the competition. They have pushed each other to be better. They're both better now than I ever really anticipated either would be starting the season, so I'm excited to see who that starter is going to be.
And, of course, you always have one eye on the offensive line. All five starters have moved on, and yet it feels like a group with some experience.
They do. I mean, whether it's Giovanni Alhadi, we've talked about him. He's started games. He's had a lot of experience. Josh Preeb coming over from Northwestern. Miles Hinton has had experience. All of these guys are ready to take the role and be the guy that is ready to step in and play.
Coach Moore said on your radio show this week that he actually thinks this offense can be faster than last year's offense.
I think he's right. And when you look at what Donovan's been able to do, and you look at Colston Loveland and Marlon Klein, Samaj Morgan, I mean, you look at the entire offense, it really does have an opportunity to be faster, but they've got to play that way.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to process that way as well.
You mentioned Donovan Edwards and Kalel Mullings, the big back in the backfield. Edwards dropped some weight. The theory is he can be a little bit faster and maybe break those tackles when he just got tripped up last year.
Well, I was going to wait to tell you this when we were off air, but I was standing at practice yesterday, and Kalel Mullings came around. Whatever Donovan lost, I think Kalel picked up. And I was thinking to myself, if I'm a defensive back, how do I tackle this guy? That's a big dude And I'm excited to see how they handle the 1-2 combo that they're going to be.
It's Michigan's version of the bus. The strength of this team, of course, is the defense. There are NFL draft picks, first-round picks at all three levels. And let's start with the defensive line. Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant will start in the middle. Derek Moore and Josiah Stewart on the edges.
If I'm an offensive line coach, how do I block this front four? Because somebody's going to be manned up. There's going to be a couple of guys that are manned up. You can only double-team one guy, and the other ones are going to take advantage of it. I can't wait to see them unleashed on college football.
The linebacking core, speaking of getting unleashed, number one in the middle of the defense, Jayshon Barham, the transfer from Maryland, who wrecked games last year without All-Americans in front of him and without All-Americans behind him. He could be a problem all season long.
I've seen a number of NFL linebackers, obviously having played in it for more than a decade. He looks like every single guy that I played against. He's big, he's fast, and the part about him that I love the most is he seeks contact. He is the guy that initiates the violence.
Well, and there's a lot more to preview with this team. Michigan and Fresno. The weather today, 76 degrees, partly cloudy, minimal wind. We expect it to get down into the 60s by the time this one is over. We'll preview today's opponent, Fresno State. Also coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8 Jason Avant, and later Michigan coach Sharon Moore. It's Go Blue versus Go Dogs Go. Coming up tonight from right here, it's the Big House in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
At Toyota's national sales event, you can choose from more hybrid and all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else, including the best-selling RAV4. Now through September 3rd, choose 4.99 APR financing on a new 2024 RAV4 or RAV4 hybrid with approved credit through TFS. Excludes RAV4 Prime, or you can get a great lease deal on RAV4. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The reigning national champions are back in action. The 2024 season begins with a primetime matchup against Fresno State. Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
The last time Michigan football took the field, it was in Houston, Texas on January 8th, a day that Wolverines fans will remember forever. So much has changed since that night. Most importantly, of course, the glow of finally returning to the top of the sport for the first time since 1997. But also in personnel, 13 NFL draft picks, many others key to the title who are no longer in the maize and blue. And of course, Jim Harbaugh is readying for the LA Chargers season opener with several assistants and support staff members also in Los Angeles. Yet, plenty of familiarity with maybe the most star-studded roster in college football, and a quote-unquote new head coach who already has 4 head coaching wins at Michigan in this man, Sharon Moore.
You've seen a fast team. Feel like we're even faster on offense. Feel like we're going to be super physical on offense. Feel like our defense is going to be tough to deal with all the things that they can do, but obviously the players that we have. So feel really good, but more importantly, feel like they've become a team and they've become really together. And they got to the point where they just got tired of hitting each other, which happens. So, we sometimes you got to take off the pads, because as soon as the pads go on with our guys, it's a bludgeoning. So we're in a good place.
John Jansen, do you agree with the head coach?
I agree that the team is in a good place. The program is in a good place. This is a program that hasn't seen a mass exodus of transfers. They have guys that have waited their turn, whether it's Giovanni El-Hadi, whether it's Kalel Mullings continuing to fight and earn more opportunity. It's got, we know about Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, but it's Eno Etta, it's Rayshawn Benny who's back from injury, TJ Guy. I think there's so many guys that I'm excited to see that have just simply waited their turn, and now it's their time to shine.
In that clip, you heard Sharon Moore say that he believes the offense is faster than last year. Kirk Campbell, the new offensive coordinator, agrees, and obviously time will tell if that means that the offense can be better than last year. A lot of it will revolve around replacing J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. Still don't know who yet, but Kirk Campbell talked about both this week. Starting, we'll go alphabetically with Alex Orji.
Just maturity and growth. Now he's trying to step up into, possibly a starting quarterback position, a maturity position, a leadership position. Just a lot of growth, knowledge of the offense, improved fundamentals. And he's just been really good at throwing the football. Obviously, his athletic traits speak for themselves, and those will flourish when the time presents itself. So just really, really proud of him.
John, your thoughts on Alex Orji's camp?
A tremendous athlete and a guy that has grown so much this offseason and being able to throw the ball, understanding the offense. And it's really about concepts. And that's the hardest thing for a quarterback in terms of putting all the routes together, in terms of calling plays and one setting up another, and knowing exactly what's going to happen. That's where I've seen a lot of growth for him.
Now here's Kirk Campbell on Davis Warren.
Davis is an extremely smart individual. Probably, he's the most like JJ last year as far as a thrower, as athleticism. Great decision maker, great IQ, just a great student of the game. I love having Davis in the room and everything he's brought to the quarterback room.
How about for Davis Warren, your impressions?
I love his entire story of what he has fought through to get to this point and to even be in the mix at this point, to even be playing football at this point. Love what he brings. He's got a strong arm, an accurate arm that can get downfield, puts a high priority on possessing the football, and his decision-making is really good.
Acute myeloid leukemia back in March of 2019. From that to now potentially being a starting quarterback at Michigan. We'll go into our defensive scouting report on the other side of this timeout as we continue to get you ready. Michigan and Fresno State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Are you interested in a career in metals and plastics distribution? Join the Alro team. Alro Steel and Alro Plastics have over 3,000 teammates in 80 locations covering 16 states. At Alro, you will receive extensive upfront training with many opportunities for advancement. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. We offer competitive compensation and an excellent benefits package. Apply today at careers.alro.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
A primetime opener in the Big House, Michigan, hosting Fresno State in the start of its national title defense. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Time now for the defensive scouting report, and for Michigan, looking back to last year, the overwhelming depth of the defense wore on teams that really showed up in wins against the likes of Penn State, Ohio State, especially Washington in the national title game. So how would new defensive coordinator Wink Martindale gauge the depth of this year's defense?
It's still a work in progress. You know, we have some guys who I think will play well. They just haven't done it yet. So you have to wait and see once they get underneath the lights of it really happening. And you know, we've had some guys that had some really good practices, and we just got to be more consistent, flat out honest. Is one of our concerns is developing more depth of where we're at. We don't have the same kind of depth we had last year, so we got to just continue to work on it.
How close, John, do you think Michigan is to last year's depth, and does it just require experience?
It will require some experience, but, I mean, you take the guys that are going to be starting. They were the ones that were up front on that fourth down stop against Alabama. Moore, Grant, Graham, Stewart. And now you look at the guys that are behind him. TJ Guy, we've talked about him. Eno Etta, Rayshawn Benny, Ike Owanu. Like, there are plenty. I just mentioned 8 guys. And so last year there was a rotation of 8 or 9. Now we're already talking about 8 guys up front. And then you look at the linebackers. And we talked to Wink on Monday night. Obviously, Jay Sean Barham and Ernest Hausman are going to get the majority of reps, but you got Jaden Hood, Jimmy Rolder right there, ready to play, Micah Pollard knocking at the door. There's depth there. It just doesn't have a lot of experience, and that's what a large part of tonight is going to be.
To Fresno State, they went 9-4 last year, returning starting quarterback Mikey Keene leading the way. They have 3 offensive line starters back, several key skill weapons. Malik Sherrod almost eclipsed 1,000 yards on the ground despite some injury issues. Wide receiver Jalen Moss had 51 grabs, 630 yards, 5 touchdowns, including a win at Purdue. They had a touchdown from Jalen Moss. Here's Wink Martindale on the Bulldogs.
I think their quarterback, number one, he reminds me of Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. He's a little shorter guy, but he can make throws. He gets the ball out of his hand fast, and the running back is he can do damage in both the run game and the passing game. He's not a big power back, but he's a guy that they get the ball in space, and he's a tough tackle. And it's going to be a tough challenge for us coming right out of the gate.
Your thoughts on the Bulldogs offensively?
I think you're going to see Mikey Keene just do what Wink's talked about, get the ball out of his hand quick. What does that mean for the defense? Yeah, you're going to have to be good on some of those short passes, but it's not going to stress them down the field. You're not going to have those deep throws because he knows with the defensive front, he's not going to have a lot of time to throw. So ball in hand, out as fast as possible.
One of Michigan's stars defensively, Mason Graham, our player guest next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Counting down to kickoff, Michigan and Fresno State here in the season opener. Great to be joined by Mason Graham, Michigan defensive line. You know, this time 2 years ago, you were pretty well known in the facility and around the program, but outside, not many people knew about Mason Graham. What got you from that point to this, where now you are one of the top returning players in college football?
Yeah, I just always felt like I've had that chip on my shoulder, no matter what people thought of me. You know, obviously coming out of high school, really wasn't a high recruited guy. Came here and just with that chip on my shoulder, wanted to get on the field as fast as possible and make an impact. So I feel like I just carried that throughout my time here, and I think I always will.
Impressions of Wink Martindale, your new defensive coordinator, and Lou Esposito, your new defensive line coach. How has that acclimation process gone?
I mean, it's been really easy. Those are both great guys, both funny to be around, easy to talk to, they're just going to tell you the honest truth, what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And I felt like that's been a big part of, our defensive success this offseason and going into fall camp, just being up front with everyone.
Wink did say you had been a little bit banged up during training camp. Are you good to go for this one? And did that inhibit your prep for the season in any way?
Yeah, not really. I feel really good and ready to go on Saturday.
I know players don't like talking about themselves as much, so I want you to give me the scouting report on Kenneth Grant and his evolution from winning the national championship to now getting ready for the opener.
Yeah, I just feel like we've both been pushing ourselves, especially him and me too. On being better versions of ourselves, and I feel like he's done a great job this offseason of focusing on little things, trying to get better. And yeah, I mean, obviously he has a freak skill set. You can just look at him and know. Not really much to say, but he's just an athletic freak, and I feel like that's been displayed for a long time now, and people are just going to continue to keep on saying that.
Something that was so key for you all last year, defensively en route to the title, was the depth, being able to shuffle guys in and out. Do you feel like this year's team has similar depth to what last year's team possessed?
I mean, yeah, and there's different ways. A lot of the young guys are going to have to, step up and play more snaps. I just feel like that's something also that we have embraced as a defense, letting those young guys know, bringing them along, investing our time, coach's time, investing into those guys, just trying to bring everyone together and bring everyone along because we know we're going to need everyone this year.
Offensive line, all 5 starters gone from last year's team. Tell us what you've seen from those guys in camp. They said you and Kenneth and some of the other guys were good work for them. How much of good work were they for you?
I mean, they're all good work. They're all competing. There's been a lot of talk about them and what they do, but I feel like they're a great group. They've been getting better every day, competing against us, each other, themselves. So I feel like Coach Newsom has also done a great job with them, coaching them up and, putting them in the right positions. And I feel like they've kind of embraced that role of the competition that's going to be happening, and I feel like they're doing great, and it's going to be a great season.
Lastly, back at the big house, under the lights, excitement level for this opportunity? How much are you and how much is this team chomping at the bit to get back out there?
Yeah, no, we've, ever since the summer, going through summer conditioning and then going to fall camp, we're playing only each other for the whole month, so we're kind of ready to break out and tear the chains off and go against someone else rather than just ourselves every day. But it's always iron sharpens iron.
Mason Graham, appreciate the time.
Yep, thank you.
Much more to do on the pregame show as we count you down to the Wolverines and Fresno State. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. And it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Low snap, quarterback run up the middle. Yeah! He's not going to make it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Make It Ford summer sales event is on, so make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs. Check out the 2024 Ford Escape. AZ Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,289 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $250 RCL bonus cash, $4,500 trade assist, and $485 summer sales event cash. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stocked by September 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details.
So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $249 a month during the Make It Ford summer sales event. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
It's time for our Leaders in Best Career Spotlight, brought to you by Michigan Medicine. Jobs in healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. And today we're talking with Lauren Esch, the Director of Operations for Radiology at University of Michigan Health. Lauren, thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell our fans what radiology technologists do?
Certainly. Thanks for having me, Brian. So simply stated, radiologic technologists take x-rays. So here at Michigan Medicine, we are all over the hospital supporting a really diverse group of patients. We work in the emergency department to image all of our critical patients. We support surgical cases in the operating rooms, and we are on all of the inpatient floors taking x-rays. So we're everywhere. We're servicing all types of patients that enter into our facility.
Obviously a lot going on. I'm sure there's some training or experience that goes into it. What is required to become a radiology tech?
Typically, our students complete a 2-year radiologic technology program, and then that training includes some classroom learning, but then also some clinical learning. So typically our students spend half of their time learning how to take x-rays in the classroom, but then they're also spending time at a clinical site, which is usually a hospital where they get to practice what they learn. So they're actually working with experienced technologists and taking x-rays on patients.
In particular, what are some things you often hear radiology techs say they love about working at U of M Health?
It's very rewarding to work here because we are seeing some of the most critical patients from all over the nation. We have the opportunity to really develop our skill set as we're constantly learning new ways to achieve our images. It forces us to really think outside of the box. So some form of radiology touches almost every patient that walks through the door. So we have this unique ability to follow patients' care and watch as their treatment evolves based on our work. We have some of the best equipment in the state and even the nation. We get to be a part of research where we're performing new studies and finding innovative ways to to change medicine. And our techs here are experienced. So when you work here, you're learning from the best, you're working with the best, and then eventually you become the best.
So along those lines, to conclude, what kinds of career growth opportunities are available in this field?
There's lots of career growth here in radiology at Michigan Medicine, just depending on what branch somebody wants to take. So we have advanced imaging modalities like MRI and CT or mammography or interventional radiology. We also have a lot of leadership roles. So this is the pathway that I took as an X-ray tech. You can move into a lead role or a supervisory position or a management position. You could take the project pathway and become a program manager or a project manager or a continuous improvement specialist where you work specifically on projects within radiology. If you have a passion for innovation, you can move into a research role. And then we also have other unique opportunities within each of our imaging areas, such as stealth techs, quality control technologists, protocol technologists. We have tech navigators. I mean, the list really goes on and on. We have a lot of areas for growth within Michigan Medicine.
For more information about Michigan Medicine and how you can unlock your potential with the leaders and best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. Lauren Esch, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Brian. I appreciate it.
All right, before we continue here on the pregame show, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield. Great to have Jason Avant and Jack Miller back for another year of Michigan football coverage. And Jason, I want to talk with both of you guys about what it's like in a quarterback battle when you're at a different offensive position. How do receivers try to help not only each quarterback, but also help a coaching staff come to the right decision?
You know what? As a receiver, you can't focus on what the quarterbacks are doing. You have your role, your responsibility. It's kind of natural to have a favorite, but you have to put on your work bell, your hard hat, I would say, and go out and work and don't worry about the outcome of that and just try to make plays the best that you can, not for the quarterback, but for yourself and also for the betterment of the team. And that's the only thing that you can do from a receiver standpoint. It's a lot of moving parts to evaluate a quarterback. There's young receivers. There's an offensive line that's moving. There's coaching staff. A quarterback competition with all of this is pretty hard.
Yeah, Jason, I agree with you. From an offensive lineman standpoint, it's kind of the same thing. No matter who's back there leading your offense, you got to have faith in them. You got to try to support them as best as you can. But at the end of the day, each position has a job to do. You're certainly going to be supportive of whoever gets that nod to go out there and perform to the best that they can. But you're really locked in on your role. You're locked in on your job no matter who's back there directing traffic.
Warm-ups going on the field, still not confirmed. We'll talk more with Jack and Jason as we continue getting ready for Michigan and Fresno State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
People just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
For Braylon, up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan, it's your boy Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's going to go all the way.
Here to tell you all about my new Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey is both bold and smooth and is the perfect addition to your next tailgate party. Go to woodsonwhiskey.com to find a store near you. If it wasn't your game day whiskey, it is now. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Getting close.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Football is back in Ann Arbor. Welcome to our coverage of Michigan and Fresno State.
We are a half an hour away from kickoff, Michigan and Fresno State. We do it in this segment. We talk about what we're going to be discussing in postgame. Jason Avant, call your shot. What do you think will be the discussion point heading into the Texas week for week 2?
You know what? I want to say something, but I would say
you know what? Probably shouldn't, Jason. If you're buffering yourself, don't say it.
I'm buffering myself. I'm going to revert and go to Donnie Edwards. Let's see the running game get going. Sharon Moore, the head coach, loves to run the ball. Head coach, so I would say that the running game is intact and the offensive line is dominating up front.
Yeah, I like that call. If Donovan Edwards can be that all-purpose back, every down type of back, that's going to take a bunch of weight off the shoulders of the quarterback situation. That's obviously probably what we will be talking about, is how the quarterback play ends up being tonight, what that's going to look like going into Texas. But, Jason, I think that's a good call. If Donovan Edwards and anyone in the backfield who's touching it can get established with the offensive line and kind of cement that, hey, Michigan is still, this is their DNA, this is who they're going to be. The quarterback's not going to be asked to do too much. Just be serviceable, be consistent, don't make mistakes. I think we'll be talking about what happens offensively, what it looks like in this new era.
Jack, you made a great point during the tailgate show. If there's someone who can level up to the Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Will Johnson era, aura to them.
Yep.
Maybe the Maryland transfer Jayshawn Barham. He's got star potential at linebacker. We'll see what he does in his Michigan debut. Rob Joyce is on the other side of this timeout with a check of the out-of-town scoreboard. We'll also catch up with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Then head coach Sharon Moore sits down with Doug Cars to preview Michigan and Fresno State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Michigan fans, we have spent 8 months basking in the glow of an undefeated national championship season. Gotta love it. And now it's back to work before we kick off the 2024 season. Let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Doug. Those words, undefeated national champions, are now part of a great and lasting Michigan legacy, and it feels great. Let's get it all started again.
Andy, going back to 2023, 15-0 national championship 2023, you told Wolverine fans about behavioral health benefits, resources, and treatment options available to Blue Cross members. You also talked about the connection between physical and mental health.
Doug, at Blue Cross, we recognize that the health of the mind and the health of the body are connected, and we take a common sense approach to whole person health care. As Michigan's largest and most trusted health insurance company now for 85 years, our value comes from providing services that meet individual needs, but on a large scale. We're making care easier to connect with wherever our members are, whenever they have a need.
Andy, how does Blue Cross deliver whole person health care?
Well, first and foremost, our health plans include coverage for mental as well as physical health care. But beyond our health plans, we're working with care providers to ensure that our members get the comprehensive and coordinated care that meets each of their unique needs and addresses their emotional well-being.
Okay, so we've talked about some of those efforts. Programs like Blue Cross's patient-centered medical home and maternal health and family building support come to mind, as well as telemedicine and virtual therapy.
That's right. Something they all have in common is that they enable high-quality care delivery whenever and wherever our members need it. They support our members' unique needs and bring together the power of our networks, programs, and health plan benefits.
It helps to have Blue Cross there to support and coordinate personalized care for your members, care that treats conditions and slows or prevents disease while prioritizing mental and physical well-being from a whole person perspective. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Fresno State. 7:34 kick from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the Learfield Network studios with a look around the rest of college football. Mid-afternoon slate in the Big Ten has wound down. No games in progress right now. Ohio State just put the finishing touches on Akron 52-6. Nebraska waltzed past UTEP 40-7. Northwestern was tied at halftime against Miami, Ohio. Wildcats ultimately win a 13-6 rock fight. Indiana, no issues with FIU, cruising 31-7. Earlier this afternoon, Penn State overcame a 2+ hour weather delay to dispatch of West Virginia in Morgantown 34-12. 3 touchdown passes for Drew Aller. Maryland manhandled UConn 50-7. Purdue and Iowa both handled business comfortably against FCS foes, pitching a pair of shutouts. Still to come, new look portion of the Big Ten. UCLA kicks off its season at Hawaii. Oregon hosts Idaho, both of those at 7:30. 11 o'clock tonight, Washington begins the Jed Fish era with a home matchup against FCS Weber State. Nearly everyone else in the conference played either last night or Thursday, though USC, the lone exception, playing LSU tomorrow in Vegas. Highlights around the country from the opening Saturday. Saw number 19 Miami just go to the Swamp, put a hurting on rival Florida 41-17. Miami the final. Earlier today, top-ranked Georgia blasted number 14 Clemson in the second half, routing the Tigers 34-3 the final in Atlanta. One other score of note, 4th-ranked Texas will come to the Big House next Saturday 1-0, shutting out Colorado State 52-0. We do have one top 25 matchup coming at 7:30. 20th-ranked Texas A&M welcomes in number 7 Notre Dame. Again, Michigan and Fresno State in about 20 minutes from now. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue, the national champs. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue, then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume, gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024, The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Counting you down to kickoff, Michigan and Fresno State tonight at the Big House, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. And, Coach, thanks for being with us. I've been around you. This is the first time as a full-time head coach, and you seem very comfortable in your own skin. Now, sometimes that can be a facade. Sometimes it's because you're so prepared. What is it?
I feel pretty prepared with our team and how they practiced. Training camp's been awesome. Fall, summer been awesome. We go back to spring. But I feel confident in our team's ability and just excited to watch them play.
It sounds like in talking to them, they've responded to you. When you took over, it wasn't like a substitute teacher. They've responded to Sharon Moore. Have you found that?
Yeah, I mean, I have so much joy just being around them. So for me, I'm glad that they're responding because for me, I'm just going to be myself and I don't try to change anything, just who I am and continue to coach the way I've coached before, whether I was the tight end coach, the O-line coach, coordinator, now the head coach here. So I'm just doing everything I can to be myself, and those guys have prepared themselves well.
Last year you had to fill in for 4 games. How much did that experience help you for this moment tonight?
Yeah, I think it helped me in the game time decisions and things that you have to do in those big moments. Obviously there were some really big moments last year that you had to make crucial decisions for the team and make sure it wasn't only what I wanted to do, but what was best for the team and best for everybody and what coach would want to do. So I'm just going to try to continue to do that same thing.
Well, there you go. Continuing to do the same thing, but with Sharon Moore touches. What can the fans expect to be new with Sharon Moore in charge?
I mean, I don't want to change too much. I want to continue to melt up that win column, but we're just going to have fun out there. Be exciting, enjoy the game, and continue to love each other and play for each other.
All right, let's start with your defense. You returned so many guys, a chance to be maybe even better than a year ago. Losing Rod Moore hurts, but when you look at this group and the steps that people have taken, can they be better than last year's defense?
I think you'll see when we kick off of how guys are progressing, how guys play. They've definitely prepared themselves to put themselves in that mold of last year's defense. Last year's defense was elite. So for us to be there, we just got to perform on the field, but feel good.
I grew up in an era where I watched a lot of Miami Hurricanes football, and everybody talked about their quarterbacks, but it was their defensive line that was so dominant. Do you feel like you have one of those defensive lines that can control a football game?
Yeah, I feel really good about those guys. Obviously, you look back at last year in the Alabama game, the 4 that'll start this game were the 4 that were in that crucial moment and continue to play at a high level. And those guys have elevated their play, which has elevated the play of the offense and made us better as a team.
You guys have also made great use of the portal. It seems like very strategic use of the portal, and I'm getting a sense that there might not be any better pickup in the country than Jayshawn Barham in the middle of your defense.
I mean, he's a specimen. He's a great ball player, but an elite kid, elite human being. He works so hard, and wouldn't say anything, but excited to hear the pads popping tonight.
Meanwhile, in your secondary, Will Jansen finished last year so strong in the biggest games. Huge interception against Ohio State. Changed the game against Washington early in the second half. Have you seen him take steps forward to be one of the all-time greats?
Yeah, I mean, Will is an extremely humble kid. He just works really hard and wants to be the best he could be. But, I haven't been around many corners like him that like to cover and that like to hit just as much. So he's been awesome, and he just continues to elevate his game.
The Fresno offense, Mikey Keene is back. Watching him a little bit seems like a good off-platform performer, and that's something that might be key tonight given your defensive front. What have you seen from him on film?
He's the leader of the offense, probably the leader of the team. As they go on offense, he goes, and he goes, they go. And he just makes plays that you say, oh, the guy's down, and then he's not. The guy's not open, but he is. So he just makes those off-schedule plays, so we got to do a good job containing him.
All right, we'll come back and talk about your offense and your quarterback when we continue. Michigan and Fresno coming up tonight. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Michigan, it's your boy Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's going to go all the way.
Here to tell you all about my new Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey is both bold and smooth and is the perfect addition to your next tailgate party. Go to woodsonwhiskey.com to find a store near you. If it wasn't your game day whiskey, it is now. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back here with Coach Moore prior to Michigan and Fresno State. And, Coach, let's get to your offense. One of the big questions was, how do you replace an offensive line that lost everybody and yet somehow brings back experience? But this is your forte, and this is the group that you helped shape. What do you think of the offensive line as you get closer to this kickoff?
I feel great about where they've been, what they've gone through to get to this point, and they feel like they've been calloused enough to perform tonight. And all those guys have played at a really good level, and really excited to watch them play against somebody else. Who has stepped up the most up front? I'd say all five of the guys that are starting the game. Miles Hinton, Josh Preby, Dom Gadis will start at center. Gio El-Hadi will start at right guard, and Evan Link will start at right tackle. And those guys have all played, but those guys have really, really played well. But to watch guys like Greg Crippen, who's continually take his game to the next level, and he'll play tonight as well, those guys have really done a really good job. Your tight end room might be one of the best in the country. One of my favorite facts is you kind of pulled one of them out of the woods in Idaho, and the other one's a soccer player from Cologne, Germany. How good are those guys? Man, they're as good as advertised, and I'm excited to watch them when they get the ball in their hands, but they all love to hit just as much, and that's the cool thing about our team. We've got a great team. We've got talented guys that can make plays with the ball in their hands, but nothing gives them as much joy as watching their teammates be successful. Have Tyler Morris and Samaj Morgan at the wide receiver spots stepped up to the challenge in replacing the two veteran performers you had there a year ago? Yeah, both those guys have been leaders. Samaj, even being a young guy, has really stepped up and been a leader. He's elite, as we saw with the ball in his hands last year, and he'll continue to make a lot of plays with an extended role, and excited to watch him and Tyler. Okay, who's next at the wide receiver spot? Who is guy 3 and guy 4? Yeah, the guy that's really stepped up is Peyton O'Leary. He's been a guy that's been back and forth. It's finally taken those consistent steps to be really good. And then the next guy would be Kendrick Bell and C.J. Charleston. Those are the top 5. Other guys are chomping at the bit. Channing Goodwin, Amarion Walker. Those guys are chomping to get there, but those 4 or 5 guys have really stepped up. Donovan Edwards a year ago probably didn't have the year he wanted individually, although he always talked about how team success is all he cared about. What has he done to be able to take that step and be the bell cow that Blake Corum was a year ago? Yeah, the cool thing about Donovan, man, he just wants to win. So whatever role you put him in, he's going to go execute at the highest level, but you've seen him take the leadership role, and he got to be with one of the best leaders I've ever been around with Blake Corum. So to watch him, change his game and do what he's done, and to be that downhill runner he wants to be, but be able to do the other things he does, which is get in space and run away from people and make people miss, he's definitely added to his game. Kalel Mullings behind him talked with the media earlier this week. I don't know if there's a more likable kid on the team, and he says he's finally comfortable as a running back after 3 years at linebacker. Where do you see his progression? I'm excited to watch that big dude run. He's big, strong, fast, physical, tough, smart, everything you want. And you saw flashes. You just go back to last year. Every time he touched the ball, it was a 4-yard, 5-run, 11, touchdown against Nebraska. And he's got ability, and excited to watch him put it on display. All right, quarterback, who gets to start tonight? Yeah, tonight Davis Warren will take the first snaps. He's really practiced the best when you talk about these last weeks in training camp, but Alex Orji will play as well. So both those guys will play in different roles, but excited to watch Davis, and he's really taken that leadership role and done some really, made some throws. His completion percentage, I think throughout camp was close to like 89, 90. So pretty hard to not start a guy that's done that. So, and Alex will play a lot too. So excited about both of them. I think the part about Davis's game that people don't realize, he's a runner as well. He can make plays with his feet. Yeah. He's not slow, so he's athletic, and he'll make plays, and people be like, whoa, I didn't know he can do that. And he just, if he needs to run, he will. If he doesn't need to, he'll stand in the pocket and take the shots. And he's got a great arm. He's got great accuracy. He's very intelligent, and the guys play for him.
Meanwhile, Alex is probably a better thrower. Everybody talks about him as a runner, but what have you seen from him in the pass game?
Yeah, he's definitely improved. He's been more consistent in the pass game and made the throws, those wild throws you knew he could make, but now he's made the throws that he needs to make. And that's been huge for us to see and evaluate him, and he's done a really good job of it.
Final thing, Fresno had some guys to replace defensively. They went to the portal. What do you expect out of their defense tonight?
Yeah, expect them to be disciplined. Don't do a crazy lot, but what they'll do well. They'll have gap control. They'll be good tacklers, especially in the secondary. Their safeties do a really good job getting the ball down when it gets to the third level. So, yeah, we've got to do a really good job of sustaining blocks, finishing blocks, and then in the passing game, a great route detail.
Coach Moore, we'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jerome Moore, Michigan head coach. We'll come back and get this one underway. It's Michigan and Fresno in the season opener. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The process. Everybody's really dedicated to their craft. Work every day and be process driven and prove ourselves right. We got guys that have been here, and they know how it works. They know how it rolls.
Every detail is taken into account every day.
Making sure each and every day we come out here with a purpose and just striving to make sure we get better each and every day.
The pursuit. And it's always been Michigan versus everybody, and nothing really changed much.
A lot of dogs, a lot of dudes that are just hungry to win.
From the first to the last, just dominating.
Just ready to seize the opportunity,
The standard.
We hold ourselves a very high standard here in Michigan.
Keep the standard at what it is right now, follow it the whole way there.
There's no doubt in my mind that we will be able to accomplish our goals.
Beat the rivals, win the Big Ten,
win national championship.
A lot of guys have been putting in the work to, make sure that we can do this year again.
Every day, give it your all.
Preparing to go win and play the best you can. Let everything else fall right at the end of the year.
For playing championship football with champions, it's the formula to win games, isn't it?
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
Well, the Big House is already rocking. Michigan and Fresno will kick off the 2024 football season. Welcome back inside the Big House. And, John, we just heard it's Davis Warren getting the call at quarterback for the Wolverines tonight. Alex Orji will play.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised either way. Both of them done so much to improve their game, to improve the leadership that they provide the offense in this team. Excited for Davis Warren to get this opportunity. His story is unbelievable. From, the sickness that he had in high school, the leukemia, to now starting quarterback for the defending national champs. I couldn't be happier for him, and hey, it's his team now. Let's go.
The Wolverines set to take the field momentarily. The Go Blue N Club Supports You banner is being held up tonight by some familiar faces. Zach Zinter is down there. Braden McGregor is down there. Carson Barnhart is down there. Guys who helped bring Michigan a national championship. But it's time to turn the page, and what a season last year was, but keep the momentum going, and this defense is good enough to win a national championship.
Oh, it's an elite defense. You talk about the 13 picks. You just named some of them that were in last year's NFL draft. Now you're talking about high-end talent that's going to be available to NFL teams in this year's draft, whether it's Will Johnson, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham. Don't overlook Jayshon Barham. He's a guy that I think is going to continue to rocket up draft boards, but they're all here tonight to introduce us to what this defense will look like under Wink Martindale.
Also, a couple of guys that will get their first start tonight on the offensive line. You heard Coach Moore mention Dominic Jadis will start at center, and Evan Link at right tackle. The first snap he takes tonight will be the first snap of his college career.
I'm very excited for Evan to go out there and have this opportunity. He's put in the work. He's earned that spot. It wasn't one that was given to him. He started way down the depth chart, worked his way up, and to earn that starting spot, it's remarkable. I know he's ready. I know he's excited, and this is where we get a chance to see the next wave of the guys that we're going to be talking about this year and years to come.
Not a lot of empty seats here in the big house as we're just about 5 minutes away from getting this one underway. Sharon Moore has his Michigan team now gathered in the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, and the helmets gleaming with the lights shining down here for a night game in Ann Arbor. What a scene it is, cooling off here tonight. Winds picking up a little bit, blowing to the south, and here come the Wolverines, the defending national champion. And let's go down to the third member of our broadcast crew on the field, the king of the sidelines, Jason Avant. Number 8, what's the scene like down there?
The fans are rocking right now. They're excited coming off the national championship. The players are ready to go. What a day to play football. Perfect weather, not too hot, about 78 degrees. It's awesome. Awesome day to play football.
You know, a lot of young playmakers on the outside will have you watching today, whether it be Frederick Moore, Kendrick Bell, we've heard his name mentioned. Peyton O'Leary will get his shot at the transfer. C.J. Charleston. They're looking for some guys to step up to join in with Samaj Morgan and Tyler Morris. Well, I know you'll have your eye on those guys tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see what Frederick Moore does this year. We've seen what Tyler Morris has done in games. We've seen what Samaj Morgan has done. But it's now time to see what Frederick Moore can do and see how he can contribute. He's bigger than those guys. I want to see if he can take his game to the next level.
And here come the Bulldogs of Fresno State, coming off a 9-4 season last year in the Mountain West. They're without their head coach, Jeff Tedford, who in July had to step away due to health reasons. Interim coach Tim Skipper takes over. He actually coached them in the New Mexico Bowl last year, a win for Fresno State, who got off to an 8-1 start on the season before their quarterback Mikey Keene got banged up. This is a good football team coming in tonight, and Mikey Keene is a heck of a playmaker.
He is a playmaker. It's a heck of a team, and it's an experienced team. A lot of that team that did start 8-1 is back for this program. And, you know, I was a part of a program back at Michigan where you did have a different coach that come in after Gary Moeller stepped down. Lloyd came in as the interim coach. They are going to be playing with a passion for the coach that had to step down for health reasons and the one that is with them right now, stepping in a tough spot as an interim coach. They're going to play with a lot of passion, and who doesn't when they come to the big house? The target on Michigan's back is huge, but for them, this is so much more than just this game.
The captains have gathered at the center of the field. Max Bredesen, Donovan Edwards, Makari Page, and Rod Moore for Michigan. Speaking for Fresno will be Mikey Keene as we go downstairs for the coin toss.
The head, and that is the tail. Ball.
Okay, we're having some audio difficulties, but if you miss that,
you guys want the football, Crip?
Michigan won the toss. The Wolverines will defer. Fresno will get the football first. So let's set the Michigan defense on the defensive line. Derek Moore, Mason Graham, along with Kenneth Grant and Josiah Stewart. The linebackers, Jayshawn Barham will start at one linebacker, Ernest Hausman at another linebacker. The cornerbacks, Will Johnson and Jair Hill, gets a start opposite of Will Johnson. The nickelback is Zeke Berry. The safeties, Makari Page and Quentin Johnson. And for the Fresno Bulldogs, we'll keep our eyes on Mikey Keene. The running back, Malik Sherrard. Two receivers that have quite a reputation. Mac Delia, number 0, and also Jalen Moss, number 18. He's the big receiver at 6'1", 175. These are their best playmakers on the outside. The big question about Fresno's offense is their offensive line. It had its share of struggles, and against this Michigan defensive line, let's just say the math doesn't add up well if you can't block.
It doesn't, and they're going to have to add in receivers, running backs, tight ends to help chip on the edge. They're going to have to use formation tricks to try and be able to give as much help as they can inside to Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. And I was thinking about this the other night. If I'm a defense or I'm an offensive coordinator and I'm looking at that group, and then you add in Jayshon Barnum and Ernest Hausman in terms of linebackers, it becomes a nightmare to try and figure out how you're going to protect your quarterback. Look for them to get Mikey Keene outside the pocket, try and get a clean look, but get that ball out of his hands as quickly as possible.
So the Wolverines, coming off a 15-0 season, are set to begin the defense of their Big Ten championship, their national championship, as the first weekend of college football sees Michigan taking on Fresno. We got Mac Delilah and Chetan James deep for the Fresno Bulldogs, and Tommy Doman will put his right foot into it for Michigan. Of course, outstanding punter and kickoff man. As the Wolverines are defending the north end zone, Fresno will be moving right to left to get this one underway. And we're just waiting on TV. John, you know the anticipation between seasons and the opener in moments like this. What's it like to be down there?
Well, it's exciting because you're going to get a lot of guys that are going to be taking the field for the first time, get meaningful snaps for the first time. It is their opportunity to put last year to bed and then start talking about this current roster and this team.
And here we go as Tommy Doman's kickoff sails towards the south end zone over the head of James and into the end zone, and Fresno on the touchback will take over. We've set the Michigan defense for you. We haven't talked about the new coordinator, the OG of this defense. It's Wink Martindale taking over, who made a name for himself with the Ravens in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of experience. Got a lot of experience at a lot of different levels, but he hasn't been in college football for some time. But he's taken over a defense that is, quite honestly, it's an NFL-style defense with NFL talent. So it'll be interesting to see how he utilizes all of those different weapons.
Shotgun formation, Keene at quarterback. He's got Sherrod deep, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line with the ball on the right hash. Michigan with a 4-man front. Keene barks a command to Sherrod. Takes the snap. Handoff. Sherrod up the middle. Not much room there. The Wolverines stack him up. A short gain, maybe one on 1st down for the Bulldogs.
A quick trap play. Pulling the left guard around, trying to get a little bit of angles for this offensive line. Hey, if you're not going to be able to block one-on-one, you want to try and create double teams, some down blocks, and there's just nothing to be had there against this front.
Ernest Hausman credited with the tackle. 2nd down and 9 for the Bulldogs. Keene back to pass. They go wide receiver screen to Moss. He's got a gap, and he's drilled as he gets to the 30-yard line. It's Makari Page coming up from his safety spot. And Jalen Moss, after a short gain, is knocked to the ground, setting up a 3rd and 6. Fresno going quickly. Keene in a shotgun. Michigan better get ready. Now Keene slows things down. And we'll get a play call from the sideline. He's got 3 receivers flanked to the right. Ball on the Michigan, their own 29-yard line. They got to get across the 35. Keene takes the snap back to pass. Fires, crossing route. It's tipped and picked. Going the other direction. The Wolverines picked off. It is Zeke Berry. His first career start. And the Wolverines with the first big play of the season, an interception from Zeke Berry.
Exactly what we talked about in regards to, hey, a quick wide receiver screen on 2nd down, 3rd down. They're trying to go tempo to get Michigan off balance. They didn't get the look that they wanted right away, so they checked everything, tried to get a ball quick to a receiver. Ball was there. Great play by Zeke to be able to be aware that the ball was tipped up. Fell right into his hands there in the first turnover. That's one of the keys that I had for this Michigan defense. Try and force turnovers.
At quarterback for Michigan is Davis Warren taking the snap from Dom Jadis. Hinton, Preeb, Jadis, El-Hadi, and Link. The offensive line will set the rest of the starters in a moment. Michigan 1st and 10 from the Fresno 31 following the interception. Davis Warren turns and hands it off to Donovan Edwards, who tries to bounce it outside, gets it across the 30 down to the 29-yard line, where he is dragged down for a 2-yard gain by Cam Lockridge.
Well, they line Max Pedersen up at the end of the line of scrimmage. Not something they do frequently. He is usually the lead blocker coming out of the backfield as a fullback, but they just wanted to smash it on the front side. When you have the size of El-Hadi, Link, and now you put Bredesen over there, that's going to be a formidable front.
Bredesen is in there, as you mentioned. Also, Peyton O'Leary getting the start, along with Colston Loveland at tight end. Tyler Morris at one of the wideout spots. 2nd down and 8 for Michigan from the Fresno 29. Davis Warren with the snap, back to pass, fires near side. He's got Colston Loveland, first down, and battling down the sidelines where he is gang tackled and finally pushed out of bounds at the Fresno 16-yard line. Move the chains. First completion of the season for Davis Warren, first catch for Colston Loveland.
We got Colston Loveland singled up on the right side there, and I mean, it's a nightmare for a corner when you've got a 6'4", 6'5" tight end who can run the way he can. You've got to be able to play off a little bit, and Colston Loveland and Davis Warren on the same page. He just hooks up for first down yardage, and it's an easy pitch and catch.
Gain of 12 for the Wolverines and a first down from the Fresno 16-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards in the backfield, flank to his left. Two receivers to the right, to the left. And they're going to go reverse. It is Samaj Morgan. Can he get the edge? He can. 15-10, turns inside the 10 and is knocked out of bounds on the far sideline. Inside the 10 at the 7-yard line. Samaj Morgan wearing the number 0 this year. Jaden Davis, the safety, knocked him out of bounds. A gain of 8.
Colston Loveland with the key block there. So he goes from the right side, split out for a first down over to the left side, and he's, again, split out, but does a nice job of coming inside to be able to square up on a corner, sets the block, keeps his feet moving, pancakes him, and it creates the edge for Samaj Morgan.
They're calling it 2nd and 1, 3 receivers to the right here. Ball on the left hash. Michigan knocking on the door from the Fresno 7-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. And we get a whistle, and it looks like a timeout.
Talking to Sharon Moore about something. Red hats out there. I don't know if they're going to look at this one again or
what is there to look at?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're wondering if it was a first down or not. They're going to look at something.
Yeah, this is going to get reviewed. There's might be a targeting on the tackle, John. And it was on the far sideline, hard to see from where we were. This close shave replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of Can Do. Is this a targeting call, do you think?
I didn't see.
Now we're going to see a replay.
There was nothing that stood out to me.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a potential targeting call.
I'm not a big fan of targeting calls when a guy has the ball in his hand.
Yeah, Jaden Davis coming up. That's crown of the helmet above the bolts.
And led with his helmet. I think this is going to.
I actually think this is going to be a targeting call.
Yeah. I mean, if there's Jason,
hey,
I agree with you.
Hey, they're protecting wideouts,
No, it's hard. The guy's moving. Like it's a tough.
It is difficult.
Yeah, when he's a runner, it's different from when he's defenseless.
The official's mic does not work. He just signaled. I believe he signaled first down. I think this is going to be an ejection.
Yep.
And Michigan's going to have the ball inside the Fresno 5.
Well, by the rule, when you lead with your helmet and the crown of your helmet strikes the helmet, any part of the helmet of the ball carrier, it's going to be targeting. And that, I'm with Jason. I don't like the call, especially when a ball carrier is moving. You never know where you're going to hit, but he led with his helmet, and you just can't do that.
So first and goal for Michigan from the 3. Davis Warren under center, quiets the crowd. Andrew Gentry's in there, an extra offensive lineman, I formation. Warren turns and hands it off to Donovan Edwards. Not much room up the middle. He gets back to the line of scrimmage where he is stacked up for no gain on first down.
This is an area where this offensive line is really going to have to come together, and the chemistry that they have will be tested here. Things get real tight. You start walking linebackers up. You might not be able to make calls. You have to know what your partner is doing before it actually happens. So inside the 5-yard line, things get tight. Things happen really quick. You're going to have to be able to make some of those adjustments on the fly.
Alex Orji in at quarterback, the sophomore out of Saxe, Texas. Takes the snap. He's going to roll to the right and throw. He's got Donovan Edwards out of the backfield, who will walk into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown. And the Wolverines on the 3-yard touchdown pass from Alex Orji to Donovan Edwards strike early.
Well, I like what we saw early on from Davis Warren. and more so in regards to the ball handling skills. You see it right there, being able to sell something, keep the awareness about him, get his head around, identify his receiver. He had 3 different options. He had somebody over the middle, and he had a high-low. Donovan Edwards was wide open, and he nailed him for it.
On for the extra point is Dominic Zavada, the transfer from Arkansas State. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan has taken a 7-0 lead here in Ann Arbor in the season opener. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 7-0 Michigan from here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
7-0 Michigan on top of Fresno. 11:03 to go first quarter. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. John Jansen, I don't know if breaking tendencies can be something that you do on your first offensive possession of the year, but when they go to Alex Orji at 2nd and goal from the 3, I'm sure Fresno is thinking run. And what do? They throw with Alex Orji, his first career touchdown pass to Donovan Edwards.
Oh, and you got to love the fact that, I mean, it is a breaker, because how do you defend that? You know he can get to the edge all by himself. You know that you've got to defend him as a rusher. Now, all of a sudden, when you have those different levels like I described set up, it makes it easy to pick out who the wide-open receiver is going to be.
Tommy Doman deposits the kickoff into the south end zone, and once again, Fresno will take over from the 25-yard line. Their first possession ended on a slant pattern from Mikey Keene to Chetan James, the transfer from Idaho State. It went off James's hands and into the hands of Michigan nickelback Zeke Berry, making his first career start. And Zeke Berry set up Michigan with a short field, turned into a 5-play, 31-yard drive over 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Michigan leads at 7-0. Fresno with the ball on the left hash. It's Keene in a pistol formation with Sherrod deep behind him. 2 receivers split to the right. And a handoff to Sherrod running left, and not much room across the 25 out to the 28. Will Johnson up from his corner spot to make the tackle on Malik Sherrod.
They're trying to take some of the double teams off those defensive linemen by walking Jayshon Barnum right up into the B gap, and he attacks it on a little bit of a run blitz. But when you have 5 guys up there, 4 down linemen and that linebacker, it's really hard to keep those double teams.
2nd and 8, back to pass is Keene. Fires, he's got his receiver at the 30-yard line, and he's dropped immediately as he gets to the 31 for a gain of 6. Jair Sugarhill on the tackle, setting up a 3rd down for Fresno as they quickly go to the line of scrimmage. Fresno goes 4 wide on this 3rd and 4 from their own 31. Keene claps his hands. Michigan showing blitz. Now Keene will look to the sidelines. 2 receivers split to either side. Keene back to pass, fires, and is almost intercepted, but caught. And Fresno, it's Moss across the 35 out to the 45 and knocked out of bounds as Will Johnson made a break on the ball. And I thought he was going to come up with it, but it went into the hands of Moss, who gained 18 yards out to the midfield stripe.
A little bit of a gamble by Will, but it's one you're willing to take because most times that's going to pay off for him.
1st and 10, Keene back to pass. He's going to take a shot downfield, and the only one out there is Makari Page, who can't come up with it. Couldn't find the football.
Makari was trying to turn from defensive back to wide receiver. It's just looking over his shoulder, trying to catch up to that ball. But I tell you what, I didn't expect them to take a shot deep this early because Josiah Stewart has been living in the backfield on that last completion that Will Johnson just gambled on. Derek Moore was a split second away from putting a hit on the quarterback.
Mikey Keene in a shotgun. Everybody jammed in tight on 2nd and 10. Takes the snap, handoff. Sherrod met in the backfield. It's Will Johnson on a corner blitz. Sherrod gets back to the line of scrimmage. Give him maybe a foot on the carry, and it'll be 3rd and long for the Bulldogs.
Here's what's great about Will Johnson is he is more than willing to come up on a corner blitz, a run blitz, and know it's a run down to try and make a big hit in the backfield.
3rd down and 10 for Fresno. Michigan with a 4-man front. 2 receivers split to the right. It's Mikey Keene back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. Steps up. He's in trouble, and down he goes. Derek Moore was the first man there. Josiah Stewart finished him off. The sack on 3rd down, and Fresno will be forced to punt.
Yeah, right tackle Braylon Nelson got away with a little bit of a jersey grab there as Derek Moore came around the edge. Thought he was going to get a holding call. He was the first one in, but both of those guys so far in early downs have been living in the backfield.
Clay Lawrence on to punt. John, guess where he's from?
I'm guessing Western Australia.
That is correct. This is his first football game ever. And he rolls to his right, gets the punt off. Samaj Morgan deep for Michigan will field it at the 17-yard line. Up the field across the 20 where he's sandwiched at the 25-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take possession on their 2nd drive of the season with 8:19 to go first quarter, in Michigan leading Fresno 7-0, 40-yard punt, 9-yard return for Samaj. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Make It Ford Summer Sales Event is on. So make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs. Check out the 2024 Ford F-150. Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $329 a month for 24 months, with $3,929 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet lease. Payment includes $3,000 renewal and $600 summer sales event cash. Offer only valid on package 302A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details.
These are the deals you've been waiting for. So don't wait. Lease an F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $329 a month for 24 months during the Make It Ford Summer Sales Event. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading Fresno 7-0. An interception by Zeke Berry early. And the Wolverines capitalize on a 3-yard touchdown pass. First touchdown pass of Alex Orji's career. to Donovan Edwards. That's our scoring so far, 7-0 Michigan.
Well, here's what you like. You like the opportunity the defense had to create a short field for the offense, and the fact that the offense was able to go in a sudden change situation. It's not the script that they were planning to have on a first, 10-play drive. They'll probably get into that now, but they were able to capitalize on a short field, sudden change situation, having two different quarterbacks go in there to ultimately, end in a touchdown.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this defense. The defense allowed the opponent to cross the 50-yard line, unlike last year in the preseason.
Yeah, but you like the gamble by Will Johnson?
I love it. That should have been a pick six. Against his caliber, you can't throw that across the field. It should have been a pick six.
We see Kalel Mullings in the backfield for the first time. Davis Warren back at quarterback from the 26-yard line. Shotgun snap. Kalel Mullings up the middle, puts his head down. Road grading forward out to the 35-yard line, a gain of 8 on first down. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
I told you, Doug, that I was out at practice yesterday as they're going through some final prep, and Kalel Mullings came running around the edge. I have no idea how a defense is going to tackle him. He is bigger, faster, stronger, and you just saw it there with an 8-yard pickup, contact at about a 1-yard gain.
Just put people on his back, and away he went. It's Mullings again, has a hole, gets the first down out to the 40, running left, and move the chains for Michigan as C.B. Numura came from his linebacker position and made the stop.
That's one more. I think Kalel, if he has that one back, he's going to try and take one side step to the left, and there's an absolute gaping hole there, and that's where Josh Preeb, nice job of not getting called for holding. As soon as your defensive lineman starts to escape, left guard running right behind you, you got to be able to let go. He did a nice job.
1st and 10 from the 40. Davis Warren, wide receiver screen. Samaj Morgan, not a lot of room as he is dropped, getting back to the line of scrimmage. The Bulldog defense smelled that one early, and Samaj did everything he could just to get back to the line. It'll be 2nd down and long.
Yeah, if that one doesn't hit right away, because you've already got 2 other receivers split out, you're not going to get a whole lot of help from them. But it's a matter of the offensive line being able to get out there and make some blocks. So it's either upfield right now because you're not going to be able to cut that one back.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan. Davis Warren under center. Turns, toss, sweep to Kalel Mullings, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage before he is dropped. Fresno's defense closing quickly as coming up from his safety spot is Aguina.
Yeah,
Josie Aguina on the tackle.
Just too many defenders there. They did a nice job of pulling Miles Hinton. He does a great job of squaring up on his defender, but he picked 1 of 3, and the other 2 came unblocked. There's just not enough bodies out there to make the blocks.
3rd down and 10. Michigan from their own 40, leading 7-0, 6 minutes to go, first quarter. 2 receivers split to either side. Davis Warren looks like he wants to change the play. Kalel Mullings, the lone setback. Warren in a shotgun on this 3rd and 10. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires. He's got Tyler Morris, and on a wide receiver screen again on the other side. Weaves through traffic, but is dropped well short of the first down. And Michigan will be forced to punt.
I don't particularly like that play call in that situation. They had 7 linebackers walked up, and I understand that's probably what he checked to, but all 3 linebackers ended up dropping out. 2 of them got over there to be able to be in on the play. It's not one that I'm looking to pick up 10 yards on.
Yeah, they confused him on that play there. Cover 2 in the back end.
Yeah.
Tommy Doman's punt, and a fair catch signal for and made at the 20-yard line. And that's where Fresno will take over for their 3rd possession. 37 yards on the punt. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Wolverines on top here in Ann Arbor. 5:07 to go first quarter. 7-0 Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Wolverines, Bulldogs. The 2024 season opener is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever?
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan on top of Fresno 7-0 here in the opener of the 2024 Michigan football season. Wolverines have allowed one first down to Fresno in their two possessions, and Zeke Berry with an interception on Fresno's first possession of the ball game. Wink Martindale's defense, he said this week, a great defense is a loud defense. He's talking about communication. I also think he also could be referring to the pads cracking.
Yeah, pads cracking. We've seen that already. But, yeah, you got to be able to communicate. And that's obviously one of the pillars of the defense. Those pillars haven't changed, communication being one of the keys. And you know, when you have some guys that are new in there, whether it's Jair Hill or we start to see, you know, Wesley Walker or any of the transfers in there, Amir Hall at some point, you've got to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
We see TJ Guy and Cameron Brandt in at the edge positions for the first time tonight. A lot of buzz about TJ.
Yeah, and I think, is that Rayshawn Benny in there at defensive tackle, or is that still big?
It is. It is Rayshawn coming off the broken leg in the Rose Bowl.
Nice to see him back on the field.
1st and 10 for Fresno from their own 20. Shotgun for Keene. Takes the snap. He's going to fire. Wide receiver screen, far side. He's got his man across the 25 out to the 27-yard line, where Ernest Hausman brings down Raylan Sharp, transfer from Missouri State. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. 2nd down and 4 for Fresno from their own 26-yard line. Keene back to pass. Here comes the rush. Going to fire into coverage, and it's almost picked off. Getting his hands on that was Will Johnson. Delana, the intended receiver, give Will a pass breakup, and it'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, they're being disrespectful over there. 2 throws to the field like that with Will Johnson is disrespectful.
Cameron Brandt in the game applying some pressure.
Jimmy Rolder in now as well at linebacker. Stepdad, Scott Kehoe, played in the...
Hausman on that quick screen in pursuit, and now Rayshawn Benny.
Clay Lawrence to punt again for the Bulldogs. Tyler Morris deep for Michigan, and he will field this one, returnable at his own 35-yard line. Tyler Morris has a seam. Out to the 50. Takes a hit there. Bounces outside. Still on his feet. It's Tyler Morris. Outside the numbers on the near sideline, inside the 45, and he's chased out of bounds at the 43-yard line. He would not go down. Tyler Morris with a good return, setting up Michigan in Fresno territory.
Doug, were you thinking the same thing I was when he bounced out to the right there, that we might see that that acceleration that we saw in the Rose Bowl?
Of course.
I mean, that was remarkable. So it's great to see him have some excitement here on a punt return.
He got all he could out of that, 18 yards on the return, and Michigan will set up shop in Fresno territory. When we continue, let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thank you, Doug. Two other games going on right now in the new-look Big Ten. We'll start out in Hawaii, where UCLA trails Hawaii 7-0, 10 minutes in on the island, while Oregon out to an early 7-0 lead on Idaho 10 minutes in Eugene. Earlier today, a lot of comfortable victories in the Big Ten. Penn State a 34-12 win out of West Virginia. Ohio State cruised past Akron 56. Indiana eased past FIU 31-7. Nebraska no issues with UTEP 40-7. Northwestern the closest game today, a 13-6 victory against Miami, Ohio. Maryland pounded UConn 50-7, and then Iowa and Purdue both shut out their respective FCS foes, Illinois State and Indiana State. One game still to kick off, 11 o'clock. It's Washington and Weber State from Husky Stadium. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. One game of note nationally going on 5 minutes in. Texas A&M, a field goal on its opening drive, leads Notre Dame 3-0. Earlier, Georgia routed Clemson in Atlanta 34-3 in a preseason top 15 matchup. And next week's opponent, number 4 Texas, beat up on Colorado State 52-0. So a busy opening Saturday in college football. We'll dive more in depth, give you the first half highlights of our game and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the guys. Doug, John.
Back at the Big House, 7-0 Michigan on top, 3:40 to go first quarter. When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. And John, they're serving beer down there now.
I know.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jason, see if you can tell the difference.
Well, you guys may look for me in a minute and I'm gone.
Hey, you got to stay hydrated, right?
Yeah, got to stay hydrated, right?
It's warm down there.
Country boy hydration right there.
Well, Michigan here with the ball on the Fresno 43-yard line. There are questions people want to know about the new kicker, Dominic Zavada. Well, according to Sharon Moore, they would be in field goal range right now. He said he's seen him be good out to 60, and that's what it would be from the 43-yard line, a 60-yard attempt. So as long in a game is 51 in his 2 years at Arkansas State with the Red Wolves, but he's got a powerful leg, and at some point this year, I'm sure we'll see it on display.
Yeah, he is on the Groza watch list, and he's a guy that hey, you're excited to have. We've always talked about the special teams being a weapon. So far today, we're seeing it.
Frederick Moore in the game at one of the wide receiver spots for the first time. Davis Warren continues at quarterback. 1st and 10, ball on the right hash. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Donovan Edwards back in the backfield. And Warren's back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to take a shot, firing it deep. It's Frederick Moore out there, and it is picked off at the goal line by Fresno State. Going the other direction is Lockridge out to the 30, spins away from one tackler and gets knocked down at the 35-yard line. Cam Lockridge on the interception for Fresno.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame Davis. Ball is thrown behind, but when you have to wait on the ball as a receiver, you go up. You don't. Whenever you go there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go make a play on the ball. The ball seemed to float just a little bit too much, maybe a little bit too much air. It was a little bit behind him, but yeah, I mean,
highest
Jason,
point.
You got to high point it. Got to go up and fight for it.
Fresno will take over at their own 35-yard line following the interception return by Cam Lockridge. Mikey Keene in a shotgun now, with Malik Sherrod deep behind him. Claps his hands, turns and hands it to Sherrod, running left, and slips through a small hole across the 35 out to the 38-yard line, where he is brought down by Jimmy Rolder. Gain of 3 on first down.
Got to use some of those big bodies up front, whether it's Rayshawn Benny, who is in there right now, Big Kenny G. You got to find a way to create some penetration. What Fresno State offensively is doing in the run game is trying to pull some guards. As soon as they do that, penetration is what kills you. You got to cut that play in half and try and find a way to get in the backfield.
We see Amir Hall in the game for the first time, the transfer from Albany. 2nd down and 7 for the Bulldogs. Keene turns and tosses it to Sherrod, running right, and he's got a seam across the 45, dives forward to the 46-yard line. That's good for a first down for Fresno State.
So they're using Jay-Sean Barnum. They're lining him up over the center, basically as a nose guard, trying to put 5 guys on the ball. And the center's doing a really good job of being able to pick a side and pin him back. That's where that ball ends up cutting back. He's going to have to find a way to get over top of that block to cut off that angle.
First and 10, Fresno on their own 46-yard line. 2 receivers split to either side. Keene's going to run option right. Toss it to Sherrod. Derek Moore's out there and tracks him down and drops him as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Derek Moore off the edge with a tackle for no gain on first down.
Mikey Keene didn't want any part of that. Derek Moore played it perfectly. Was in position to make a play on the quarterback. Saw the pitch and then pursuit to the running back. You really can't play it any better than that. Stretch it out to the sideline. Use that sideline as an extra defender.
Second down and 9 for Fresno. Keene in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the right with the ball, to the left rather, with the ball on the right hash. Keene takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes Michigan's pass rush. He'll let it go deep. Wants to take a shot, and he overthrows his receiver. Moss out there. In coverage was Wesley Walker, the transfer from Tennessee, and that'll set up a third down.
Well, Derek Moore just bull rushed left tackle Penwright right back into the lap of Mikey Keene. Now, it's not an efficient way to get to the quarterback, but it certainly will help in the ensuing pass rushes. When you show that type of power, it's hard to set both power and speed.
3rd and 9 for Fresno. Their own 46-yard line. Michigan showing blitz. Mikey Keene in a shotgun. Michigan brings the house. Keene fires in the flat and overthrows his receiver. Incomplete. Pass to Leiden Rivar. Or check that, Cameron Beecher out there. And once again, Wesley Walker in coverage. And it'll be 4th down.
This time they lined Jay-Sean Barnum right over the top of the center, and then they moved him. They slant him to the right and brought Jimmy Rolder around. A little cross dog in the middle. Running back, all he tried to do was cut Jimmy Rolder, but man, right now, the different types of blitzes that we're seeing from Wink Martindale, being able to put pressure on with only rushing 4, but then adding in a 5th or a 6th in terms of linebackers.
Lawrence on to punt again, puts his right foot into it, and Samaj Morgan ranging over to his left makes a fair catch on the 11-yard line. And that's where Michigan will get the football back. John, that last Michigan possession ended on the interception by Cam Lockridge.
Yep.
His uncle and grandfather are here. It's his first time his uncle will see him play. His uncle is Ken Griffey.
Oh, really?
Ken Griffey Jr., his grandfather is Ken Griffey Sr. They are both here tonight.
Huh.
We welcome the Griffeys.
Yeah.
To Ann Arbor.
Great to have them here in the big house.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
See if you can track him down, Jason.
Yeah, I need to.
Bunch formation to the right. 3 receivers split out there for Davis Warren in a shotgun. Michigan from the 13-yard line. Warren brings Tyler Morris in motion. And they'll go handoff up the middle. Donovan Edwards as he plows forward out to the 17-yard line for good yardage on first down.
That's a run that Donovan Edwards needs to really become comfortable with. We saw it from Kalel Mullings on his 9-yard pickup, but not every play is going to be designed. You'd like to say it's designed to go for a touchdown. Not every play is going to actually be a touchdown. So you got to be good with some of those 3- and 4-yard pickups, and that's where Donovan has really shown some growth.
Ronnie Bell's brother, Kendrick Bell, is checked into the game for the Michigan offense. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Looking far side. He's got his tight end. That's Colston Loveland at the marker. Looks like he stepped out just shy of the first down across the 22-yard line. It'll be 3rd and short for the Michigan offense.
Jerome Moore talked about the completion percentage that Davis Warren has had throughout camp, and obviously the interception aside, that's a tough pass for a quarterback to make when you get your tight end going away like that, to be able to put it in a spot where only the tight end can get it. Now, there's really no other way to throw that ball. It did lead him out of bounds, and you're about a half-yard shy, but you got to believe with this offensive line and this offense, whether it's Donovan or Kalel in the backfield, that you're going to be able to pick up a half a yard.
7-0 Michigan on top. That last play was the final play of quarter number 1. Michigan will have it 3rd and 1 from here at the Big House and a 7-0 lead. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us.
We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the off-season through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got you covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. Quarter number 1 in the books. Michigan with 52 yards of total offense to Fresno's 38. Each team has turned it over once. Michigan turned the Fresno turnover into a touchdown. The Wolverines, Davis Warren taking a shot to Fred Moore. Ball was intercepted at the goal line, but you heard Jason Avant say Fred's got to go back and battle for that one a little bit. But nonetheless, Michigan's got the ball back, and it's got a 3rd and 1 from their own 23-yard line when we pick up play here in the second quarter.
Yeah, you like to see this offensive line tested in a situation like that where it is 3rd and short. You want to be able to keep this drive going. Somehow you've got to convert this first down, and you got to know that Fresno State is going to absolutely load the line of scrimmage. And whether there's 7 guys up there, 8 guys up there, at some point, it doesn't matter. Whether it's, hey, we're going to run behind the big boys on the right, Evan Link, Giovanni El-Hadi. Maybe you bring, Bredesen in motion. You add a blocker in there. You've got to impose your will. And this is our first opportunity, really, to be able to impose their will on this Fresno State defense.
On this 3rd and short, the big back is in there, Kalel Mullings. As Davis Warren's in a shotgun with everybody jammed in tight, lone wide receiver, split to the left is Tyler Morris. Here we go on this 3rd and short. Fresno stacked the line of scrimmage. Davis Warren claps his hands, takes the snap, handoff Mullings up the middle, and I'm not sure he got there.
No, I don't think he did either. They went unbalanced right.
A yard short. A full yard, too.
Well, that's not a good start on a 3rd down situation like that, a half a yard, and you lose a half a yard. They brought in an extra lineman to play tight end on the right. Oh, that was actually Marlon Klein.
Jalen Moss deep for Fresno. Tommy Doman on to punt on this 4th down and a yard on Michigan's own 22-yard line. Disappointing there. Doman's got the snap. Puts his right foot into it. Towering punt. Moss will have to signal for a fair catch and make it falling to the ground at his own 38-yard line. And that's where Fresno will take over. 40-yard punt there for Tommy Doman, who last year finished 2nd in the country in hang time, and that is an example of the reason why. That ball straight up the elevator shaft.
Yeah, well, you like the fact that Michigan was able to capitalize on the first turnover of the season and score a touchdown. But since then, the offense has sputtered a little bit, whether it's the interception down the field where the ball just hung up. You got to have a receiver go make a play on it. But then you get a 3rd and short situation. Everybody here knew they were going to run the ball. Fresno knew they were going to run the ball, and you come up short.
Jaden McBurrow's in the game for the first time. Hillman as well. Keene back to pass, fires over the middle, and he's got his man at midfield. And down to the Michigan 49-yard line is Jalen Moss. Jair Hill in coverage there. move the chains for Fresno.
Jalen Musk runs really nice routes, and he was able to get open just simply because he ran out of that break. He was defended, obviously, by Jair Hill, but he's a guy that can be a huge threat. Their leading receiver last year.
Keene in a shotgun, pistol formation. Takes the snap, turns and hands the ball to his running back. Across the 50 is Elijah Gilliam. And dropped at the line of scrimmage, Wesley Walker up from his safety spot to make the tackle.
Yeah, Wesley Walker, the transfer, they like his experience. They like what he adds to this defense, and you can never be too physical. He's a player that loves to get up there and mix it up.
Going back to that last series, Will Johnson hadn't been in there, but no one's going into the tent, so I'm wondering what's going on with that.
Well, they got Amir Hall and Jair Hill running at the corner spots right now. 2nd down and 10 for Fresno. Keene takes the snap, fires far side, and it is dropped. Dropped out there by his tight end, Jake Tarwater. Amir Hall in coverage. Even had Tarwater pulled that in, I think Hall would have dropped him right away as he was closing quickly.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. You know that you're going to get hit at some point, and you got to extend like that. It becomes very hard to have the want to go up and get that pass.
3rd down and 10 for Fresno. The ball just across the midfield stripe on the right hash. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Michigan stacking the line of scrimmage on this 3rd and long. Keene in a shotgun. Brings his tight end Beecham in motion. Back to pass is Keene. Fires far side, and it's dropped out there by Beecham. There's a flag on the turf back in the Fresno backfield. It looks like it's going to be a hold on the Bulldogs.
Holding. Offense number 76. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
So Fresno, for the 2nd time, got the ball in Michigan territory, and for the 2nd time, are forced to punt.
What I tell you a couple of a series ago, that left tackle got bull rushed right into the quarterback's lap, and now all of a sudden they show bull rush. This was Josiah Stewart, shows the bull and then comes around to the edge. When you have a quarterback or a tackle set back on his heels like that, you could do just about anything you want.
Clay Lawrence on to punt once again for the Bulldogs. Tyler Morris deep for Michigan. Morris signaling for a fair catch. The ball lands inside the 5 and rolls into the end zone for a touchback. And that's where Michigan will take over here early 2nd quarter, leading 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan, it's your boy Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's got to go all the way.
Here to tell you all about my new Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey is both bold and smooth and is the perfect addition to your next tailgate party. Go to woodsonwhiskey.com to find a store near you. If it wasn't your game day whiskey, it is now. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., 1 lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete order details.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app.
This is where Michigan's got to find a rhythm offensively. They need to get the run game going. They've only got 28 yards on the ground so far through 8 carries. Find a little bit of confidence there and find what's working. If you're not able to attack the center of that defense, I mean, Donovan, Kalel, Ben Hall, if we get a chance to see him, they all have the speed to get to the edge. Don't be surprised if we see them start to move out just a little bit in how they're attacking this defense.
Well, when they had success on that first drive, they had the 3-by-1 with Colson backside by himself. They've abandoned that, so hopefully they can get back to it this one of these series.
Yep.
I think with the wide receiver screens that they have shown here early, I expect them to fake that and take a shot at some point here in this ball game.
Well, with the way that they're set up, kind of with that, 3 to the right now, don't be surprised to maybe see another wide receiver screen there. Colston is in a great spot to be able to get a block. And you've got, Fred Moore over there.
Yeah.
That, hey, he gets the ball and he could be out the door.
Got a little bit of a delay as they're apparently changing the official's microphone. As you have heard, there have been some technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's hard to read lips up here.
Early tendencies for our team that Fred Moore's been in a position where he's blocking for most of these receiver screens.
Actually, it looks like that's Samaj out there. Similar build.
Oh, yeah, Samaj.
Yep.
Yeah, Samaj, Tyler Morris, and Colson.
Well, we await the official here. Donovan Edwards trying to get the crowd fired up. They are struggling with this mic. Jason, you want to just go give him yours?
Is that the same one that was working for the coin toss?
Yeah. Everybody's mic is down. The fans are loud here tonight.
Yeah.
Packed in here good.
All right, now we're ready to go. Following the punt that goes into the end zone, Michigan's got it on their own 20-yard line, leading 7-0 with 12:42 to go here in the first half. Davis Warren at quarterback, that bunch formation out, split wide right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield off the left hip of Davis Warren. Peyton O'Leary split to the left. Warren takes the snap, back to pass, fires. O'Leary's, thought he had it, but he dropped it at the 25-yard line and a little down and out. Incomplete.
That's surprising. Peyton O'Leary is a very sure-handed receiver. Not going to catch them all, but that one was right in the old breadbasket.
O'Leary was a lacrosse commit to UMass Amherst, where he was going to play lacrosse with his brother. And they got the walk-on call for Michigan and took it. Worked his way into the rotation. 2nd and 10 for Michigan. 2 receivers split to the right. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. Handoff to Edwards, delayed handoff, and not much running room. Puts his head down and powers forward. But he is dropped at the 20-yard line. Cam Lockridge up from his corner spot on the tackle. It'll be 3rd and long.
Well, you're not getting movement at the point of attack, and they pulled Gio as well as Max Bredesen across the formation. We've seen that one. It's been a staple for Michigan football for so many years, but you've got to be able to get some movement up front, and whether it's Preeb, it's Hinton, it's Cadiz, you've got to find a way. Jadis, you got to find a way to get some movement up there.
3rd down and 11 for Michigan. 4 receivers split out for Davis Warren on this 3rd and long. Fresno showing blitz. Warren back to pass. Here comes the rush, and down he goes. No time for Davis Warren there. And he is dropped at the 10-yard line, and Michigan will be forced to punt. Ezra Christensen on the sack for the Bulldogs. And Tommy Doman will punt again.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just Giovanni Ohadi getting beat at the line of scrimmage. He's got him one-on-one and got beat on the inside. I don't know if he was expecting help from his center, and this is where some of that communication and chemistry has to be developed, knowing exactly where your help is and when you're on an island all by yourself.
Jalen Moss deep for the Bulldogs. As Doman puts his right foot into it. Moss will come up and field it at his own 47-yard line into Michigan territory and down to the 45, but we got a flag. And it looks like this one will come back with a block in the back on Fresno. 44-yard punt, an 11-yard return, but we await this penalty.
Yeah, plenty of hang time for the coverage team to get down there. They're doing a nice
During
job.
the return, holding, return team number 1. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down and 10. Full media timeout.
Michigan leads at 7-0 here at the Big House. 10:58 to go in half number 1. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit belfour.com.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. 7-0 Michigan on top. Fresno will have it on their own 39-yard line. 1st and 10 with 10:58 to go in the first half. And really not much between the tackles for the Michigan offense right now. The Michigan defense, however, been pretty good as expected, especially against the pass in the early going.
Yeah, only 8 rush yards for Fresno State right now. But here's the thing about this Michigan offense is I understand being stubborn and, hey, we're going to do it till it works. But at some point, you've got to be able to get some confidence. You got to get some breathing room, test the edges, get on the outside, whether that's bringing in Orji, and switching things up in terms of the quarterback look, or it's using some of those running backs to get to the edge. Loosen some things up in the middle. Right now, Fresno State is packing everything in right between the tackles.
You see Miles Pollard in the Michigan secondary for the first time. Mikey King in a shotgun. Looks to the sidelines as Fresno looks to change the play. Sherrod shifts from the left to the right in the backfield. King takes the snap. Michigan brings a blitz off the edge, and Sherrod runs right into it. And he gets stacked up as he gets to the line of scrimmage, pushes forward for a yard, maybe 2. Before the play is blown dead. It'll be 2nd down for Fresno.
Yeah, they ran right into the teeth of where Michigan was coming from. They're going to be able to pick up 2 yards. It's a little bit of a surprise. A little bit of a concern.
2nd down and 8 for Fresno. Keene in a shotgun. Sherrod continues in the backfield. Keene back to pass, fires far sideline. He's got a man out there. It's Moss who goes up, and it looks like he got it inside the Michigan 40, down to the 37-yard line, 36. Miles Pollard, the man in coverage out there, and the completion to Jalen Moss, a sophomore out of Menlo Park, California.
Saw the safety walk up, knew it was man coverage on the outside, just wanted to throw it up and see if a receiver could go make a play, and he did. 27
yards on the play from the Michigan 36. Keene in a shotgun, takes the snap, fires quickly far side, and he's got his man there. The tight end Beecham in inside the 30 down to the 29. Amir Hall on the catch. It was Magdalena on the catch. Amir Hall in the coverage.
Jason, have you heard anything down there or seen Will Johnson?
No, it's about Wink's system. I forgot who I was thinking about. Wink Martindale plays everyone.
Sherrod on a run right across the 30 down to the 25. He's got the first down at the Michigan 25-yard line. Fresno knocking on the door, trailing 7-0 with 9:29 to go first half.
Yeah, Makari Page has been out. Will Johnson's been out. And he does this a lot, especially with seeing him with the Giants when I'm in Philadelphia. He plays a lot of guys in the back end.
Fresno with 4 wide, empty backfield for Mikey Keene. Now they shift Sherrod back into the backfield on this 1st and 10 from the Michigan 25-yard line. Keene claps his hands, hands it to Sherrod running left. And he turns it upfield across the 25 down to the 23. Short gain on first down. Ernest Hausman on the tackle.
Now, it's not often you see a defensive tackle like Mason Graham is able to beat a guard on the back hip and still get in on the play. Mason Graham did just that. Went backside, was able to catch the running back from behind.
Now Will Johnson's back in the game for the Michigan defense on this 2nd down and 8. Zeke Berry back in as well. TJ Guy and Cam Brandt in there on the edge spots. 2nd down and 8. Keene in a shotgun takes the snap and hands it off to Sherrod running left, and he gets met by Mason Graham at the line of scrimmage and driven backwards. There's your All-American.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that you could take that last 5 seconds that you just had, clip it, and we could replay that on repeat throughout the course of this year. I think Mason Graham has woken up. I just mentioned he beat a guard on the backside, was able to make a play. Now that one was front side, he was play side, and just discarded his guard to be able to make that play.
3rd down and 8 for Fresno from the Michigan 23-yard line. Keene in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires, end zone. He's got a man out there, and it is dropped. Raylan Sharp, throw was a little behind him, would have been a spectacular catch. But I would imagine he would say he probably should have caught it. Incomplete. And it's 4th down for Fresno, and they'll bring on the field goal unit.
Yeah, Michigan got away with one there. He was wide open in the end zone. If that ball is on the mark or even a little bit more catchable, that's going to be a touchdown. And that one was on Will Johnson.
Yeah, that was the setup from earlier in the game on that out that Will Johnson almost picked. They knew that he can come back with a double move.
Dylan Lynch, left-footed kicker, on to attempt a 41-yard field goal from the left hash. Snap is clean. Ball's placed down. The kick is on its way. And the kick is good. And Fresno's on the board with 7:35 to go in half number 1. Michigan leading the Bulldogs 7-3 from here at the Big House. Michigan will get the football back following that 7-play drive for 38 yards over 3 minutes and 23 seconds, culminating in the field goal. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
I'm convinced I have the best Labor Day setup. A cold drink in one hand and my phone in the other while I shop Kohl's Labor Day sale. They have seriously great deals to refresh your home. $10 off if you spend $25 or more. $5 Kohl's cash for every $25 spent. And up to 85% off into summer clearance faves. Yep, I can always count on Kohl's to keep it real with the best savings. And now it's time for a refill. Select styles. Offers end September 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back in the booth here at the Big House. Michigan leading Fresno 7-3. Jason Avant down on the field. Rob Joyce in our studios. Don't forget, coming up at the half, Brian Bush, Jack Miller with first half analysis. And one of the things we'll be talking about is how to get this run game going.
Yeah, in the first quarter, Michigan's offense had 52 yards of offense. In the second quarter, they had negative 10 yards of offense. Obviously, that's not a recipe for success. They've got to find a rhythm offensively, and whether it's quick passes, and I'm not a huge fan right now of the wide receiver screen. Get a couple of quick post routes, something that you can get the ball in and out of the quarterback's hand, or if you're going to hand the ball off, start attacking the edge of this defense. They are loading up between the tackles. Nothing is there. We're not getting any push up front. There's no movement, so find a way to get to the edge.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jason.
No, I agree with you. The only thing I'll say is that if you're going to have him as a starter, open it up for him and let him throw the ball.
Yeah.
You get him in a rhythm with a few short throws, but then you have to let the offense be the offense and not just throw these quick screens all the time.
Dylan Lynch to kick off for Fresno. Kalel Mullings is deep for Michigan. As Lynch gets this one to Mullings, who will field it 1 yard deep in the end zone. He'll bring it out. Mullings across the 10 to the 15. He's got a seam at the 20, out across the 25 to the 26-yard line. Good return for Kalel Mullings, setting up the Michigan offense from the 26-yard line.
Boy, when he gets ahead of steam going, look out. I really like the ball in his hands right now. He's obviously Michigan's leading rusher with 4 attempts right now with 13 yards. But I'd like to see them get to the edge here on first down even. Find a way to get outside the tackles.
Got a change up front. Greg Crippen in at center. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun for Davis Warren. 1st and 10 Michigan from their own 26-yard line. Kalel Mullings continues in the backfield for the Wolverines. Warren claps his hands, takes the snap. Handoff to Mullings up the middle, breaks 1 tackle, but is met in the hole by a tackler there for Fresno. Much running room again.
No.
CV Nomura on the tackle.
No, when a linebacker shows up like that quickly, it means you're not getting off the double teams. You're not staying square. You're not giving yourself a chance to make that block. And that was just simply, it's a misidentification, honestly. There's nobody for him. You've got to find a way to get up to that second level and get a hand on those linebackers.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. Davis Warren in a shotgun with 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Claps his hands, back to pass. Davis Warren, here comes the rush, fires. He's got his man over the middle. That's Kendrick Bell to the 35, puts his head down and fights forward for the first down. Kendrick Bell's first career catch. Ronnie's little brother moved the chains. A gain of 11 there on 2nd down and long for Kendrick Bell.
Still a little bit of pressure on Davis Warren there, but he did a nice job of standing in the pocket, shuffling just a little bit to his left to be able to gain a little bit of time and delivering that ball right across the middle. I love the route for him.
Handoff, Kalel Mullings running right, breaks a tackle across the 40 out to the 45-yard line where he's chopped down just shy of the 45-yard line. Good gain on first down. We're at the 6-minute mark of the first half. 7-3, Michigan on top.
Nice feel by Kalel there. Some of those you're not going to be able to see. And he did a nice job of bumping that ball out to the right just a little bit, getting to some green grass, and then running with his head down.
A.Z. Hamilton on the tackle there for Fresno. 2nd down and 5 for Michigan. Bunch formation to the left with Kalel Mullings continuing in the backfield. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Now they bring C.J. Charleston in motion. And he'll be a lead blocker for Kalel Mullings, who finds a hole cutting back against the grain out near midfield. Close to a first down. Good recognition there, and cutting back was Kalel Mullings. And we await the word. Yep, first down.
Nice job by Kalel Mullings there, setting everybody up, getting in behind Josh Preeb, who's the left guard, who pulls over. At some point when nothing's there, there's going to be a void backside. Sticks his foot in the ground, is able to pick up that first down. Nice awareness, nice feel for the game and how the defense is flowing right now.
1st and 10, Michigan at their own 48-yard line. Clock running, 4:50 to go, first half. Michigan leading 7-3. Davis Warren hands it off to Mullings, hesitates, has a hole, powers forward into Fresno territory down to the 47-yard line of the Bulldogs. Another good run on first down for Kalel Mullings.
Starting to gain a little bit of confidence with that offensive line. And Kalel Mullings, if there's not a hole there, he's going to make one. And he's going to carry you for a few yards. He's not getting past the line of scrimmage before there's contact, but he is going another 3 or 4 yards after contact.
Wolverines go heavy set, bringing Andrew Gentry in as an extra O lineman. He's lined up to the left. 2nd down and 5 for Michigan. Davis Warren under center. Takes the snap, back to pass. Davis Warren looking, fires, and he's got his man inside the 40, down at the 36-yard line on a down and out. It's Colston Loveland. Move the chains again for Michigan. Cameron Braca on the tackle, a gain of 12 yards. And Michigan is in field goal range now with 3:47 to go, first half, leading 7-3.
I like the way that they're operating the offense. Feels like Kirk Campbell finally has a good feel for what this offense is going to be able to be good at. And yeah, Kalel Mullings, you're getting a little bit of yardage there, but you're also finding a way to get Davis Warren a little bit of confidence.
Some confusion. Michigan has both Mullings and Donovan Edwards in the backfield, and now they're going to take a timeout. Nobody knew where to line up. Mullings didn't know where to line up.
Timeout. Michigan, their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
Well, this drive is more like it.
Yeah, I mean, you finally were able to establish a little bit of the run. Hopefully it's something that they're able to sustain throughout the rest of the first half and into the second half. But then being able to find Ronnie Bell. How many times am I going to do that one? Kendrick Bell, being able to come across the middle. And then if you're struggling to be able to distribute the ball, there's no better place to go than your tight end. When you have the best tight end in the country in Colston Loveland, you got to find a way to get him the ball. We saw that in the first drive when they got the turnover. Go down and score. The first pass was to Colston Loveland. Now all of a sudden you find a way to convert into a first down with him.
This drive and the running, John, has coincided with Greg Crippen going in at center.
It has. And, I mean, I'd like to see the protection to be a little bit more solidified. The first run wasn't a great one because we had the backside run through, but 6 plays, 37 yards, 4 minutes time of possession. It's clearly the best drive that they've had so far.
Wolverines go 5 wide on 1st and 10 from the Fresno 37-yard line. Davis Warren back to pass, fires. He's got Colston Loveland on a slant inside the 30 down to the 25-yard line. That's where he's chopped down in traffic. Colston Loveland, the All-American candidate for 12 more yards and another first down. Clock running, 3:07 to go first half. Michigan leading 7-3.
And with the empty, hey, the defensive line is going to pin their ears back. That was really good protection. Good sets, good punch by that offensive line. Nobody got deeper than 3 yards. And Davis had a perfect view of everybody on the field.
Now Donovan Edwards in a slot right. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 1st and 10 Michigan. Davis Warren, they go reverse to Donovan Edwards, and the Bulldogs stringing it out, and back at the 28-yard line, he's run out of bounds for a loss of 2. Cameron Braca is the man that forced Donovan Edwards out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean, that was just Donovan trying to race to the sideline to get even just back to the initial line of scrimmage. There's just nothing to be had there. Great play by Fresno right there. Great play call. They were lined up for it.
2nd down and 12 for Michigan. 2:12 to go first half. Clock running. Wolverines leading 7-3. From the Fresno 27-yard line, ball on the left hash. Bunch formation to the left. One receiver split wide right. That's Kendrick Bell. And Michigan's going to let the clock hit the 2-minute timeout.
Just curious how you're going to do that.
Well, that's what they're calling it.
It's not an actual 2-minute timeout.
No. It's a 2-minute warning. But for some reason, college football has decided to call it the 2-minute timeout.
Is there some trademark the NFL has on 2-minute warning?
There must be. So we've reached the 2-minute timeout in the first half. Michigan leading 7-3, but knocking on the door This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Make It Ford summer sales event is on, so make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs. Check out the 2024 Ford Explorer. AZ Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $349 a month for 24 months with $1,989 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $2,750 trade assist, and $575 summer sales event cash. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details.
Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $349 a month for 24 months during the Make It Ford summer sales event. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Back at the big house here at the 2-minute timeout with Michigan leading Fresno 7-3. The Wolverines have it. 2nd down and 12 on the Fresno 27-yard line. This has been Michigan's most impressive drive at the half. It started on in their own 20. And we've seen some good runs. And Colston Loveland get involved in the pass game.
Yeah, when you're struggling, you want to get to the ball to the guys that you know can make plays. Colston Loveland obviously being one of those with a 10 and a 12-yard reception. And honestly, Kalel Mullings has really shown that he's a guy that they could trust to be able to pick up yardage. Even when nothing's there, he's a guy that's going to make a hole.
Well, he's in the backfield here for Donovan Warren. Or check that, Alex Orji. Alex Orji in at quarterback in a shotgun with 3 receivers split wide right. Davis Warren, of course, Donovan Warren. Orji barks a command. Mullings shifts from right to left. Orji takes the snap. Handoff. Kalel Mullings up the middle, back to the original line of scrimmage, inside the 25, down close to the 24. And it'll be 3rd down and long for the Michigan offense. Corey Foreman, the transfer from USC, on the tackle.
Yeah, read option by the quarterback there, Alex Orji, looking at that defensive end, outside linebacker, trying to key what he's doing. Saw him stay there, so he go ahead and hand the ball off and get back to the line of scrimmage.
4 wide for Davis Warren, who's back in at quarterback. Donovan Edwards in the backfield on this 3rd down and 9. Minute 23 to go, first half clock running. Michigan leading 7-3. Warren takes the snap, back to pass. Finds Donovan Edwards, going to have to make a man miss in the flat, and he doesn't as he's thrown to the ground for a short loss on that 3rd and long, and that means we're going to see Dominic Zavada come on for his first field goal attempt of the year.
Jason, did you see anything down the field? Because it looked like Davis Warren was really not sure whether he wanted to go downfield or just kick the ball out to Donovan Edwards.
No, everything was covered down the field, so he got it down to a check down. In a moment like that, JJ probably would have extended the play a little bit longer.
Zavada on for a 45-yard field goal attempt from the right shot of the hole of Tommy Doman. Snap is good. Ball's placed down. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. Dominic Zavada extends Michigan's lead to 10-3 here with 31 seconds to go in the half. That field goal was brought to you by Citgo, top-tier tri-clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you are good to go. Good drive. I'm sure they would have liked to have finished it in the end zone. 10 plays, 46 yards. They killed 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have at least something going into halftime that you know what started to work during that drive. And whether it was just Kalel Mullings, it was the change of Greg Crippen going into center, you started to find a little bit of a rhythm, and obviously stalled out when you get down to the 30-yard line, but at least you have something that you can build on, and you're going to be able to take a look at this defense and say, okay, how are they trying to defend this Michigan offense? They're not going to give you anything deep. They've got everything covered down the field, so you've got to be able to attack the edges. And I know that I've been calling for them to attack the edges, and they did it with a reverse, but I would like to see them run out of the backfield with some sweeps, maybe a couple of jet sweeps, do something to get outside from the backfield.
James and Delana deep for Fresno State as Tommy Doman booms this one towards the north end zone, and 8 yards deep, and Fresno will take over on the 25-yard line. Probably the best part about that drive, not only establishing the run game, but they might get the 1-2 punch of scoring late first half and getting the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice to be able to go up 2 scores. Right now, only up the touchdown, but like I said, you have a little bit of confidence because you did finally move the ball. Now, how can you build on that going into halftime?
Just 31 seconds to go in the first half. Michigan with 2 timeouts, Fresno with all 3. They want to try and put something together here. Mikey Keene in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the right. Takes the snap, turns and hands it to his running back, who's got some room across the 30 out to the 33-yard line is Elijah Gilliam. Gain of 8 on first down, but it looks like Fresno is just going to let the clock tick.
That's interesting. They had Ernest Hausman lined up directly over the tight end, starting to move some guys around a little bit on this defense and try and create some matchups.
Well, that's going to do it for the first half, as Fresno is just fine with letting the clock tick down to 0, and Michigan will take a 7-point lead to the half. Thoughts on half number 1?
Well, I mean, it was kind of a whole lot of stop and start. Nice turnover at the beginning of the game by Zeke Berry, turned into points for Michigan. But you've got to be able to find a way to put some drives together, sustain some drives. And defensively, I like the fact that Will Johnson's willing to take some chances and some risks. But they better pay off, and you can't get caught on that double move, as Jason was talking about. Because he did that, they ran the double move, and he could have given up a touchdown. So got to polish up some things at halftime, settle down just a little bit. They're going to be just fine, but find some rhythm on offense. And again, get after the quarterback defensively. Find a way to get home. Quick passes don't really allow you to do that, but you could still get a couple of hits on them.
So the Wolverines lead it 10-3 at the half, and Michigan will get the ball to start the second half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Halftime activities coming up, including a swing around the country, update on scores, games ongoing. Of course, we'll have the analysis from Jack Miller. Later, Jason Avant will pass along what Sharon Moore told his team in the locker room. Wolverines lead at 10-3 from here at the Big House in the season opener. It's halftime in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
You asked for it, and it's happening on September 7th. That's right, it's a Maze Out at the Big House, when all eyes will be on Ann Arbor as the Wolverines host Texas. We need all fans in attendance to maze out the Longhorns in this marquee matchup. Then, 2 weeks later, we'll host our first ever Stripe Out when USC comes to town for the Big Ten opener. Full details for the Maze Out against Texas and the Stripe Out against USC are available at mgoblue.com/football promotions. That's mgoblue.com/football promotions.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan leads Fresno State 10-3 as we look back at the opening 30 minutes. Got off to a fast start. Wolverines won the toss, elected to defer. However, it took all of 3 plays for Michigan to get the ball.
Ball on the Michigan, their own 29-yard line. They got to get across the 35. Keene takes the snap back to pass. Fires, crossing route. It's tipped and picked. Going the other direction. The Wolverines picked off. It is Zeke Berry. His first career start. And the Wolverines with the first big play of the season, an interception from Zeke Berry.
The opening drive of his first start gives Michigan the ball in plus territory for Davis Warren, who got the start at quarterback. 4 plays, Michigan gets it inside the 5-yard line. Then Alex Orji replaces Warren, and he finishes the job.
Alex Orji in at quarterback, the sophomore out of Sac City, Texas. Takes the snap. He's going to roll to the right and throw. He's got Donovan Edwards out of the backfield, who will walk into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown. And the Wolverines on the 3-yard touchdown pass from Alex Orji to Donovan Edwards strike early.
Second career pass, first touchdown pass for Orji. 4 minutes in, it's 7-0. Donovan Edwards didn't score a touchdown last year until mid-October. Does it just 4 minutes into the season opener. And you think Michigan's off and running, right? Well, not really. Things quieted down a lot for both sides. The next 8 combined drives in the game. 7 punts, and then mixed in Davis Warren, the only deep shot that he took, got intercepted after a nice Tyler Morris punt return inside the 40-yard line. Took a deep shot, got picked off. That came late in the first quarter. So early second, it's still 7-0 Michigan. Then Fresno State would get their first sustained success of the night. A 23-yard pass play puts the ball inside the Michigan 40, would ultimately work the ball inside the 25, and then have to settle for a 41-yard field goal. So midway through the second, makes it 7-3 Wolverines. At this point, Michigan had 42 yards of total offense, less than half of that of Fresno State. Then Wolverines would find a groove on what would be its final possession of the half. 5 plays cross midfield, 7 plays inside the Fresno State 30. The drive would stall from there. 30 seconds left. Dominic Zavada kicks a 45-yard field goal, caps an 11-play drive, 47 yards, ate up nearly 7 minutes, most of the remaining time. Wolverines will get the ball to start the second half, trying to extend upon what is currently a 10-3 lead at the break. Offensive numbers not pretty for either side. Neither team cracked 100 yards of total offense, 97 for Fresno State, 89 for Michigan. Teams that combined 1 for 11 on third down. Today's halftime show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and top 25 in week 1 of college football as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our third annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Fresno State 10-3. Time for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Two other games in progress right now in this new-look Big Ten. Two newcomers in action. UCLA right now, 2 minutes to go in the first half, trails at Hawaii 7-0, while Oregon, having a similar game as Michigan, got off to a fast start against an FCS school, Idaho.
Gabriel. James to his left. Holding in motion back to formation from the left. Here's a pass. Got him open. Tez for the catch. Tez for the touchdown. Almost uncovered. Just either too much respect for Tez Jansen or just uncovered.
Jerry Allen from Learfield. Ducks got off to a quick start against Idaho, but only lead 14-0 against the FCS opponent at the break in Eugene. Earlier today in the conference, a lot of comfortable victories. Penn State a 34-12 victory at West Virginia. Drew Aller, 3 touchdown passes. Nick Singleton, 114 yards on just 13 carries and a score. Ohio State cruised past Akron 52-6. Indiana eased past FIU 31-7. Nebraska no issues with UTEP 40-7. Highly touted quarterback Dylan Raiola, a couple of touchdowns in his first career start with the Huskers. Northwestern was tied at halftime against Miami, Ohio, wind up winning 13-6. Maryland no issues with UConn 50-7 Terps. And then Iowa and Purdue both shut out their respective FCS opponents, Illinois State and Indiana State. Iowa, yes, it came against an FCS opponent. Most yardage, 456 in 5 years. Threw 4 touchdowns to receivers in one game. That's more than they had all of last year, and just 1 fewer than they had last year and 2022 combined. One game still to kick off in the Big Ten, 11 o'clock, Washington and Weber State. So that's the day in the conference. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. 3 notables to tell you about today. 1 in progress. 7th-ranked Notre Dame, number 20 Texas A&M, midway through the second quarter. A lot of field goals. 6-6 the score on 4 field goals. Earlier today, top-ranked Georgia blitzed number 14 Clemson after halftime, running away from the Tigers. 34-3 the final. And number 4 Texas comes to the Big House next week, a comfortable 1-0, blanking Colorado State 50-0. One other final, 19th-ranked Miami goes to rival Florida, wins big 41-17. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. It's Michigan 10, Fresno State 3. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half, and we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm going to move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's going to go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Start this season with a victory lap at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get fired up with a night of knockouts September 13th featuring professional bouts from boxing's finest. Then get in a rhythm with the funkalicious vibes of Freddie Jackson, September 15th. Bring it all home September 29th with an epic performance from Nick Carter, only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at LexusofAnnArbor.com.
(10-3) the halftime score. A bit of a defensive struggle tonight at the Big House. Wolverines leading, visiting Fresno State. Here on the halftime show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, LexusofAnnArbor.com. Well, Jack Miller, let's start up front. You know, this program has been led by some dominant offensive lines in recent seasons. We figured there'd be some growing pains. What did you see from that new look starting five?
It looked new. It looked a little sloppy at times. You know, you got to realize the way Michigan runs the ball, too, it's not just the offensive line. You got to get the tight ends there doing their job. The running back has to hit the hole. So it wasn't like there were a lot of missed assignments, I didn't think, just not really executed at a high level. One guy missing a block here or there, or turning the wrong way, giving up a sack, and all of a sudden it falls apart. So new, they're working out some growing pains there. 0 for 4 on third down, very anemic offensively, but all those third downs are third and long because they can't get that running game going. You know, now we're looking at a year without Blake Corum, thinking to ourselves, boy, how special and how lucky were we to have him, where even if the offense line didn't get a push necessarily, he's falling forward for 2 or 3 yards every time. They're going to have to find that balance, and hopefully Donovan and Kalel and some of the other guys can get it going.
Jason, give me your assessment of what you saw from the guys up front, the offense as a whole.
It looked bad. I don't know how to say it. It looked bad, and I knew something was wrong when you can't get a 3rd and 1 versus Fresno State. That's not a good sign at all. Hopefully we can go to the drawing board and get some things accomplished and done. The thing that was kind of disappointing offensively is that Davis Warren started the game aggressive. And when you throw the ball down the field on the shot down there to Moore, and you get the ball intercepted, now it puts him back in his shell, and now he's not being as aggressive down the field. He's checking the ball down rather than trying to extend the play. So that's something as a receiver that you have to do. You can't allow the quarterback to get the ball intercepted in a situation like that. You have to go and attack the ball, even though it's a bad play, because you don't want the quarterback to become trigger shy.
Yeah, and really outside of that deep ball interception, that was the only pass, I think, thrown further than 10 air yards by Davis Warren.
Yeah, I mean, they did a pretty good job setting him up on some screens. Colson Loveland, they're obviously going to make him a priority this year. Why wouldn't you? He's a mismatch nightmare for defenses, sure-handed guy. So they were starting to find, actually, weirdly, a little bit of a rhythm through the air besides that long interception. But again, you know, you could maybe put that on the receiver a little bit. I don't, you know, we're a half into the season so far. A lot of new faces, a lot of guys out there for the first time trying to get in a groove together when you're under the lights, first time live bullets are going. So Georgia looked pretty sloppy in the first half today too. They came back and made a good game out of it and put their stamp on that game. I'm not that worried yet. They just got to clean some stuff up and come out and execute in the second half.
Well, Jack giving me hope. Jack,
there we go. Yeah.
Well, I gotta remain optimistic. You're down there. It's bad. It's bad.
Hey, listen, I had to tell the truth to the people.
You're
the
right.
People are listening to it.
But hey, to that point, Jason, let's face it. If you looked at this roster, if you digested this offseason, you had to think that, especially early, the defense was going to have to be the unit that led this team. What did you think about a defense that's loaded, that's fast, that had a few mistakes here and there, but largely took care of business?
No, they did a great job. And you know what? I was talking to Jack here on the sideline when he was down here, is that Zeke Berry to come in to be the starting nickel. Jaden McBarrels have done a good job in that position. So it just speaks to how much, they like competitive environment and giving guys a chance, and that you don't have a secure spot because there's guys that are hungry. And that's what you see on defense. There's guys that are flying to the ball. Rayshon Benny chasing after the receivers on the sideline. You see what Mason Graham can do. And Jayshawn Barham looks like a man out there. I was next to him. Oh my gosh, like 6'4". He looked bigger than Derek Moore going out there. So it was a it was a great performance for the defense. They did get the ball over to 50, the offense, so I'm kind of disappointed on that end.
Well, I do like the depth. I like trying to rotate guys in and make a lot of guys comfortable with playing this season and early in big-time situations. But I don't like Will Johnson not being on the field. I can tell you that. I like being able to spell defensive linemen and get those big guys some rests up front. It's good to have that depth, try to develop it as the season goes. But, you know, we got to make sure our playmakers are out there on the field. All in all, though, defensively, they're as advertised. They're fast, they're physical. Being down on the field, you can watch them, the way they hit, the way they run around. There was a lot of excitement, a lot of energy from that group. So, you know, lost a little steam there, but I think they'll get it back. There's a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Jack, Wink Martindale has always been a dime quarter defense guy. He's always been a guy that likes 7 defensive backs, 6 defensive backs. So he rotates his guys a bunch, and I begin to think about that. It's just not the right time. I don't want Will Johnson or Makari Page off the field anytime soon.
Yeah, and at times it was both of them, which is certainly a unique setup. All right, great stuff from Jason and Jack. We'll have more from Jason, including head coach Sharon Moore's comments coming up from halftime in moments. Jack Miller will have more coming up on the SeatGeek postgame show. Michigan in front of Fresno State 10-3. Here as we approach the second half. That was the Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor halftime show. We'll come back. Doug, John, and Jason start the second half next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
The reigning national champions play here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency today at www.albordeaux.com. That's www.albordeaux.com.
During Toyota's national sales event, you can choose from more hybrid and all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else, including the family-size Highlander. Now through September 3rd, get any new gas-powered 2024 Highlander and get $1,000 APR cash or $500 on Highlander Hybrid when financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Football is back in Ann Arbor. Welcome to our coverage of Michigan and Fresno State. Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Once again, here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
We're welcoming you back to the game, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company and John Jansen. Second half here, first possession. Michigan gets the ball. What do you want to see on this first possession?
Keep pumping the ball to Colston Loveland. 4 catches, 40 yards. He's a guy that can find a way to get open. Marlon Klein, I'd like to see the ball get in his hands a little bit, but keep finding ways to get the ball to the receiver, get to the edge a little bit. I'm talking about coming out of the backfield, not just on reverses, but stress this defense. They're packing the middle. Find a way to get out on the edge from whether it's Kalel Mullings, it's Donovan Edwards, and we might even see Ben Hall just a little bit here in the second half.
Welcome back, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft. Down on the field, Jason Avant has Sharon Moore's comments to the team at halftime.
Coach Moore told the offense, you have to sustain blocks. We need to be more physical. They're making it tough. So be more physical up front. We need to be violent when it comes to running the football. Go have fun and let's execute at a high level and make plays when your number is called. Defensively, obnoxiously communicate. Push their offensive line back. We're getting penetration. Let's make the tackles when your number is called. And go out there, play second half at 0-0 this half.
All right. Be violent, he tells the offensive line. See if they can bring some of that violence to the trenches on this first possession.
Well, that should be number one on the job description. You've got to be able to be violent and get some movement. That violence will lead to some movement, but you got to be able to create some space for those running backs so they make the cut at the line of scrimmage.
Kalel Mullings deep to field this kickoff, and the second half is underway with Michigan leading 10-3, and Mullings will take it out from 5 yards deep across the 10 to the 15, cuts back at the 20, 25, spins away from a tackler and is dropped at the 28-yard line. Interesting decision to take it out. They obviously want to be aggressive. J.B. Brown, the new special teams coach.
Yeah, obviously Kalel Mullings has the green light to do what he wants and what he sees fit. And you want a guy to come out and set a tone in the second half. That, to me, even though it's only the 27-yard line, when you're 5 yards deep and you're able to get that far out, that sets a tone. It sets a mentality for this offense, and hopefully it carries over to the defense as well.
Janice back in at center. Davis Warren continues at quarterback with everybody jammed in tight. Warren will take this snap from under center with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Play action, rolling out and firing caught is Colston Loveland at the 30, knocked out of bounds there for a short gain on first down. Davis Warren with a pass, and now Alex Orji will check into the game.
Well, I like getting the ball in Colston Loveland's hands anytime you possibly can. It's an easy pitch and catch for the quarterback, and when you're hitting that easy out on a rollout, you're always looking downfield to see the different levels. Can I hit somebody in the middle? Can I hit somebody deep? Eventually, they're going to try and stop Colston Loveland, so those will open up as the offense continues to operate.
Alex Orji at quarterback with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Orji claps his hands and will go quarterback power right and get hit at the line of scrimmage and fight forward for maybe a yard. Gabrielle Lightfoot on the tackle for Fresno. It'll be third down.
Yeah, you're just not getting any movement up front at the point of attack. And anytime you get to the line of scrimmage, or no matter who the running back is, quarterback or running back, if you're having to make a cut 2 yards in the backfield, you're at a huge disadvantage. That offensive line needs to start moving that line of scrimmage down the field.
Wolverines got to get it over the 37-yard line here on third down and 6. Warren back to pass, fires over the middle, slant pattern. Colston Loveland first down to the 40, carrying tacklers into Fresno territory down to the 48-yard line. Move the chains, third down conversion. Just Michigan's second of the game. Cameron Braca on the tackle, gain of 21.
You're basically using Colston Loveland, your stud tight end, as a wide receiver. You're lining them up opposite the trips, and you're finding a way to say, hey, just get open. You've got an advantage over this little defensive back. Just go win.
First and 10, Michigan at the Fresno 49-yard line. Warren in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. Tyler Morris now brought in motion. 3 receivers to the left. Warren back to pass. Firing Donovan Edwards off his hands and almost intercepted. Maybe not a great choice there from Davis.
No, and the unfortunate part is you've got Colston Loveland, who starts at the tight end position. He's coming across the middle. He's wide open, and all of the defenders stayed exactly where they were. They're in zone coverage, waiting for Donovan Edwards to get the ball.
Yeah, he took a hit right when the ball got there. It'll be second down and 10. From the Fresno 49, Davis Warren in a shotgun. 5 wide now for Michigan with the ball on the right hash, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Back to pass is Warren. Here comes the blitz. Fires caught. Colston Loveland inside the 45, and he's dropped right there at the 44-yard line. Davis Warren facing a blitz.
That was some hands right there.
Yeah, good catch by Colston Loveland.
Yeah, he looked like me right there.
Just the extra one. Yeah, I mean, it was a great catch. And a great identification by Davis Warren of, hey, you've got 5 wides. You've got nobody in the backfield. You're blocking 5 guys. You're taking the most dangerous inside. They end up letting both edge rushers go, so that ball's got to come out quick. Nice identification.
Kendrick Bell in the game. Marlon Klein in the game on this third down and 4. Shotgun for Davis Warren from the 43-yard line of Fresno. Has the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Tyler Morris. He's got him on a slant inside the 35 down to the 33. Another strike delivered by Davis Warren. R.J. Reagan in coverage there for Fresno. First down, back-to-back third down conversions.
That was a lot of trust by Davis Warren because Tyler Morris slipped at the top of that route.
First and 10 Michigan from the Fresno 34-yard line, leading 10-3 early second half. Davis Warren in a shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 11:30 to go, clock running. Warren's got the snap. Inside handoff, Donovan Edwards, and pushes forward to the 30 where he is met. Short gain there for Donovan Edwards on first down, running right.
Well, I'll take those 3 yards, and I mean, you're at a disadvantage because you've got everybody split out. You're not going to get a blocker in your quarterback. Hopefully he follows through on the fake, but you're down a man up front, and he's going to have to run away. It eliminates, when you're only got 5 blockers up front, it eliminates that cutback because you're going to leave the furthest guy away unblocked. That's that backside defensive end, and he is collapsing hard.
Alex Orji in the game at quarterback with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 4 wide on this 2nd down and 7. Orji takes the snap. Zone read, hands it off to Donovan Edwards, who tries to bounce it outside. Flag is down. 30, turns the corner. 25, has first down yardage. Knocked out of bounds on the 20, but we await the flag.
Yeah, that one's going to come back. You got holding.
Holding. 68. 10-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Josh Preeb, the left guard. It's the first penalty of the game on Michigan. Unfortunate because it was Donovan Edwards' best run of the game.
Yeah, it's just a double team up, and when your center falls off and you're all alone, you can drive as much as you want. When I love the finish, but as soon as that defensive player, that defensive tackle, reaches an arm out and tries to escape, you got to let go of the block. Even if it's going to be a large yardage play, I'd rather lose 1 yard at the line of scrimmage than get called for holding. Yeah, you get the down back, but now you're back 10 yards.
2nd down and 17. The ball backed up to the Fresno 41-yard line. Michigan has to cross the 29 for a first down. 4 wide for Davis Warren in a shotgun. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Warren back to pass. Here comes a blitz. Picked up, fires deep, taking a shot downfield, and it's Samaj Morgan out there in double coverage, incomplete.
Davis Warren just held on to that, or didn't hold on to that ball long enough. He let that one go before Fred Moore was able to make his second move. He's thrown it to a spot, and that, I mean, that's great, but you've got to allow your receiver enough time to be able to get out there. Just overthrew that one.
Well, we know Zavada has a big leg. I'm sure they'd like to get some of this yardage back to make it an easier field goal, or, of course, get the 17 yards and a first down. 3rd down and 17. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. They go inside handoff to Kalel Mullings. Hesitates across the 40. Fights down to the 35-yard line. Well short of the first down, but they've got some of that yardage for a closer field goal attempt and actually centered the football.
That's a safe play call. That's I'm gonna kick a field goal pretty much no matter what. That's not a play design that you think you're going to pick up 17 yards. You're just simply doing exactly what you mentioned, Doug, centering the ball and trying to get it a little bit more advantageous for your kicker.
This is going to be a 52-yard attempt, 53-yard attempt. This would be a career long for Zavada. Out of Tommy Doman's hold, snap is clean, ball's placed down. Zavada's kick is on the way. It's got the distance, and it is good. Dominic Zavada puts 3 more on the board for Michigan to culminate the opening drive of the second half, and Michigan's lead is now 10, 13-3.
And I think we can confirm that that would have been good from 60.
Yes.
That one had plenty of distance, and you just love to see the accuracy, splitting the uprights literally right down the middle.
9 plays, 38 yards, taking up 5 minutes and 39 seconds, as Michigan does get the 1-2 punch, scoring right before the half and then scoring to come out to start half number 2. 13-3, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years, and as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today, and feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions
Nation's all-pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app. Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Last drive.
Tuck Karsh, John Jansen, back at the big house. Jason Avant down on the field. Bob Rossick, our statistician. Rich Marion, our spotter. Tony Butler, our engineer. Of course, Brian Bush, our host, doing a great job. The voice of Michigan basketball. Real excitement about Dusty May's crew over there at Chrysler, as there should be. I'm hearing good things. 9:21 to go, third quarter. Michigan leading 13-3. Tommy Doman approaches it, puts his right foot into it. And Fresno's going to let this one sail into the end zone. Landed at the goal line. They had no interest in bringing that one out. They'll take over at the 25-yard line.
Yeah. Tell us you don't want to return it without actually saying it.
Tim Skipper, the head coach. His team has fought hard here in Ann Arbor. He's the interim head coach, filling in for Jeff Tedford, to step away due to health concerns. We wish him nothing but the best. Well-respected head coach.
Very impressed with the physicality that this team brought to the big house. Fresno State right now, defensively, they're owning the line of scrimmage.
From the 25-yard line, Keene in a shotgun takes the snap, back to pass. Mikey Keene, here comes the pass rush, and down he goes! It's Ray Sean Benny. 7-yard loss on first down on Fresno's first snap of the second half. Then Michigan has immediately put the Bulldog offense behind the sticks.
They put the tackle in a bind. He thought somebody was coming outside wide. Nobody ended up blocking Ray Sean Benny, and it was a beeline to the quarterback. Great to see him back out here and healthy.
Second down and 17. Keene back to pass, fires, got his man over the middle, 30, 35, and close to the first down. He might have it as Magdalena on the slant, indeed, 18 yards, picks up the first down. Quentin Johnson on the stop.
They brought the linebackers, trying to bring extra pressure. Jay Sean Barnum was coming off of the left side of that offense, and when you do that, you leave a hole in the middle. You got to have tighter coverage.
First and 10, Fresno from the 36-yard line. Keene in a shotgun. Malik Sherrod continuing in the backfield. They'll go handoff to Sherrod. No room there. Met at the line of scrimmage and dropped. Mason Graham and Derek Moore combining on the tackle. And what could be a short loss.
Yeah, not much there. If you're going to run right at Mason Graham, you better bring a lunch pail and a whole host of
bunch of
help.
friends.
Yeah.
7:49 to go, third quarter. Michigan leading 13-3. Mikey Keene, transfer from UCF, in a shotgun. Michigan showing a four-man front. Keene back to pass. Fires over the middle. He's got his man near midfield. It's Moss. He's dropped just shy of the midfield stripe. Kari Page there in coverage. And Quentin Johnson on the tackle.
A lot of production right in the middle of that zone defense. Jay Sean Barnum got brought up by the running back.
Malik Sherrod carrying it running left. No room. Michigan's defense stacks him up at the line of scrimmage. And it'll put Fresno at 2nd and 10 again. Mason Graham once again.
Well, you always want to be good on first down. But you got to follow that up with being able to close the zone in the middle of the defense. You got to follow it up with being able to put pressure on a quarterback. It's great to have that first down success. That's always the goal. But now what are you able to do on second down?
Well, they've had a 2nd and 17 converted, a 2nd and 10 converted. Now they got another 2nd and 10 to the Bulldogs. King goes handoff inside to Sherrod, gets it out to the 50-yard line where he's dragged down by Josiah Stewart. And now Fresno will be facing a 3rd and long.
A nice job of patience by Josiah Stewart. He didn't get distracted by all the smoke and mirrors going on in the backfield. There's a lot of motion, a lot of movement going on in the backfield. You got to be disciplined. He does a nice job understanding who's going to get the ball, closing down, keeping his shoulders square so he doesn't get beat on a cutback.
Ball right at the midfield stripe. Fresno's got to get it across the Michigan 42-yard line. Keenan a shotgun on this 3rd and 8. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires. He's got Sherrod in the backfield, and he is dropped immediately. Josiah Stewart, man, did he close quick. And that'll actually go as a TFL. And Fresno will be looking at a 4th and 10.
Well, I think they dropped him into pass coverage. They brought the linebackers, both of them, on the weak side.
They did.
Dropped him into pass coverage. That's a great open field tackle by him.
Samaj Morgan deep, standing on his own 8-yard line to field this punt. From Clay Lawrence, who pops it up. Samaj ranging over. Fair catch signal for him. The ball will go out of bounds. Inside the 20, we await the spot. It's at the 9-yard line. That's where Michigan will take over with 5:20 to go, 3rd quarter, and the Wolverines leading 13-3 here in the season opener. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! It's the Ohio native!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan, it's your boy Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's gonna go all the way.
Here to tell you all about my new Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey is both bold and smooth and is the perfect addition to your next tailgate party. Go to woodsonwhiskey.com to find a store near you. If it wasn't your game day whiskey, it is now. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading 13-3, and the Wolverines got the football back on their own 9-yard line. Davis Warren got the start at quarterback. He's rotated in and out with Alex Orji, but mostly it's been Davis Warren, who's 12 of 16 for 89 yards. 7 of his receptions have gone to Colston Loveland. Michigan's lone touchdown came on an Alex Orji 3-yard touchdown pass to Donovan Edwards. And that's the storyline offensively. Defensively, Michigan's pass rush has been a problem for Fresno. And the Wolverines have kept Fresno off the board for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, 2 sacks. And to be able to see it on early here, and then to be able to change things up. I'm not a huge fan of lining Jayshon Barnum up over the nose unless you're going to bring him from depth, which is what they did that last time. Both linebackers off the left side. Dropped Josiah Stewart into his zone coverage, and he was able to close immediately. That was a nice misdirection by Wink.
Wolverines with the football on their own 9-yard line, 1st and 10. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off Donovan Edwards. Up the middle, puts his head down across the 10. And he's dropped right there. Looked like there was a hole over to the right that Donovan might have missed. And Alex Orji will check into the game on 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, if you're going to run those 5 linemen up front and split everybody out, and you're going to try and option that backside defensive end, Orji's the perfect, guy to be able to do that, because he can make him make a decision. Are you going to collapse? If you do, I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to make you pay.
Wolverines go 3 wide to the left with the ball on the right hash. Pistol formation, Orji with Edwards behind him. Alex Orji, quarterback keeper, running right. 10, 15. Alex Orji to the 20, knocked out of bounds at the 21-yard line. There's the run game with your quarterback. And we get a flag, a late flag.
I think it's going to be a late hit out of bounds.
That was a late flag for a late hit. We await this call.
First sideline warning. There is no penalty. Result of play is a first down.
Sideline warning there. Jason, I just want to make sure that I know you like to be in the mix. That's not on you, is it?
Not on me at all. Not at all. That's a big man out there running. I try to avoid getting hit nowadays.
I don't worry about Jason crowding the sideline. I worry about Jason checking into the game.
Right, exactly.
1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. Following the Alex Orji QB run. Davis Warren back in there. Takes the snap, handoff. Donovan Edwards up the middle. There's some room across the 25 out to the 27-yard line. Good yardage there for Donovan Edwards. Right up the middle, Phoenix Jackson on the tackle for Fresno.
It doesn't take a whole lot. Once you stress the edges just a little bit, all of a sudden things start to open up on the inside. Don't be surprised to see a little bit more Alex Orji as we continue to move forward, because you've got to find a way to hit those edges.
2nd down and 4 for Michigan. Wolverines break the huddle with Davis Warren in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. Max Bredesen comes in motion towards the line of scrimmage. Handoff. Donovan Edwards hesitates, bursts through a hole. He's got the first down across the 31 to the 32-yard line. Good hesitation, setting up his blocking, and Donovan Edwards moves the chains.
You've got to be able to find a rhythm. How is this defense reacting to what the offensive line is doing? How are they reacting to the movement in the backfield? And I think when you watch that little bit of a stutter step by Donovan Edwards, it allows the blockers to get in position, and it gives him the advantage of finding a crease.
1st and 10 Michigan from their own 32-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Edwards continues at the running back spot. Warren back to pass, fires, and almost caught. Diving out there was Kendrick Bell. Couldn't reel it in at the 35-yard line on the near sideline, incomplete.
So one or two things. Either the route was quick or Davis Warren is just way too late on that pass.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit late on that pass. I think he is right now thinking too much, trying to be perfect instead of just playing like we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah. 3:04 to go in quarter number 3. Michigan leading 13-3. Alex Orji back in at quarterback on the 2nd down and 10. Donovan Edwards in the backfield, flanked off his left hip. They're going to go quarterback run with Orji left. He's got some room, 35, 40. Alex Orji's got a first down across the 42-yard line where he's undercut, but moved the chains again with the Saxe, Texas native.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to see him get on the edge there, get some confidence, rotate in, rotate out. Marlon Klein did a nice job of getting in the way and letting a defensive back go just as Alex Orji got to the outside there.
There you go, extra O-lineman here without Andrew Gentry into the game. He's lined up at a wingback. Is that Gentry at a wingback?
Yeah, that's a big wing.
Davis Warren at quarterback, Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Warren back to pass. He's going to fire, take a shot down the sideline. Tyler Morris didn't pick it up.
Yeah, I don't think he saw the ball.
No,
that was a beautiful ball.
It was a well-delivered pass. And it's like Morris just never picked it up.
Yeah.
Jason, could the lights have been an issue there?
Lights could have been an issue, but the thing is, as a receiver, you never look back for the quarterback. You look up. And when you look up in the air, you kind of locate the ball a lot sooner. Right then, it looked like he thought that, he wasn't getting the ball. That's what it looked like.
We have an injured Bulldog down on the field. And we'll take a timeout with 2:15 to go third quarter. And Michigan leading 13-3 here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Welcome back to our coverage of the Wolverines opener. It's Michigan and Fresno State, live from the Big House.
The injured Bulldog was Elzillian Hamilton, the cornerback. He's gone to the sidelines for Fresno. 2:15 to go third quarter. Michigan leading 13-3. Wolverines looking at 2nd and 10 from their own 43-yard line. Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend the 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. Davis Warren continuing at quarterback for Michigan. 2nd and 10. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Warren claps his hands, back to pass. Rolling to the right, looking downfield. Davis Warren fires and overthrows Samaj Morgan and out of bounds.
Yeah, that one, he's just throwing the ball away on that one. He tried to extend it as long as he could. He was under duress. Nowhere to go with the ball. Everybody covered, so let's just throw that ball out of bounds. I like the fact that Colston Loveland's back in the game. I was kind of hoping that was going to be him at the top of on the far sideline on that last one. I like him one-on-one. Every time that they go trips on either side and opposite, they put Colston Loveland. That to me it's an absolute mismatch, and they need to utilize that a little bit more.
Well, 3rd down and 10. This feels like Colston time. He's been money on 3rd down in this game. Warren in a shotgun. Colston is split wide left. Back to pass. Here comes the blitz. Firing and incomplete. Looking for Samaj Morgan. Under heavy duress was Davis Warren, who just had to get rid of it to keep from taking a big sack and a big-time loss, and Michigan will be forced to punt.
I don't know that Samaj Morgan saw that ball either. Maybe it was just thrown too early. I mean, he had to get rid of it, but I don't know that Samaj.
Well, some of this is to be expected, right? Young, not a lot of experience at quarterback, young receivers, not quite in sync. Tommy Doman puts his right foot into this one and gets off a nuke, and a fair catch is signaled for and made on the 14-yard line by Jalen Moss for the Bulldogs, and that's where they will take over, trailing 13-3 with 1:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. Let's go back to our studios for updates with Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thanks, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. 2 games in progress in the Big Ten, both with the newcomers. Number 3, Oregon, struggling a bit with Idaho. Midway through the third, it's 14-0 Ducks, while UCLA has not scored yet. Early third quarter at Hawaii, Bruins trail 10-0. Earlier today, a lot of comfortable victories in the conference. Penn State 34-12 at West Virginia. Ohio State cruises past Akron 52-6. Indiana 31-7 over FIU. Nebraska a big 40-7 win over UTEP. Maryland pounded UConn 50-7. Northwestern the closest game so far today, a tight 13-6 win at home against Miami, Ohio. And then Iowa and Purdue both pitched shutouts against FCS opponents. 11 o'clock still to come. Washington and Weber State. Nationally, number 20 Texas A&M and number 7 Notre Dame in a dogfight. 6-6 the score on 4 field goals early in the third quarter at Kyle Field. Earlier today, Georgia Bulldogs Clemson 34-3, and then next week's opponent for Michigan at Texas routed Colorado State 52-0. So week 1 quickly winding down. We'll recap it all, get to the highlights of our game, get post-game reaction, all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to Doug and John, guys.
Thank you, Rob. Michigan on top here, 13-3. With a minute 55 to go in the third quarter. Jason Avant down on the field. They have a live animal mascot, does Fresno State, a bulldog named Victor E. Bulldog. And this is Victor E. Bulldog number 4. Jason, have you seen Victor E. Bulldog?
No, I'm afraid of dogs there, Doug.
Oh, is that right?
Really?
I'm not really. I'm just messing up. I did get bit on the butt when I was about 7 years old by a Doberman Pinscher, and I haven't forgiven dogs since.
That's why you're so fast.
Yeah, well, I should have got bit by a lion. I probably been faster.
They also have a human mascot, somebody in a bulldog costume, and that mascot's named Timeout. So they have a live bulldog and a human in a bulldog costume.
Huh. Victory and timeout. Hey, Jason, real quick, the chemistry. And I agree with Doug. Some of this is young between wide receiver and quarterback. Both guys are young. What are you seeing about the chemistry and the work being done between quarterback and receiver today?
If you have offensive line trouble, it's going to be tough for the receivers to get involved, and I believe that's where we're having a little bit of. And our receivers right now, they're showing their youth in some aspects. Whenever Fresno State's come through playing man-to-man, that's, an indictment on us a little bit.
1st and 10 Bulldogs from their own 14-yard line, trailing at 13-3, late third quarter. Keene takes the snap, handoff to Sherrod, running left. Not much there. So he's dragged down across the 15 out to the 16-yard line. Check that, it was Elijah Gilliam. Cameron Brandt on the tackle.
Cameron Brandt, we haven't seen or heard much from Cameron Brandt, but he's doing a nice job of taking on that offensive tackle, getting hands inside and creating a wall.
Keene back to pass, fires, incomplete. Jair Hill all over that one. Great coverage there from Shug. And that'll set up Fresno with a 3rd and long. Straight out of Kankakee, Jair Hill. They really like him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of confidence, and you're going to need that when you're on the island.
When you're opposite of Will Johnson, you're probably going to get picked on a little bit too. 3rd down and 8. Fresno with a minute 27 to go in the third quarter. Fans getting into this one, and Keene trying to communicate to his offensive line. Now he's back in a shotgun. Play clock down to 5. Keene's got the snap, back to pass. Michigan blitzing. Keene flushed out of there to the right, and he's just going to throw it away. And he was outside the tackle box. That looked like it had a chance to be actually a safety because he chased all the way back into the end zone. Incomplete, 4th down.
And you want to talk about being chased by a lion. That was Jayshon Barnum that was running him down. And, I mean, he's got the ability to close on just about anybody. Wide receiver, running back, or quarterback.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 40 to field the punt from Clay Lawrence. Clean snap. Lawrence punt. Samaj ranging over to the right will signal for a fair catch and make it at the 37-yard line of the Wolverines. And that's where Michigan will take over with a minute 10 to go here in the third quarter following a 46-yard punt.
Yeah, now this would be a great time to, again, if you're going to go with both quarterbacks, Start off with Davis Warren, maybe find Colston Loveland, get Kalel Mullings back in the game, and try and find a way to get him some yardage.
Kalel Mullings is in the backfield. Off the right hip of Davis Warren, who's in a shotgun 1st and 10 Michigan from their own 37. Warren looks to the sidelines. Now he's ready to go. Puts Max Bredesen in motion. Takes the snap. Handoff. Kalel Mullings hesitates. Puts his head down. Breaks one tackle. Out near midfield. Kalel Mullings checked out at the 45-yard line. He's chopped down. Good gain there on 1st down. The Michigan run game has started to go here a little bit in the second half, John.
It is. They bring Max Bredesen in motion. You know he's going to try and kick out that end. They bring Giovanni Al-Hadi as a pulling guard, and everybody is now flocking to where those two guys are going, and Kalel Mullings is seeing that, feeling it, and being able to cut back just a little bit.
2nd down and a long 2 for Michigan. 35 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. They lead at 13-3. Davis Warren back to pass. He's got Tyler Morris in the flat. He's got it right at the sticks on the far sideline, and it looks like that's going to be good for the 1st down on what will likely be the final play of quarter number 3. It is good for a 1st down, move the chains.
Yeah, and I do like some of those quick passes right now for Davis Warren, ones that you don't have to think. I mentioned it felt like he was just thinking a little bit too much about going through all of his checks, going through all the different options, and then a little bit late when he actually delivered the ball. That one was, hey, it's predetermined. This is where you're going with the ball. Get the ball out of your hands and pick up a 1st down.
So there it is, the 3rd quarter. Clock has run out. And the Wolverines will take a 10-point lead to quarter number 4. And we'll have that when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. 0 sugar. Crisp. Refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan leading Fresno 13-3. As we head to the 4th quarter, and finally we're getting to see Michigan get some yardage on the ground, which is something that Sharon Moore definitely wants to do. He's the guy that coined everything smash. You just want to smash.
Well, and his keys coming out of halftime were you got to be physical, you got to be violent in the run game, and it's got to be a controlled violence as well, where you're on the front side. If that's where the double teams are, that's where Max Bredesen and the pulling guard are going to go. Backside, you have to be controlled to be able to get those cutoffs. And if you can, like we've seen Kalel Mullings be able to cut against the grain, that's what opens up that backside and keeps that hole wide enough to be able to get through.
Some good running from both Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards so far. In this game, Kalel Mullings, 11 carries, 46 yards. And Donovan Edwards, just 9 carries and 18 yards, but his best 2 runs are his last 2 runs. Hey, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Serenaded by the fans singing Mr. Brightside, the Wolverine offense is back on the field. 1st and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Davis Warren, who's taken the majority of the snaps tonight for Michigan, continues at quarterback. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 2 receivers split to the left. One is Kendrick Bell, the other is Max Bredesen. Is that a Marion Walker or split wide right?
Yeah.
Warren takes the snap, handoff Kalel Mullings, cutting against the grain, back across the 50 down to the 48-yard line. 4 yards for Kalel Mullings there.
It feels like Kalel has a real good feel for where the soft spots of the defense are going to be. It's not always going to be exactly where it's designed to go. I mean, every single time right now, he is cutting back to be able to gain yardage.
Wolverines go 4 wide here on 2nd down and 6. Mullings continues in the backfield. Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. Davis Warren with some time, fires to Kalel Mullings, who drops it just as he takes a big hit at the 45-yard line. Incomplete.
Yeah, there's just not anything open downfield. Good coverage downfield. And Kalel Mullings coming out of the backfield. He's got a linebacker one-on-one.
So in that situation there, it's all go on the outside. They're in the cover 4, so they have to check it down to him. Just got to catch that rock.
Yep.
3rd down and 6 from the Fresno 48-yard line. 4 wide for Davis Warren. Colston Loveland, keep your eye on him in the slot left. Fresno showing blitz. Warren takes the snap, back to pass, steps up, fires over the middle. He's got Samaj Morgan at the 39-yard line, sitting down in the zone coverage. 1st down, Samaj.
That was a great job by Samaj, knowing he's going to take a hit when he caught it, but he had to get 1st down yardage. He was 2 yards behind, past the 1st down marker, catches the ball. Great job of knowing down distance situation by a young receiver.
Alex Orji checks back into the ball game. We'll take this next snap at quarterback. 1st and 10 from the Fresno 40-yard line. 13-3, Michigan on top, 13:38 to go, 4th quarter. Orji puts Mullings in motion, and we'll go quarterback option right, and Kalel Mullings puts his head down. Check that, Alex Orji puts his head down and dives forward to the 37-yard line.
John, I thought he could have just been a little bit more patient right there and let the block set up a little bit.
If he just had stuttered, what we talked about with Donovan Edwards just a couple of minutes ago, where he took that little stutter in the backfield, if he just slows it up just a little bit,
yeah,
that things are going to clear up and he'll be able to pick a hole to go through.
Yeah.
Orji will stay in there at quarterback on 2nd down and 7. Takes the snap, rolling right, Alex Orji. Going to deliver, and he bounces it to Tyler Morris. Right at the sticks on the far sideline, incomplete.
Yeah, Tyler Morris was open for that. It just was, it bounced 6 feet in front of him.
It's going to be 3rd down and 7 for the Michigan offense. They were just 1 3rd down conversion in the first half for Michigan, and they've been very good on 3rd down here in half number 2.
Yeah, this is, again, this is another situation where if you can find a way to get Colston Loveland singled up, some of your biggest targets, you've got to be able to get the ball to him.
He's flanked wide left. Warren back to pass. Fires Colston Loveland on a slant. Couldn't bring it in. And I think that one might be on Colston.
Yep. That one was there. It was that was, and it was 1st down yardage. That would have been a conversion. He just dropped it.
They're going to let Zavada try another field goal. We've heard about the leg strength. This will be a 55-yard attempt. With the ball on the left hash. He's already set a career long with a 52-yarder earlier. Had plenty of leg. And now trying to set another career long. This would be from 55. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is on the way. Does it have the distance? It does. Dominic Zavada with his fourth field goal of the game, and Michigan extends the lead to 16-3.
MVP.
Yeah, I tell you what, you don't want it to become a crutch, and knowing that, hey, you get conservative when you get down there because you know you've got 3, but boy, what an unbelievable leg that he's got.
Michigan has had some great kickers, from Jake Moody to James Turner, and now Dominic Zavada appears to be continuing the tradition. Michigan leads it 16-3 here at the Big House with 12:42 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan extending its lead to 16-3 here against Fresno in the opener. The Wolverines getting 3 Dominic Zavada field goals here. And the last 2 from 52 and 55 yards.
Boy, that's nice to know that you got that in your hip pocket.
Sure. 12:42 to go in the ball game. Tommy Doman will kick off. Zavada's already tied for 6th in Michigan football history in career 50-plus yard field goals. Record is 4, shared by Jake Moody, Quinn Nordine, and Hayden Epstein. Tommy Doman's kick sails into the north end zone, and Fresno will take over at the 25-yard line.
So defensively here, you know that they're going to start taking some chances. And, I mean, obviously there's 12:42 left in the game. Plenty of time for them to put together a drive. They just haven't been able to sustain many drives. So look for them to maybe take some shots, pull a couple of rabbits out of the hat.
See Ike Iwuna in there for the Michigan defense, defensive tackle. Senior out of Garland, Texas. Getting his first snaps of the season. Play clock running down. Mikey Keene's got to hurry. Takes the snap right as the play clock expired. Hands it off to Malik Sherrod, and he's dropped in the backfield by Jimmy Rolder. Back at the 21-yard line, a loss of 4 on first down.
Getting creative with how they're using the linebackers. Jimmy Rolder's lined up. Remember I said right before half they had Ernest Hausman over the tight end?
Yep.
That's where Jimmy Rolder lines up, and nobody even identifies him, and he just comes right off the edge to make a hit in the backfield.
2nd down and 14 for the Bulldogs. Keene in a shotgun as they go 5 wide. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Going to take a shot down the near sideline looking for Moss, and does he have it? It looks like he does on Will Jansen out near the midfield stripe, but he is down and in a lot of pain, holding his right leg, and that does not look pretty.
It looks like he's cramping up.
I hope that's all it is. The way he grabbed at his knee. He's down right in front of the Michigan bench. That's a gain of 28 yards and one heck of a catch.
It was.
Will Jansen was right there.
Good coverage, but you got to know, hey, at this time, they're going to start taking some shots downfield.
Yeah, that's cramps.
We'll take a timeout here with 11:54 to go in the ball game, and Michigan leading 16-3 here in the opener. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The Wolverines smash here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The Make It Ford summer sales event is on, so make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs. Check out the 2024 Ford Escape. AZ Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,289 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $250 RCL bonus cash, $4,500 trade assist, and $485 summer sales event cash. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details.
So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $249 a month during the Make It Ford summer sales event. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the big house. Jason Avant down on the field. 11:54 to go in the ball game. Jalen Moss did run off the field, so it did look like indeed it was cramps. He went down awkwardly, and glad he's not seriously hurt.
No, it's good to see him get up, get off the field. And now for this Michigan defense, there's a couple things. I mean, they've been really good on first down. We mentioned it in the third quarter, coming out of halftime. Hey, a couple of lost yardage plays or no gains on first down, but then they've been able to find, whether it's the middle of the zone and convert a 2nd and 17 or a 2nd and 10. This one here was, 2nd and 14. And you just got to know that, hey, they're going to start taking some shots downfield. The clock is ticking on them.
Well, coming out of the timeout, Fresno on the completion got the ball out to midfield in another 2nd down and long situation. It feels like Fresno gets behind the sticks on first down, then converts on 2nd down. They got a 1st and 10 from the 50, and that looks like it's caught inside the 20. Nope, they're going to say it bounced. Going to say it bounced. Mikey Keene incomplete there. Looking for Nathan Acevedo right in front of the Michigan bench.
Yep, and you got to find a way to you got to let him get out of the pocket, keep pursuit, don't let him set his feet. When he's in the pocket, he's been a very accurate passer.
Now we get a whistle and
the ruling on the field.
Take another look at this one.
Pass. That play is under further review.
So we take a look at the replay. It looks like Acevedo might have actually collected that one before it hit the ground.
Was his body, yeah, I guess he was in bounds. Yeah, that looks like a catch. Nice job of getting his arms underneath it, cradling the ball.
Yeah, I don't know that this replay should take very long. I think that's a pretty clean catch.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Is
like it
his
ever
back
touched.
leg out of bounds?
Well, that's what I was wondering. I can't tell if he was in bounds or out of bounds.
No, he's in bounds.
Okay. Well, that's going to set up Fresno inside the Michigan 20. That was against a Michigan blitz. Keene bailing out of there to the right, running from Jayshon Barham, and he delivered a strike. He is a very good off-platform performer.
Yep.
Probably where he's at his best.
And these smaller receivers kind of give you problems when you're a bigger corner. That's everywhere, every team. Smaller guys, quicker guys give bigger corners problems.
After the review, the ruling on the field has changed. The wide receiver did complete the process of the catch at the 18 line. The ball is at the 19-yard line, first down and 10. Game clock will start on the ready for play.
So there you have it. Yep. Fresno's got it at the 19-yard line now. Trailing this one 16-3, the Bulldogs.
Michigan defense is having a hard time getting set up.
Mikey Keene, 1st and 10 from the Michigan 19. Takes the snap. Go quarterback run right and escapes one tackler, pushes forward down close to the 15-yard line for a short gain on first down.
I will say this, at the line of scrimmage, Michigan is doing a good job defensively of being tough at the point of attack, but there's never just one or two guys around the pile when a tackle is made. They are swarming to the ball, and it would be nice, once you get a guy held up like that, start punching at the ball. Start trying to rip that ball out. See if you can create a fumble here.
Gain of 2, 2nd down and 8. Keene in a shotgun with Sherrod off his left hip. Now it looks like he wants to change the play. Ready to go. Keene back to pass. Fires in the flat, far side, and incomplete. Intended for Raylan Sharp. The ball dislodged, arriving at the same time as the football was Amir Hall, the transfer from Albany. And that'll set up a 3rd and long for the Bulldogs.
That was a good cover 2 check by Wink Martindale.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage is Keene. 5 wide for the Bulldogs on 3rd down and 8 from the Michigan 18-yard line. Keene, empty backfield, takes the snap, back to pass, fires far side. He's got his man at the 12, who cuts inside to the 5, to the goal line. Touchdown, Raylan Sharp. Man coverage out there. And Sharp, I believe Zeke Berry was in coverage.
I think it was actually Jaden McBurrows.
Was it? And Fresno has their first touchdown of the game to make this a 16-9 game.
I always say if you're going to play man-to-man, you're going to bring blitzes, make sure you can get a jam on a guy. Letting guys run free is never a good solution. It's always going to end up in yards.
Dylan Lynch on for the extra point. Snap is good. Ball is clean, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 10:06 to go in the ball game, Fresno's going to make Michigan work right to the end. It's 16-10, the Wolverines on top.
Yeah, and that drive right there was all about the big play. And when you have a 16-yard reception, a 15-yard reception, a 28-yard reception, I mean, it's at some point, whether it's pass rush and you got to get after the quarterback, get some hits on them, it's being able to get a jam at the line of scrimmage and just throw off the timing of the quarterback. Like Jason said, you can't allow him to run. If you're going to play man coverage, you can't allow them to run free off the line of scrimmage. They've got the head start. They know where they're going, and as a defensive back, you're somewhat left guessing and reacting instead of being the one that determines exactly what's going to happen.
The one thing about Wink is that he's going to blitz a lot more than what we are used to seeing the last couple of years under the other defensive coordinators. He blitzes a bunch, and eventually, if you don't get home, you're going to give up a touchdown or 2.
Well, now it's time for the offense. Is going to have to respond. You're going to have to put together. I mean, the time of possession right now, Michigan has an 11-minute advantage. They've been able to possess the ball at times, but they've got to find a way If you're going to move the ball down to the 40-yard line, down to the 30-yard line, get into the red zone, you got to find a way to convert that into touchdowns and not just rely on a field goal kicker.
Lynch to kick off. Kalel Mullings is deep, and he's not afraid to bring it out of his own end zone, and he will field this one inside the 5. Will Kalel to the 10, towards the middle of the field to the 20. Kalel Mullings out to the 24-yard line, where he is knocked down, falling forward to the 25, and that's where Michigan will take over with a 6-point lead and 10 minutes even to go in the ballgame.
A little bit of a gut check here early on in the season. Game 1, not a lot has been working. You found some rhythm here and there. It's been very sporadic. Now it's an opportunity to go out there and, hey, when you got to get something done, where are you going with the ball? Who are you going to trust with the ball?
Donovan Edwards in the backfield next to Davis Warren. 1st and 10 Michigan from the 25-yard line. Warren takes the snap, handoff to Edwards up the middle and hesitates. Powers forward to the 28-yard line as Donovan Edwards, short gain on 1st down.
Yep. Solid 3-yard gain.
Really got a full head of steam. I thought that was going to be more.
Yeah, and it's not often you see one guy, whether it's Kalel Mullings or Donovan Edwards, be able to make a play like that, but they squared up and one guy brought him down.
2nd down and 7. The Wolverines go 4 wide. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Davis Warren communicating with his offensive line, now back in a shotgun formation. Claps his hands, takes the snap, inside handoff, Donovan Edwards, and now Edwards, tripped up as he gets out across the 33-yard line, close to the 34. And he broke that last tackle. Would have been off to the races. But still a good gain, setting up a 3rd down and short.
Yeah. I mean, you get 3rd on 1st, you get 4th on the next one. It leaves you with only, 2 or 3 yards left to go. And you're trying to salt away the clock a little bit. This is another opportunity for this offensive line to find a way to convert this into a 1st down. They're jammed in tight.
Fresno really stacking the line of scrimmage on this 3rd down and a long one. Warren in a shotgun. Handoff to Mullings running. Nope, it's Orji correction, keeping it on the QB keeper running right, and he gets out to the 40-yard line. My apologies. Alex Orji with a good game, moved the chains.
And that's a great play call and a great read by Alex Orji when everybody is loaded in there and everybody thinks, hey, Michigan's just going to 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You have an athlete like Alex Orji that's able to hold onto the ball like that and pick up a 1st. It's a huge weapon to be able to put out there.
Wolverines have it at the 40-yard line, 1st and 10. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap, handoff. Kalel Mullings running right. He's got some room across the 40. Spins out of a tackle at midfield. Kalel Mullings breaking away from tacklers inside the 40 down to the 39-yard line where he is dropped. Moved the chains for Michigan, and the Wolverines have moved into Bulldog territory with 7:47 to go in the game and a 6-point lead. 21 hard-fought yards by Kalel Mullings.
Well, in a game where not everything has gone well, you're probably not feeling very good about yourself offensively. This is a great start to a response on the gut check.
1st and 10 Michigan from the 39-yard line of Fresno. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Kalel Mullings continuing in the backfield. Warren claps his hands, takes the snap, handoff. Mullings running left. This time he splits a pair of tacklers at the 30, runs a man over at the 25, and down to the 24-yard line. Kalel Mullings with some more good hard running, 15 yards that time. Who lost his bucket there? Was that Jadis?
Yeah. The ability for Kalel Mullings all game long, we've talked about his ability to cut back. That feeling right now, sometimes running backs, I mean, you just got to understand the flow of the game, the flow of the defense, and that cutback, you got to trust that it's there. And right now, Kalel Mullings is trusting that that's there.
Greg Crippen in at center for this snap. Handoff Kalel Mullings up the middle to the 20, inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. Is the big running back Kalel Mullings out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, who Don Brown offered his freshman year after watching him play high school basketball.
Well, the offensive line's starting to get a little bit of movement. I'd like to see some more, but what they're doing is it's much better position. where the ball is going. Sometimes you just got to be a speed bump. Put your body, put your hat in between the ball carrier and your defender, and sometimes with Kalel Mullings, that's all you need.
Inside 6 minutes to go, Michigan leading 16-10. Warren in a shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass, fires. He's got Colston Loveland inside the 10 to the 5. Colston Loveland to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. There's your All-American.
And what did we say at the beginning of this drive? You got to trust those guys that have stepped up for you today. That's Kalel Mullings. It's Colston Loveland. That's his 8th reception on the day. And it could have come at a better time to respond to Fresno State getting in the end zone.
Dominic Zavada on for the extra point with 5:43 to go in the ball game, and Michigan leading 22-10. Snapper is William Wagner. The holder is Tommy Doman. Good snap, good hold, kick is up, and Dominic Zavada's extra point is good. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 23-10, Michigan on top, 5:43 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Need metals? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Our customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. Alro Metals Outlet stores offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Livonia, Troy, and Warren. Learn more at alro.com.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Wolverines, Bulldogs. The reigning national champions are back in action. For more, we return to Michigan Stadium.
With that 18-yard touchdown reception, Colston Loveland now has a career high in receptions with 8. He's got 87 yards, which is one shy of a career high. The most receptions by a tight end in a single game in program history. Jim Mandich against Purdue in 1969 and Eric All against Michigan State in 2021. They each had 10 catches. And that is our Spotlight Best in the Game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be Wolverines. Well, John, you talked a lot in the pregame about featuring Colston Loveland, and it's safe to say the Michigan offense has done exactly that, featured Colston Loveland.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice big target. It's the biggest target that they have for Davis Warren to go out there. First of all, to be able to locate. He's a big body. You can see exactly where he's at, and he's a sure-handed. I know he had the one drop, but he's a very sure-handed receiver. Can catch it in traffic. He's reliable with the ball. He's taken some hits. He's not going to lay the ball on the ground.
Yeah, he's going to be your mismatch each and every week. You got to give him the ball.
Yeah, whether he's on a linebacker or a corner, Like if you could, ideally, if you can get him on a corner, throw that ball to him every single time.
Yeah, he can use his size and his body. He's basically being used like Travis Kelce and George Kittle right now. So that's a good thing.
Tommy Doman to kick off for Michigan with a 13-point lead here. 5:43 to go in the ball game. Doman's kick sails into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone. And Fresno will take over at the 25-yard line.
Collective sigh of relief, both that the offense did find a little bit of a rhythm. It's been a lot of stops and starts today. And now you want to see this defense. What did they learn from that last series where they gave up some big plays in the passing game, obviously gave up the touchdown? Is Wink going to go back to blitzing, or are they going to just say, hey, let's try and keep everything in front of us? Let those four guys that we know can win one-on-one matchups, let's let them win up front.
From the 25-yard line, Keene in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Wolverines bring heavy pressure, throw over the middle, is tipped and intercepted. It's Quentin Jansen, and are they saying that he trapped it, or are they giving him... Yep, they're saying it's Michigan football at the 39-yard line.
We'll take it.
Run out there and snap the ball, Jason?
Yeah, you got to hurry up. Hurry up. And look a little questionable, that roll on the ground.
Quentin Johnson.
He's confident, though.
May have his first interception of the year. We'll have to wait for the replay on this.
That play is under further review.
We'll see.
Oh, they're breaking out the buffs.
Oh. He's confident. I'm feeling better about it now.
Oh, what do you think? Now that you've seen the replay?
I could see how he would feel confident, but it looks like that ball hits the ground.
See, I got to go with my first brain right there. Whenever you see a DB flailing around on the ground, it's never good.
You're rolling around trying to corral the ball.
Yeah.
Well, if it stands, Michigan will have it 1st and 10 on the Fresno 39. And if it doesn't stand, it's 2nd and 10 Bulldogs from their own 25. With Michigan leading 23-10 and 5:38 to go in the ballgame.
They're playing wing and a prayer right now. That's what we need in order to get this ball.
Looks like the Michigan defense is starting to wander back onto the field.
Yeah. I was just talking to my man Leroy on the sideline. I told him it would be a Will Johnson pick.
The ruling has changed. The ball touches the ground. Therefore, it's an incomplete pass. The ball will go back to the line. It'll be second down.
Well, there you go.
I'm calling the Will Johnson pick here.
All right. So 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs from their own 25-yard line, as the Michigan defense is back on the field. Mikey Keene, 15 of 27 for 180 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. As a second interception just wiped off the board. Keene back to pass under heavy duress, fires over the middle, and this one's picked again. This time it's Makari Page going the other way, outside the numbers on the far sideline. He gets chopped down at the 22-yard line.
It's a flag down.
There's a flag, but I think that I saw the flag fly after the interception. I don't know what it is.
Another flag.
Oh, boy. Right in front of the Fresno bench, some Wolverine players over there.
Yeah, it's either Fresno's players or it's
Mason Graham and Jay-Sean Barham over there.
Well, it's
as long as it all happened after the interception.
It looks like Jair Hill was the one that was in it at the start.
Well, Mason Graham is pointing at Fresno on his way off the field. There's no doubt that this was an interception, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Makari Page had this one flat out. There's no question that the ball was caught. No.
Unless the flags do something to overturn it. And then a good return from Makari Page.
No,
this isn't going to be roughing on TJ Guy, is it? He just bumped Mikey Keene, not much at all, and Keene went down.
I can't see the replay. Was the flag out?
Here we go. Here's the call.
Offsetting.
Roughing the passer.
Oh, my God.
Defense number 42. 15-yard penalty is forced from the previous spot, includes automatic first down. Unsportsmanlike
30 yards worth of penalty against us right there.
What a disaster.
Yep.
It goes from Michigan having it inside the Fresno 20 to a pair of 15-yard penalties. And for those of you that are just listening to the game, and I mean, TJ Guy's little love tap on Mikey Keene, for as athletic as he is, hard to believe that's what dropped him to the ground.
Well, I don't know if there was acting involved or not, but it was, I got to be honest and say, it was the act of him extending his arm that drew the eyeballs of the official, causing that to be called. I think it's a very bad call. Like, it's soft.
And Fresno's on the Michigan 45-yard line.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's see if they can make it 3 for 3 and pick off another pass here. Michigan up by 13, 5:16 to go in the game, clock running. Keene back to pass. We got whistles and flags have dropped, and it looks like a false start on Fresno. Man.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start. Offense number 75.
Well, I don't think Sharon Moore or Wink Martindale will be mad at TJ Guy. They will not like the personal foul penalty that Jayshawn Barham was given, but I don't think Guy did much. 1st and 15 for Fresno. Back to pass as Keene fires near sideline. He's got his man at the 50, spins inside the 45, powers forward to the 40, inside the 40, down to the 39.
Wow, with as many Wolverines as around there taking their shots at him, that was a great job of him trying to get as many yards as possible.
That was Malik Sherrod, the running back. Gain of 10, 2nd down and 5. Keene in a shotgun, back to pass, fires, quick wide receiver screen. It's caught and dropped quickly as Acevedo, and we're going to see horse collar.
Yep.
Well, this is a yellow flag drive for the Bulldogs. And I think it's going to be TJ Guy again.
Yeah, if it's a horse collar, that's another personal foul. That's going to be 45 yards worth of penalties.
Guy just...
Personal foul. Face mask grabbing a helmet opening. Defense number 42. 15-yard turnover result.
So the Michigan defense has given up 45 yards of penalties and intercepted 2 passes that were both wiped out. One was reviewed and correctly overturned. The other one wiped out by a roughing the passer penalty, and now Fresno's got it at the Michigan 20-yard line.
Yeah, and they called face mask on that. It wasn't a horse collar. It looked like it was going to be, but I couldn't see his left hand, and I think they're saying that's the one that was on the face mask.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Keene in a shotgun with 4 wide. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires, and he's got his man at the 10. That is the tight end Cameron Beecham, and they're going to mark him just shy of the 1st down. And Oetta in the Michigan defensive front rotation at this time. Now 5 wide, empty backfield. Keene fires quickly. It's picked off Will Johnson, and he's in the clear, going the other direction. No doubt about it. Touchdown, Will Johnson, intercepted, no flags.
He read that one as good as you're ever going to read a wide receiver screen. He broke on that 7 yards from the receiver and hit that one in a full sprint.
Who's your daddy?
You called it, Jason Avant. We had to get 2 previous interceptions overturned for you to be correct, but you called it. And the Wolverines extend their lead to 29-10 following the 90-yard interception return by Will Johnson.
Number 2. Reinforced.
And we have a flag.
That's number 2.
And a personal foul penalty on Malik Sherrod. He did say on Fresno's Malik Sherrod.
Correction. The penalty, the try, will be forced on the try.
Oh, they're giving that penalty's on Will Johnson. Did anybody see what he did?
No, I didn't see at the end.
No, I was basking at Cartwright, so I couldn't see it.
Well, that's going to make this Zavada extra point.
I'm assuming that it was an extended celebration.
Jason, did you see him break on that ball?
Yeah, that was no chance right there.
Oh, my goodness. He knew that one was coming, and he broke on that as soon as the ball left the quarterback's hand, hit that one in full stride, and he was gone.
This is a 36-yard extra point from Dominic Zavada. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan extends its lead to 30-10 over Fresno State following the Will Johnson 90-yard interception return. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Well, again, the penalties.
45 yards worth of penalties.
Great,
no.
But, I mean, I guess all that did was eventually lead to Will Johnson's highlight play, and he got to put on the turnover buffs.
Yeah, and he's the one that designed them this year. So yeah, he gets to wear them, and like the end result, but the fact that there were 45 yards worth of penalties, a face mask, a shove after a quarterback releases the ball, those are moments that, especially for TJ Guy, who's a young player, he's an aggressive player trying to make a play. You can understand the aggression, but you also have to be controlled at those key and critical moments.
So, Will Johnson with a highlight reel play, and Michigan leading at 30-10 here at the Big House with 3:57 to go in the ball game. Tommy Doman will kick off. Magdalena is deep as Doman puts his right foot into it. Fresno hasn't brought one out yet, and they won't bring this one out as well, as that one lands out of the back of the end zone. Tommy Doman and Fresno will take over at the 25-yard line. That is the fourth longest interception return in Michigan history. The longest was 94 yards from Brandon Herron against Western back in the opener in 2011. Wasn't that the game that got shortened by rain? There was a storm.
Was that Northwestern?
It was Western Michigan.
So Western Michigan. Yeah.
All right, so Keene in a shotgun from their 25-yard line, back to pass again, fires, and it's caught over the middle by Beecham, the tight end, out near the 34-yard line, gain of 9 on first down. Brandon Hillman is in the game, credited with the tackle. 2nd down and 1, clock running, 3:40 to go in the game. Michigan up 20 points. Keene in a shotgun, back to pass, fires, and caught on a little stop route. Jair Hill in coverage. Sheedon James on the reception. Well, I like Jair Hill.
Oh, yeah, Jair Hill's going to play with a lot of confidence, and he's a player that's going to let you know about that confidence as well.
1st and 10 Fresno, clock running, 3:10 to go. Keene in a shotgun, they've got 4 wide. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Keene back to pass. Delivers, it's batted at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. Let's see who got the big paw up there, but it's Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Big fella, KG.
We saw that a couple of times last year. I mean, when he puts his arm up, you know, he covers a lot of space, and it's hard to throw around him. If you're not going to get there, put your hand up, get in the passing lane. That's exactly what he did.
Keene back to pass. Here comes the rush. Fires over the middle, and it's caught at midfield by Magdalena into Michigan territory, down to the 48-yard line, where Hillman brings him to the ground with 2:45 to go in the ball game. Clock running. Michigan up 30-10.
Well, they continue to bring Jay Sean Barnum on a lot of blitzes, and they're leaving that middle open, and Fresno's willing to take it.
Back to pass is Keene. Here comes the rush, and he's dragged down back at his own 37-yard line by Josiah Stewart. His 2nd sack of the game. A loss of 15 on first down.
And when you have those rushers up front, that time they drop drop Jay Sean into coverage. You've got 7 guys covering up the defensive secondary there. There's not a lot of places to go with it, and we've got plenty of guys up front, whether it's Josiah Stewart, who obviously got home, Derek Moore, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. You go right down the list, there are plenty of guys that can win one-on-one matchups and get after the quarterback.
We have reached the 2-minute timeout with Michigan on top, 30-10 here at the Big House in the opener. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
A new era of Michigan men's basketball is upon us, and there is still time to secure your seats for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are available to watch the new-look Wolverines, led by head coach Dusty May. And the home schedule is loaded with marquee matchups, including Michigan State, Purdue, Oregon, TCU, and Washington. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more and secure your season tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Men's basketball season tickets.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. Next week, John, Fresno takes on Sacramento State.
I'm probably going to get Z.
So,
yeah, I mean,
we'll, of course, feature the game with Texas.
Yes. It is exciting to know that Texas is coming to town. It's obviously a departure from what Michigan has faced in the non-conference in the previous years. So it'll be fun to have a big-time matchup, a top 10 matchup in the Big House next Saturday. And Quinn Ewers, their quarterback, had a big day today. He's a Heisman candidate. So it'll be fun to watch these guys. They're down a couple of running backs due to injury. They obviously lost a couple of receivers, but it appears as though they've been able to find some decent replacements.
Michigan defense looks ready for the challenge. The offense with some work to do. Our preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wide receiver screen for Fresno. It's Magdalena out to the 43-yard line on 2nd down and 24. He gets 6 yards back. It'll be 3rd down and 18.
Yeah, they continue to bring pressure with Jayshon Barnum.
3rd down and 18 for Fresno. With 1:29 to go, they are in no rush. Clock is running. Michigan leading 30-10. Keenan, a shotgun, takes the snap. Inside handoff to Malik Sherrod, who gets back to the line of scrimmage, dives forward for a yard. And that is it. Derek Moore with the tackle, and it's going to be 4th down in Fresno here for the Bulldogs.
I know they've lined up Jayshon above the center a lot of times today. Frequently they got him lined up there. He's not a nose tackle. I like him coming from depth a little bit. Get that head of steam up.
And Fresno's going to elect to punt with inside a minute to go and the clock running. Okay then.
Well,
Clay Lawrence will punt. And Tyler Moore is deep for Michigan. Interesting decision by Coach Skipper.
Yeah, that was the Bruins lost to Michigan by 20 decision.
Right. This punt lands inside the 20 and checks up there, and Tyler Morris tells everybody to get away, and Fresno downs it with 19 seconds to go. So it's victory formation time, John.
Yep, greatest play in football.
With the win, Michigan will retain the MacGuffin. Do you know about the MacGuffin?
No. I was waiting for some trivia. Please enlighten the rest of us.
Well, there's a guy named Tyler Budge who decided that if college football had a championship belt, and you go back to the first game ever played between Princeton and Rutgers.
Yeah.
Rutgers won the game. They had the belt. Princeton beat them the next week. Princeton got the belt back. If you follow it all the way to the modern day, the MacGuffin is what they call it, was with Washington last year at the national championship game. Michigan won, and so now Michigan has the MacGuffin, and they retain the MacGuffin with the win today.
Have you seen this belt?
I don't think you care at all about this.
No, I don't.
Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
I'm here with our nickelback, Zeke Berry. Zeke, you had a great game today. You got the interception that started the defense off. Tell me about that play.
I mean, I just seen him with the formation they was in, and then with my responsibility, I seen him throw the ball. And things that we say in the defensive room is tips and overthrows, and we got to get those. So threw the ball, tipped it up, I just got it.
Tell me about Wink Martindale and how does it feel playing in this system?
I love Coach Wink. I mean, the defense he has us running, I mean, I love it. It's a lot of fun to run it from different positions with safety and nickel spot. But, I mean, I love him. He brings energy to the room, and everybody just feeds off of it. And I just love him as a coach and as a person.
There's this contentment amongst the fans that you guys have won a national championship last year. How do you allow this season to be its own season, its own entity, and stay focused and not get caught up in contentment?
I mean, just stay consistent every day, you know, the process, you know, and keep the standard of what it is and how it's been throughout all these years. So, I mean, if we just stay aligned to that and keep focused throughout the year, and we'll be all right with that.
Now, you have come into camp and won over a job that most people thought Jaden McBarrows would win. How is your mindset, and how is that camaraderie going?
My mindset was a lot different from how it was last year, you know. I've been waiting 2 years to go on the field, and I just wanted to be out there, so I did everything I could do to get on the field this year, so that's my mindset just changed.
Well, congratulations on a great game and the first win of 2024. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jason,
Doug,
thank
back to you.
And the Wolverines' win streak moves to 16 games with this win today here at the Big House to open up the 2024 season. The final 30-10, and of course next week, Michigan and Texas. We ride at noon here at the Big House for that one. Boy, that's going to be something else. Lots to do here on the postgame show as we'll go into the Michigan locker room and hear from some more of the players. Also, our John Jansen will talk with the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. Brian Bush, along with Jack Miller, with analysis and scores and other games going on around the country. So stick with us as we wrap this one up from here in Ann Arbor. 30-10 the final. You're listening to Michigan football from